Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our official esports fantasy partner. Which, by the way, you can play in the app below, so check it out. Well, my name is CA, and joining me today is Crips, and today is going to be a big day, Crips. It's our finals of the SCA qualifier. Two teams going at it for that last spot.
Definitely, and both of these teams have worked so hard to get here. We started this tournament broadcast stage with 6 teams in a round robin format. Every team played against each other, and at the end of the day, from the two groups, the 2 top teams will be moving ahead into the grand finals. Without further ado, let's take a look at the format of the tournament and see what the journey has been like so far. It's been a rough few days, and all those few days have been full of entertainment, full of action. We saw the first few games start off in the form of Renewal versus Kintsugi, and Renewal did put up a good fight all the way up until the very end, until NKT finally overpowered them. Same goes with Aravat. They had some tough moments against teams like Nextka, but at the end of the day, they also have triumphed. And now it is Team Aravat versus NKT in the grand finals of the SCA qualifier.
Yeah, and the winners of their respective groups have been unstoppable so far, but both of them have faced tough challenges on their way there, and NKT especially so, because you can see against Team Renewal, it almost went all the distance and Renewal almost pulled it out, but NKT holding strong have a slightly lesser round difference compared to Aravat, who were able to push through the victories yesterday, especially in a rampant manner. So I think for both of these teams, very evenly matched coming into this finals, but I think NKT perhaps a little more tested in terms of map pool.
Yeah, NKT definitely have been tested in terms of map pool because they were forced to adapt not only to their opponents' map picks, but also because their opponents were giving them a tough run on NKT's own turf. So that way, NKT definitely has shown us that they are more versatile. But that being said, Aravat have been pretty dominant on their own maps like Ancient and Inferno so far. So if those 2 maps are in the map pool, then I think it's going to be a nail-biting battle between NKT and Aravat. After that, any other maps that show up will definitely be up in the air. But when it comes to those 2 maps, I do definitely think that Aravat will have an edge. Of course, NKT also are an amazing team. On paper, they are still one of the best teams in South Asia, and not South Asia, in the entirety of Asia, to be honest. And that being said, NKT definitely are the crowd favorites.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about that, right, of course, we've got for the grand finals, once again, as a reminder, it is Team NKT versus Team Aravat. And like you said, for NKT, it's more of a household name, a team that from the very start was expected to go heights. And this sort of team is the sort of team you expect to build up their performance throughout the tournament, where the evolution almost of the players really comes through in the finals day. You have those big game day players, and for Aravat, the question is, can they do the same right now? And can they display that same level of performance that we saw in the group stage, where it's not just about the raw skill or even the way they performed or the wins they got. It's about the fact that when they were winning, they were dominant in the way they wanted to play. They were continuously dictating the pace, and it's a very different team compared to NKT's nice and slow methodical style.
Yeah, NKT, when they have this nice and slow methodical style, they can be so difficult to predict. Unless you are actually playing aggressively against NKT, you will never be able to figure out what they do up until the very last moment. And this is the kind of team that, while it plays out as a nice and slow style, their defaults are so varied and they're so dynamic that by the time they actually hit you, you will never even know where you got hit from. So you have to be hyper vigilant and aware when you're playing against a team like NKT. And we already discussed the possibilities of Inferno and Ancient being nail-biter maps, and guess what? We start off on those 2 maps. So this could possibly be the best start to the series that we have asked for. Later on in the series, we have Mirage, Nuke, and Overpass. Now, we've seen Team Aravat on Overpass. They did struggle a little yesterday, but in the end, they were able to mount a comeback, which was basically a whole bonanza. It was a 180-degree turn for Team Aravat, and if this series does go all the way to Overpass, I do have a feeling Aravat can hold their own. Mirage and Nuke, however, are neutral ground for both these teams, I would say, because we haven't seen too much of them, and even if we have seen, we didn't see them struggle as much. So, Inferno, Ancient, definitely the maps to look out for, and what a way to start the series.
Yeah, to throw Inferno directly into Team Aravat's face, I think NKT most definitely throwing a gauntlet right here, and I hope we don't have to wait too long to actually witness the action going into play, because like you said, the first two maps are almost like those swing states in an election, where those two maps can effectively decide the entire series. If one particular team gets an early 2-0 lead, then it's just a matter of closing out, if not Mirage, even one of the Nuke Overpass maps, which can really be susceptible to those pendulum swings that we've seen in terms of momentum all the way through. So I think I'm really excited to see which team is just coming out all guns blazing. We know that's Aravat's style, naturally, but how NKT is going to match it, that's going to be the real question.
Yeah, Aravat's quick, blistering firepower versus Team NKT's methodical approach, and their tendency to suddenly change up the pace is what makes them dangerous. Both these teams have something unique. Of course, Team NKT have the more decorated, the more stories players in form of Bentet and all his other teammates who've been around since donkey's years. But without further ado, let's just jump into the game. And here we have, ladies and gentlemen, NKT versus Aravat. We're about to start off the finals on Inferno. And soon we'll be heading into the knife round where these teams will decide which side they want to play. For now, they're just killing each other in the warm-up zone.
Some casual practice against each other, familiarizing each other with their respective gear and headwear. You're like, oh, okay, that helmet is you, that skin is you. So maybe we can see people target each other. And on that note, I have to ask you, I know you're a aficionado yourself of these skins. What do you think is your best skin out there in your account?
Definitely has to be the Fire Serpent AK-47. There's really no other competition. Nothing else comes even close. It's vintage, it's immaculate, it's beyond forgery. Just like these two teams. I think I would be right to say that NKT is a little vintage over here. Zain, he's been one of the oldest, not only IGLs but also coaches at some point. Urcast, what a beast. Bentet, widely regarded as one of the best players in Asia, if not the absolute best. So we have some veterans over here in Team NKT. Aravat, on the other hand, when when Kulas and Fury start going for it, there's really nothing that can stop them. Shinobi with his lurks is amazing. Clouden, on the other hand, can be a solid anchor. So all these teams have something unique that they bring to the table. Of course, while Team NKT is expected to be the experts over here, they're supposed to be the more experienced one. Aravat is no joke. They are also no pushovers, and they will definitely give you a run for their money. Well, maybe my friend CA has disconnected. No problem, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm used to being lonely. God, that sounds so boring. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Team NKT versus Aravat will be starting really soon. If you guys are supporting any particular team, do let us know in chat. And also, as a fun game, tell us why you think they will be winning. That would be a very nice reasoning to look at. Obviously, there's a lot of ifs and buts over here. There's a lot of things that can go wrong for either side based on the previous performances of these teams. We have seen what happens when NKT do not get the map control that they require, when they are basically forced to play around the spawn and they don't get the room they need. Like we said, NKT is the kind of team that will slowly creep up towards you without you being aware, and then when it's right, they will just blitzkrieg their way into the site and they will take over it. That's the kind of team that NKT is like. The variation in their pace can really throw you off guard, and that's why it's important to keep tabs on them. And speaking of keeping tabs, here's my boy CA. He's back.
A couple of technical issues on my end right there, but it's all sorted out, you know. Basically, the setup got overheated in anticipation of the match we're about to see, but like
It's
you were
gonna
talking
be a
about,
heated game. Yeah.
exactly. And we're gonna get to see these teams really go at their best against each other, so that makes it especially exciting. But hey, I was asking you something before I had a tech issue, so I'd actually like to know, what is that best skin out there, Crips, in your collection?
I already gave the answer, and a lot of people I think will agree with me. It's the Fire Serpent AK-47. There's really no other skin that comes close to it. I personally have an Aquamarine Revenge AK-47, but that's only because I can't afford the Fire Serpent. If I could, then I definitely would have it in my inventory. I would also probably say Dragon Lore, but then again, you gotta be like super rich to afford it, or you gotta win every single bet in the fantasy app platforms. But regardless of skins, regardless of what you hold in your hands, it's skill that matters more, and both these teams bring an abundance of it to the table. Let's head into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's NKT starting off on the CT side and Aravat on attack.
It's all about the pace here for either of these teams getting in early. We've got heavy abs control over here from Aravat, trying to force it down, potentially in for an ace plate, but there's a 4-man stack here already ready. Crips, NKT expecting this hit. Will they be able to stop it though?
NKT have a decent crossfire, 4-man stack. One in shed, one towards the cart, two towards the archer side. This could be a disastrous crossfire to break. And forget about breaking the crossfire. NKT start off the attack by themselves. Kill Senzu. In retaliation, Aravat have gone all the way from apartments and into this site. They will probably be able to plant if the bomb can be carried towards the side, but it's stuck inside pit right now. Control Man does get one more kill in return, so trades are swinging back and forth, but NKT might just swing together, and here it comes in form of Senzu getting that shot. Cloudin once again very steady with the trading, but it's Zain who's gonna have to make the difference over here. Urkash is already low on health. Shinobi goes for a super safe plant, unfortunately at the cost of Cloudin's life, and he's got them cornered in the bag. Oh no, so close. The dualies really have to deliver, and Urkash with a crispy headshot. Oh my lord, this round came down to the wire.
5 HP against the full might of Fury, but Urkash just crispy clean. With the headshot, man. Yes, thank you. Oh, I thought that was going to be a replay. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. Like you said, Senzu getting extremely aggressive as soon as he notices that the hit is being set up, that the execute is being set up, realizes that the heavier presence towards apps, and he's able to isolate that early player. And that's crucial, Chris, because that gives them the opening to then go back into apps and come through all the way on the flank. Almost effectively just cutting Aravat into a small area, and despite that, man, Aravat held strong. They had the trades on their side, and they almost pulled it back, with the exception of Urkash just getting a clean shot. And I think that's what all of our rounds are going to be like, going down to the wire with one player potentially popping off.
One player did pop off, but I think Aravat have popped their internet cables. The whole team seems to have been disconnected, so I believe that is some tech issue on the side of the players. Hopefully it gets sorted out soon enough. We've faced some tech issues in the past before, but none quite like this. But yeah, that was indeed a good adjustment from the side of Team NKT. If it wasn't for the early frag by Senzu, then the trades would have definitely sung in the favor of Team Aravat. And they also adjusted pretty nicely, right? The moment they realized that they heard two players towards the Archer's side, they figured that this might be a 3-man stack. They weren't expecting 4-man, but they still somehow made it work. They went right in from apartments. They could have jumped directly into site. Yeah, there was one small problem. The bomb carrier, he went all the way towards pit rather than jumping towards site directly. I wouldn't really blame him, because given the positions NKT were playing and given the stack that they had, you need to clear out every single corner in order to be secure. But because the bomb couldn't get transferred over to the site in time, NKT had the time to get all the cavalry in, get the players to rotate. Urkash also was able to wrap around from the cart side, and that's how the cookie crumbles. Had Aravat planted it a little sooner, they probably would have had more players alive and it would have been a little easier for Aravat to pick up the round. But that being said, I think both the teams started off in a really nice way. NKT had a nice read of a 4-man stag. Aravat, they adjusted pretty quickly. So it just came down to trading, and at the end of the day, Counter-Strike does rely on shooting quite a lot. So even if you tactically make all the smart moves, if you shoot enough heads, you do win. And NKT, they were able to win by a difference of just 5 HP. So yeah, that's as close as it can get.
And I was just a pistol. I'm sure the action will ramp up and potentially the tempo even slow down, because usually it's like a Flintstone with these teams, you know. They keep smashing at each other just like rams at each other's heads till both of them catch a blow and then slow down a little bit, and then becomes more of a surgical warfare, guerrilla warfare type of situation where they're working together as a unit to strike and retreat and strike and retreat. And hey, that evolution in terms of pace, I think, is exceptionally exciting to watch when you've got players this caliber. And it looks like that's what we've got. The players are slowly coming back, Crip, so I think we're getting ready to get back into the match.
Yeah, we're going to be heading into the game pretty soon enough. Also, I think, okay, we did not see this on camera, but I think it is a possibility. Senzu, when he was able to get that first kill, he might have ruined the smoke placements of Team Aravat. Yeah. I do believe that one of their players was still towards alt mid only to deploy a smoke, either towards Moto or towards Graveyard. And because that smoke did not land, I
think we saw it in the instant replay. He just threw it and then Senzu potentially killed him, or killed him while he was throwing it. But we saw him die with his utility in his hand. So yeah, definitely Senzu making the right move, finding that timing, you know, and likely off of comms, right? Because surely the comms comes in from the team, hey, we're sensing a heavy apps presence, like probably more than 2 people. And that tells him, well, if that's the case, Aravat would like to stick together. There's most likely only 1 or maybe 2 guys ultimate. I can swing them right now while they prep for the execute.
Yeah, and Aravat are usually the kind of team that sticks together. Only Shinobi is the one who usually starts lurking around, and that too on Ancient. I haven't seen him do too much on Inferno. So it does make sense for Aravat to stick together. Their trades are amazing, and all their players are like super cracked when it comes to aim, right? The only time when we see them play away from each other is probably when Kulast has an op. And even then, he's never truly alone. Clouden usually comes over to help him out in case Kulast senses way too much of a presence that the op can't handle. Now, of course, on the attacking side, on the T side of Inferno, there's a chance that maybe Kulast won't be picking up that op all that soon. But definitely on the CT side, he's going to show us some action.
Yeah, 100%. And on that CT, especially for a team like NKT, also methodical in their approach, that op can be so fruitful in their setups. It allows them really to be a lot more flexible, right? Where you can use it as an anchor. You can set it up forward to really slow down Aravat's pace altogether. And in those many options, you sort of force Aravat to start playing your playstyle. But hey, all of that is very far away. So just finishing our pistol. And with both of these teams, we've seen a tendency to pull out these rounds with inferior weaponry. So most definitely, it's not as if winning the pistol guarantees NKT that second round. I think Aravat will still give it their all and look to equalize.
Well, it seems like the internet issues of Team Aravat have been fixed. I can see all 5 players have joined the server once again. Hopefully their internet is stable enough so that we can start again. I don't really blame them. I've been a victim of internet problems often. So, yeah, I know that feeling. Especially when you have an important game. Especially when you have the finals at stake. It does become a little annoying. Game's been reset. Rounds rolled back. NKT, having carried forward their pistol momentum, will now look to purchase weapons and continue on their momentum. Continue on their buy. Meanwhile, Aravat have the option to force. And they've elected to enforce it. Galils and Mac-10s on the board. 4 Galils actually. Okay, now this is gonna get interesting. No flashes whatsoever. 4 smokes available. Alright then.
I think we might just see a brute force here from Aravat right here.
Yeah.
Try to enforce that early apps control perhaps again, or maybe this time a lot more focus towards mid. Instead, no, we just get to see a standard default 2-1-2 focus on banana and getting early apps control while they just mark out mid, make sure neither of their pushes are getting flanked on. But apps is what they get to free. Banana, they have to trade a lot of utility, and like you mentioned, without those flashes, it does get a lot more difficult to trade utility early. So Aravat just waiting, and when it gets slower, I must say it gets scarier for me at least, because the NKT, this is where they thrive, in the silence.
Yeah, in the silence, in the darkness, NKT can be an assassin in the shadows. But now that Aravat have figured out that NKT have plenty of utility, they can make an educated guess on the number of SMGs versus the number of M4s that they'll have. Aravat must keep their range. The Galils can win over the MP9s at range, not necessarily against the M4s. One more smoke deployed towards BCT side. Now, NKT, they are good for the round as it is, but Aravat are starting to run out of utility. With only 2 smokes left, where do they decide to hit? They made contact towards banana, which actually drew out the rotation from NKT. They have 3 players stacked on the B side now, only 2 towards the A side, and both of them happen to be in pit and mini pit respectively. If Aravat can wrap around from arches, this would be lovely.
Doing exactly that. They might catch out the rotating player, because the call seems to be, hey, they're hitting A because 3 of them are pushing it down, but this bomb actually all the way waiting in arches for this rotation. They do shut him down, and now they're going to be able to back up, play on the side for the post, but they're still trying to mark it down. Bented though clears off the rotation, takes down Fury, and now in that 2v3 retake, it's once again down to the man who clutched off the pistol Crips. Cast, time 4. He's gonna have to be the hero here, because Bentet has barely got any health.
Yeah, but luckily for the side of Team NKT, even Kulash and Control Man have gone down to their last legs. Very little HP on either of them. So Urcast and Cloud, and these two are gonna have to be the heroes of this round. NKT decide to call it a day. They go for the save instead.
Wow.
Man advantage not available. HP not available either. And no defuse kit too. Yeah, this is the gone round. Aravat steal the momentum back.
And they do this so many times. We saw this so many times yesterday as well. Like, for some reason, Aravat on pistols, Aravat on round 2, oh my Jesus, Chad. Every single time they're able to pull it back, and again, pulling it back has serious economic consequences, because where you see Aravat upgrading towards AKs, you've got only the saved weapons really available for NKT. So once again, eyes on Urcast. He's got that rifle. What can he do with it? We'll have to see what sort of impact Urcast is able to really propagate right now is going to be key. And once again, focus towards banana is Team Aravat. They're draining out the utility almost from the defenders here. And maybe even likely to rotate down to A, but instead they just look for the fight and they shut both of them down. That's both the weapons saved.
Yeah, the 2 saved weapons which were stacked towards the B side are now out of the picture. In fact, Aravat can drop their MAC-10s and pick up the M4s instead. They walk into the round with superior weaponry and walk out with even better. NKT, what do they do though? With very little utility left, they have no hopes of retaking this site. They don't even have a defuse kit. The best they can do is get some exit kills and steal these weapons away from the hands of Team Aravat. 9 is present towards construction, just about to make his crossover towards CT. Yeah, they don't even want to take exit kills. Just gonna say whatever they have. This armor is expensive, and they might as well just carry it into the next round.
And again, Aravat doing what we know them to be really damn good at. What their signature effectively is. Playing fast early to then switch to these defaults where they really switch up their point of contention every single round. Where last round we saw them drain out utility towards banana and then go for that full rotate towards A. This time we see them almost playing with the minds of NKT and decide to force it down banana. Coming up with the 2K, and crucially so, both of the weapons saved. If NKT win that Crips, suddenly that round looks so much more different.
Definitely, it could have looked different, but now that NKT have absolutely nothing, it's just Aravat running away with the momentum. A smoke, a molly, and a flash, all in the hands of Overpass. Can you get even one kill out of it? The flash does go through, and they're desperate to get a kill on the back of it. Zain does not get the opportunity, and Kulas will dispatch him away.
Again, heavy banana focus, but this time you can see the clear intention to always focus on the rotate. The bomb now picked up with their ARAVT's presence. They're able to regroup towards mid and plan for this A side for NKT. They've read this ahead of time. A 4-man stack already ready. But the ARAVT's presence gets shut down. Senzu out. Suddenly the players in sight in trouble.
Slowly and steadily they creep in.
9.
Bented's gonna be the one playing towards. Oh my god, not like this. Not like this. Not like this. 9 goes unchecked, steals an AK, gets another kill on the back of it. Bented's already low, so you don't have to worry about him. But then there's Overpass just playing towards the ninja spot. Yeah, again, he also doesn't get anything done. That was painful to watch.
It really depends on which end you're at, though. I'm sure that was very fun to watch for all the NKT fans and their teammates themselves. To not just get that knife, but then pick up an AK and get another kill off of it. A decent chunk of damage done, but of course, I'm sure a professional team like Aravat will just be able to brush it off.
Yeah, they can probably brush it off, but let's be honest, that $1,500 bonus is game-changing. Allows 9 to get not only the op, but also full armor along with utility. You can't always afford that. Especially not when you're just, especially when you just lost 3 rounds. You don't even have max loss bonus, so it does take time to get to that level of economy. 9 with the nade available once again takes that nade to the face. Okay, then tanks it. Doesn't budge at all. And that's exactly why he did not budge. He's steadfast in his approach. Stays true to his aim, true to his position, and delivers the frag. They're about to peek him again. Dangerous games. Aravat is about to flirt with danger. Are there any flashes available to push 9 off position? That's what I want to see. This one still does fall back. They don't smoke it. Instead, they're going to go right towards CT. A bunch of more flashes come through, but Bented, he still has his eyes open. Coffins hasn't been smoked off. Even CT smoke goes down late, and that results in so many casualties on the Aravat side. Bomb being tapped. Kulas trying to plant it. Clouden looking to play through the smoke. Maybe he can catch 9 off guard, and he's done so. With very little HP, he's made the impact that he required, but Zain's already behind him. And Kulas needs to hit everything. Starts off by shooting Zain down. One more coming in from Coffin. Both of these CTs need to play in tandem. The nade will land directly underneath him, but Overpass has already dealt with the problems. Cool stuff from Team NKT. Some utility misplaced by Team Aravat, and that gives Team NKT the chance that they required. And really, it's just NKT playing against this utility, right? Whether it's 9 just tanking that nade damage and staying true to this op, getting that first kill, or whether it's Aravat not smoking off Coffins and CT in time, and that's why they got shot down as they tried to approach into the site. And you must have seen the number of flashes coming from both Aravat as well as NKT. Most of the members of Aravat, when they went towards the pool region, they just were simply flashed. They had their eyes closed, so they couldn't even get info on where the NKT players were. Good stuff by Team NKT, but then again, Aravat are known to steal momentum away. And now that they've got plenty of utility on their own, it should be somewhat easy for them to make a move. One man coming down towards Banana. That's going to be from Team Aravat, and they slowly send the bomb down towards Banana as well. While they have left Fury as a lurker towards second mid, he takes a little bit of damage. At least with his presence shown towards alt mid, the members of NKT are still towards the A side, but the moment I say that, the rotations start to come through. Senzu is already on his way towards the B side, and now the B side attack has begun. They're about to get into this fight. Clouden starts off in a brilliant way. The remaining members of NKT are on the other side of that smoke, so they can't really do much. They've been cut off from the action, and Aravat take the side for themselves. Plant goes down flawlessly. Only HP lost, but still the man advantage retained. And Aravat still have smokes to keep delaying the push from Team NKT. NKT now, all of them coming in from CT and construction respectively, none of them from Banana, might make the lives of Team Aravat a little easier. They've also got Control Man watching Banana, who's gonna be basically a late lurk in case something goes wrong. Time has already ticked off though. Only Bented has a defuse kit, so NKT need to make their moves. Senzu gets the first kill onto Fury, but too much time has ticked off. And with it, the hopes of NKT as well, but they're getting all the kills. Bented, with a lovely flash in coordination with Zain, is making this one work. And he's taking the defuse. He's got enough time to go for it, and Control Man has been killed already. NKT with a brilliantly orchestrated retake. They work in tandem. The trades go so smoothly in the favor of Team NKT. Aravat have basically no say in the retake. Poor Urkas though. Couldn't really get the backup he needed. Before he could line up his flashes and prime them in, he was already a dead man, but his teammates made it sure that they avenge him. And they avenge him with Fury. Pun intended. Speaking of Fury, this time he's not the one lurking. Usually goes towards second mid as well every now and then, but this time it's Control Man who's leading the charge towards Zaps. Shinobi, as always, present towards second mid, and we've seen them do this before. With NKT already having taken Banana control on the back of those smokes, Aravat have no choice but to go towards mid. Rotations from NKT are also in place. They've only left Urkas as an early warning system towards Banana. Meanwhile, everyone else is just prepared towards Arches. Senzu as well. No flashes to push him away from position. Fury can definitely surprise him because Fury's not being spotted, but he sees a leg before he gets flashed, so Senzu hits the shot. Of course, the trade does come through, but then again, NKT are prepared for this one. Brackets control available for Team Aravat. Bomb still towards T-spawn. And with just a little over 40 seconds left, this could be problematic if the bomb doesn't get transferred to the site in time. Or even worse, if Urkas spots the bomb carrier and then gives the call out to his team. Crossfire is not that potent from the side of NKT. 9 misses the op shot and he pays it for his life. No, Zain tries to make good on it, but he did not account for Control Man being on top. The elevation gets the better of him. And just like that, Aravat have overpowered the A site. It's surprising to see Aravat go for the hunt. I thought they would have let Urkas save this gun, but it doesn't seem like the fun thing to do. So Aravat take their turns, go around time. Urkas spots the gun battle first, shoots Control Man down before anyone else can show up. Can he survive this onslaught though? It would be nice if Urkas can get a couple of more exit kills and punish Team Aravat for going on this hunt, but he just about gets the kill onto Shinobi. Aravat having stolen the pistol momentum, they've found the lead once again, and NKT find themselves in the economic trenches once more. MP9s and FAMASs. It's Zain with the M4, but he is not going to be the one to take contact. In fact, Zain is playing from far back. All of Team NKT is playing from far back. No aggression from them whatsoever. Early mollies towards Banana to push NKT back into sight, but it wasn't required. NKT were never intending to play aggressively in the first place, so Aravat still being very methodical and very defensive. They go back towards spawn to collect the remaining nades that they had dropped over there. Flashes and smokes recollected by Team Aravat. They've left Cloud in towards Banana. Meanwhile, Fury has already made contact towards Brackets, where the crossfire is incredibly strong. They now fall back. NKT retake control of arches and apartments instead. Aravat, they've lost their lead. Smokes towards arches. No problem though. Senzu can reposition himself towards library. And they've spotted that as well. So they resmoke library too. At this point, Aravat are running out of time and running out of resources. Oh, this looks to be a B crunch. Aravat have left 2 members towards the arches. And the remaining 2 are going back in from Banana. As long as Senzu stays alive over here, this would be lovely, but him spinning his deagle around is gonna have his head spin on a swivel. Can they anticipate this? NKT know they can hear the footsteps coming in. It's Benton playing across this gap with a tiny SMG. Not able to stop the onslaught of the AKs. Zion is good for one, but cannot account for control. Mad's elevation. And just like that, Aravat have taken control of the side. Bomb yet to make its way towards the planting region though. And they kill the bomb carrier. That's it. The round is gone. And NKT have stolen it away. Unless Clouden can get a kill in the next 1 second. He cannot. 9 with an absolute well-timed clutch. What a way to win this one. NKT had nothing going for them. They lost all their members right at the beginning. They had no way to defend the site. But one tiny mistake from Aravat, one bomb dropped at the last crucial second, is what gives NKT their 4th round. And just like that, the scores are equalized. We've seen this before in the pistol round too, where Team Aravat had to struggle to get into the site simply because the bomb was present to its pit rather than going towards the A site directly. And the same problem ensues in round number 8. Oh, how history repeats itself. This round is a throwaway round for Team Aravat. Just a bunch of deagles, no utility whatsoever. Economic damage should be desired, but then again, with them losing to a silly round like that against NKT, definitely Team Aravat, they're gonna have to lick their wounds and find a way to reclaim what was once theirs, and that is lead. Brackets contested once more. This time Aravat have nothing to break the crossfires. They're gonna have to hard challenge, and they do! Wow, cool ass! Jiggles across the corner, puts one in Bented's head. Cast with the 5-7 gets responded to by a deagle, and Zion makes it look easy. But still, Aravat having taken 3 kills, I would say this is a damn good eco already. More chance for damage. Kulas can't recover the spike, it's dropped in no man's land. And he's okay to call it a save. Kulas has the armor. Pretty expensive, these things. He can carry that forward into the next round. MP9 and deagle stolen. 3 kills already acquired. I would say this is a damn good eco already. Yep, just gonna be a save. No problem for either of these teams. Ooh, the lead amp size just got increased all of a sudden. I would actually appreciate that. Please go back to that, my friends. Here we are, the teams just exchanging rounds back and forth. With them exchanging rounds like this, none of the teams will be able to, how do I say this, gather too much of an economic momentum. They won't be able to snowball. And it's that snowball effect that is really dangerous, you know? When they're both exchanging frags like this, the game remains closely contested, but if one of these teams starts snowballing economically, it can be so difficult to stop them. Obviously, economy is a little more forgiving on the attacking side. NKT have to reinvest in diffuse kits. One's on Urcast and he's playing towards B. One's on Pented and he's playing towards A. So there's one diffuse kit on each side. Good way to save $400 by not having to invest in one each. But then again, this bracket control has always been problematic for Team Aravat. One playing from Shed, and that's gonna be Znine. He's doing just fine for now. Bented now solo holding. I'm sorry, not Bented. It's Urcast solo holding towards the B side. This could be problematic because Team Aravat are looking to make contact in that position. They had the bomb over there just a couple of seconds ago, but now they've left Clouden over here to sell the fake. I don't think NKT are buying that. They continue holding this crossfire, continue getting all the kills. Oh, Zine, how are you allowed to get away with so many kills like that? You don't even have the HP required. Senzu playing a one and done position. Bented playing right behind him to capitalize. Kills towards apartments. Shinobi takes down 9. And this could be a little better. But Urkas, having killed Cloud, and now tells his team that the imminent A hit is inbound. Continue holding your ground. Vented, he does what he does best, just spraying everyone down. Bomb making its way across with barely any time left. There's absolutely no chance for Fury to clutch this round. And Team Aravat, they were hoping to sell that fake towards B a little too early. When Clouden finally made contact, the rest of his team had already cut off noise towards mid. At that time, they were hoping that because NKT spot Clouden that late in the round, they will be convinced that that is indeed a B hit and that the team NKT will go ahead and rotate towards the P side wrongfully. But NKT had the right idea. They called in the right bets. They hedged all their rotations towards the A side, and they did so wonderfully. Great read by Team NKT as they finally take a 2-round lead, putting Aravat in a difficult position. Last with only half armor and a Hero, AK has to be the hero, but Fury can't deliver. Luckily, that wasn't the bomb carrier. And here we go, Kulast, the one man who was supposed to deliver, has done so. Gets the kill onto Senzu towards mid. Bomb thrown across Mexico, and it has been then collected by the members of Team Aravat on the other side. Bracket controls given up by Team NKT as they now look to reinforce Spit instead. 9 responsible for shutting down anyone who comes towards library. Sign playing contact towards side. He's not even revealing himself. Wait, both these players are playing towards contact? None of them willing to swing? This could be risky, but I'm okay with this one. NKT, like I said before, they've got the proper read, and if on the basis of this read they're willing to play contact, I would not be against it. Pented playing library in case Aravat decide to go for a B double crunch from arches. Aravat have done so in the past, so it wouldn't be wrong of Pented to go for angles like this. But the moment 9 peeks out of the cart, he swings back down instantly, allowing no potential of a trade. And it's just farming days for Team NKT. They get all the kills pretty easily. Just one casualty in the form of Senzu, and that too was traded away quickly enough. So NKT, now they finally start to snowball. Urkas is basically the only one who doesn't have too much money. 9, Zain, and Benket, all of them have like more than $3,000, and I think that's good enough. In fact, Benket has more than 5k. That's what you call a good enough farm. With this, they have more than enough money to last them 2 rounds. And Aravat 2 finally will be able to muster up a buy. Kulast has to sacrifice a little bit of utility, but he's got one smoke placed, and that's good enough. Oh my god, this is a fast one. Aravat go right through, they push through the mollies, and they've actually gotten all the kills. The nades eaten by Cloud, and that's a chonky one as he gets thrown down to 35 HP. But after getting that kill, Aravat comfortably fall back. They leave just Cloud in towards Banana, but the bomb, it's still making its way across towards mid. Plenty of time available, so Aravat can change their mind if required. They're waiting for NKT to make a re-aggression. NKT won't be doing the same. Oh, Shinobi? Lovely pick. Oh no, can't account for NKT. A late swing by 9? Nah, that was not supposed to happen. I mean, it was a trade, but it was a quite late one. So I can't really blame Shinobi for not expecting it. But here comes the beat push. Urkas, he's spraying down everybody. Clouded and Fury, blinded like bats by Zain's over the head flash. And there you have it. Lovely kills by Team NKT. But this fake was sold so well. Aravat committed 2 bodies to sell this fake, and they were able to get the plant onto the A side properly. Well orchestrated by Aravat, but now that they have the man disadvantage, how do they go about this one? Smokes towards Moto to hold them off. One playing in mini pit, the other playing in main pit. None of them willing to make contact, both of them just ducking across. 2 defuse kits available, so NKT don't really have to pressure about time. With them having to clear every single corner, it's going to become difficult. Kulas reveals himself, just ducking around that little edge, making sure that his crouches are immaculate, but Control Man gets it in time, and Zain has no choice but to save. pause called in by Team Aravat. Rightfully so. Up until now, Team Aravat have been trying to sell these fakes, and after 4 or 5 attempts, finally they were able to sell one successfully. NKT have always been on the right read. They've always placed their men judiciously, making sure that they account for every factor, every utility placed by Aravat, and they think of the consequences twice about over-rotating. That's why NKT, they're more than comfortable to give up sites and play for retake rather than over-committing to one particular site. Of course, it has its pros and cons. It has its valid criticisms and invalid misinterpretations. But Aravat, they were finally able to sell a fake after committing 2 bodies towards the wrong side, and it seems like they figured out NKT's weakness. NKT won't really move if you just throw down utility. You have to show presence as well. And that presence can only be shown in the form of a deadly assault. Income with kill loss. And they're getting all the kills. No way! NKT try to force the fights to its second mid, and they all take bullets in their brains. 2 dead towards loft, 1 more towards the bottom of second mid. Oka still keen on making that play. He's trying to make a move towards Mexico, and he's gone undetected so far, and the moment I say that, Fury accounts for him. It's just Senzu left. You might as well save this up now. Where are your tactics? Where is the aggression? Team NKT had been playing a very patient game up until now. They had been playing passively and just rotating on the basis of Aravat's movements. But the one time NKT decided to take matters into their own hands, the one time NKT forced the fights to its second mid, they all lose them in a horrendous fashion. And this is exactly what Aravat had been waiting for. Aravat too were patient all this time because they expected NKT to push out, because they expected NKT to play aggressively. They were waiting for this aggression from NKT all this time, and finally when they have it, Aravat show exactly why their patience is resounded. Senzu, run for your life, buddy, run for your life. Deagles, orbs, whatever you can muster, he will still be able to get a cluster of kills. Unfortunately cannot save the op. And even if you kill 4 members of Aravat, it doesn't matter because they can afford weapons once more. Team NKT cannot. That's why Aravat was so keen on hunting down this op. They knew for a fact they can't let this guy carry it forward, because if Senzu carried the op forward just by himself, then it definitely would have been a problem. Then his teammates also would have purchased SMGs or something or the other to complement the firepower of the op. They would never let the op sing by itself. It's an opera, and an opera cannot be dominated by one singer. Just a bunch of USPs in a dream. One singular flash in the hands of 9. NKT throw their bodies down mid. Shinobi spraying them helter-skelter. Control Mat comes across from the other side of second mid, and he also gets 2 kills of his own. And it was nice of Control Mat to purchase this Mac 10. He knew for a fact that NKT will be broke. Might as well pick up a cheaper weapon and farm money. Remember, $300 a pop if a kill with an AK-47 takes place, and $600 a pop for a kill with an SMG. It's Control Man who wants to farm that money. He knew that his opponent will be weak, so might as well turn them into money bags. Opportunities galore for either of these teams. NKT once again looking to make an aggression towards second mid. Control Man already having snuck into loft. That's when they realize that they can't go for this move anymore. That's when NKT decide to back off, and they do so in right time. If they decided to challenge second mid after Control Man had already jumped upstairs, then that would have been a death sentence for them, because there's no utility to block off Control Man. Mollies come raining down. Shed burned away. There's only 9 marking towards Archers, and he's about to get triple peaked, forced to concede that angle and fall back deeper towards site. And he's playing in a one and done position of sorts now. More flashes come through. Zayn has no chance of surviving. Climbs up to Graveyard, but 9 is only good for 1. Oh, he goes undetected. Senzu's able to get one more kill before Kulas finally trades him away. But Urcast is here from the arches. And he kills Control Man before it's too late. Bomb just being planted. HP advantage available towards the side of NKT. But the moment I say that, Shinobi strikes. Nobody would have expected him to still be towards the bracket side. Oh, and this is perfect. NKT, they were doing so well until they weren't. Aravat win the last 4 rounds back to back to retake the lead, to throw NKT back downstairs. And even though there's only a deficit of 1 round, it can be a world of difference when Aravat go ahead towards the CT side. Okay, no contact just yet from either side, just popping off shots every now and then. Slowly creeping up towards Banana is Team NKT. This might just be a contact play. I don't know if Aravat will be ready for this one. They don't have smokes to delay the push. No, go back towards the B side. It's a triple stack that NKT might just be walking into a trap. Mr. Observer, please go back towards the B side. The site's about to get hit, and the flashes come raining through. Fury has to grab the high ground, but he goes unchecked. And why would he be checked? Clouden and Kulas are already getting all the kills they require. Fountain and Dark Possession so potent from the side of Team Aravat, and NKT have no choice but to fall like a pack of cards in a hurricane. They somehow still manage to isolate Clouden, but the moment I say that, Shinobi peeks right out of CT, gets the better of Urcast. 9 has snuck into construction, and Shinobi has no idea. Goes down like a sack of potatoes. Clouden's already on 5 HP, so this is a possible clutch by 9. There's plenty of time available on him. Unfortunately, the bomb is dropped in the middle of the site. Shinobi already dead. Control Man now reveals himself, and he's the healthier player, so he's gonna wait for Clouden to make a bait, and he's already done enough damage. 1 bullet worth of HP left on 9, and now none. And if I am not wrong, I now have company. Please welcome back Sia. Yes, there's my boy. There he is. The Messiah is back. And speaking of Messiah, Clouden wants to be that for the side of Team Aravat. He wants to farm all the money. A smoke and a molly deployed. He throws his own molly back to his teammate so that he can push through the smoke, hoping to get some eco frags and farm up that money. Shinobi, on the other hand, having the more expensive weapon, is going to play it passively from arches. Not even arches, he's playing it from motor. So that's an even safer angle.
NKT slowly creeping in towards mid. Ready for this hit, and like you said, Aravat playing deep in arches, leaving that solo player down near graveyard almost to hold down that side, be the anchor, and his first fight crucial because of that. Now we've seen NKT pull up rounds with inferior weaponry, but against the discipline of Aravat, it's most definitely difficult. Control Man, he picks off 1, and Aravat already in control, just backing off, making sure they only take those long range battles, but Urka still finds one.
Woo! What a cleanup. What a cleanup. Quick from Team Aravat. They don't take too many casualties. Farm up a lot of money with the MP9s, and of course they still save the M4. NKT had no say in that round whatsoever. And unlike what Aravat pulled off in their first half, you know, negating the pistol round momentum of Team NKT, NKT can't really do that much damage on eco rounds. Or maybe it's just Aravat playing really good anti-ecos for that matter.
And we talked about this in the pre-match lobby, right? The idea that Aravat as a team incredibly strong on Inferno and Ancient. They're showing that strength right now, off to a tremendous start in this first map, and Remember, ladies and gentlemen, today is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You've got to pace yourself across the entire BO5 series. But hey, in every single marathon, you get a nice start off the bat. You don't see anyone behind you. You just feel the wind in your ears and the sun on your cheeks. And you're feeling good. You're like, yeah, I've got a nice lead.
You feel the wind in your hair. You can taste the victory in your mouth. Oh, but Fury, he sees nothing but a flash. Even if he turns away from it, he gets sprayed down. NKT take B side with brute force.
You know, on the road, coolest. Ready for what? Spam! He spams out one and Shinobi with another. NKT against all odds, they managed to still fall down, and Aravat, they're pushing back through the smokes, but they get a trade back, and now Coolest spammed out really low as well. It's all about the timing through the smoke. Coolest and Nine walk past each other. Oh my god, they walk past each other directly into sight. And Coolest, he's just playing with our minds. He's playing with that fright. They have no idea where he is. I think he might be in construction, but finally Nine spots him out and takes out that thorn in enemy lines.
But Control Man hasn't been spotted yet. He's coming in from Banana. Now that he's revealed his position, both NKT members will play off of each other. Nine, being the healthier player, he's going to swing off of Urka's contact towards Fountain, but he doesn't need to. Urkas kills him all by himself.
He's been having a great game today, Urkas. And a crucial round there, though a decent chunk of weaponry loss will now allow them to build up their economy. The more important factor, I think, right now is just keeping it close, making sure Aravat aren't given the momentum to run away with it. And with that round loss, I think Aravat likely to just go for an ego right here. They have got a couple of upgrades across the team, so maybe we get to see those in action. But otherwise, it should be a simple enough round for NKT, and it's Senzu kicking us off. An easy pick down towards mid. NKT able to take a lot of control for themselves, but with that man advantage, just looking to press it on, regrouping and pushing it down. They find Clouded stuck in the stairs. Shinobi though, the only weapon upgrade, able to trade one back. He will get taken out. That just floodgates opened up on the A side for NKT.
Oh, okay. Fury still keen on challenging, but it's finally NKT that equalized the scoreline. Just one round away from double digits. One round away from tying it up with ARAVT. Maybe ARAVT will not let this happen. They can muster up a buy with the weaponry front, but not too much on the utility front. Clouden sacrifices buying a proper weapon in favor of purchasing mollies and smokes. Shinobi, the only one who had enough money, has purchased every piece of damaging utility. Not too many flashes available, but then again, ARAVT have not been the kind of team that rely too much on flashes in the first place.
For me, those next few rounds are all about building up to control matchup. On that CT side, especially against Aravat's style, where they're fast and early, nice and soon they take area and they wait, and their patience pays off. Fury wanders into the dangers of the smoke and he gets punished. Some gunpowder in his face, and now with Banana control, it's all about the regroup. They're gonna leave one person here and look towards apps maybe, but Aravat holding down 4. They still got a 3-man stack on the A side.
Yeah, and that stack will pay off dividends, because even in Team NKT's side, they are trying to head back towards A. They make contact towards the B side. They were hoping to sell the fake, but then again, ARAVT are not buying into it. They've only left, I believe, just one player. That's going to be Clouden towards the B side, and he's also playing towards CT, so he can fall back towards the A side when required. Smoke goes down towards Arches. That forces one of the players to go away from the crossfire, but Control Man is still able to get a kill, and NKT don't get the trade back. 4v4 yet again. Now they try to crunch in from both the cart side and the apps. 2 members of ARAVT available on this side. Ulas playing from side and Control Man playing from contact, avoiding all the flashes for now, and he strikes when the time is right. This crossfire is so difficult to break apart, and now that the smokes have been placed towards the planting area, it can buy more space for Kulas, but he goes down regardless. Benton is so aware about that play. Heads up, checks the display, and Clouden now having to go around the other side, needs to deny the plant, but Benton will deny him the entry into the site.
With that crucial round, 10-10 picked up on board. NKT now rallying back strong, and I think the economy situation of Aravat in disarray as well, despite Control Mad able to trade it out here, NKT just able to brute force that site and, like you said, really create that space. Zayn and Bentet playing beautifully off of each other, just continuously switching that contact peak setup and able to close out a huge round. Now, Coolest the only one with a scout, the rest of his team stuck on not so great weaponry, and NKT taking full advantage of it. Durkas already picked up the first pick. They're headed towards banana, but again, classic NKT, right? 3-2 split, they take early banana control, but wait for their apps players to give them information, likely regrouping towards them.
Scorelines equalized, trade and successful from the side of Team Aravat. NKT slowly once again creeping in. This time they need to deal with Kulas though. Not too many flashes available. There's just one more left in the bag. Yeah, he's been forced off the angle. But again, with not too much weaponry, Aravat don't really have a say in this round. They can just stack up a side and hope for the best. They've done so towards the B side, but Kulas is still going to make things a little difficult towards the other side of the map. NKT are just being very careful. They're poking and prodding, hoping that they don't walk into a trap.
4v4 though, and NKT might just be walking into this trap because all 4 members of Aravat ready on site now. Coolest waiting for their push in, lurking in the smoke, but his teammates on site already taken down. Cloud and though able to trade off a couple back, but that's all she wrote for Aravat. Inferior weaponry just not able to hold it down, and NKT they pick up the round as well as the lead, and now really tune in that pressure onto Team Aravat. The temperature is sure to be increasing as NKT now starting to look a lot more in control, especially with the way this round is set up. Aravat don't have any saved money in that bank, Crips. It's their buy once again, but not able to afford that op, and with Senzu continuously able to influence and impact with that op, Aravat seems like they have no way to regain control, but they're gonna have to pull off a miracle, because if they don't, NKT might just walk away with it all.
And they definitely don't want NKT to do that now, do they? Oh, very careful. Hold on though. There's gonna be a hero play made by a Control Mad. He's also about to strike from behind. Still hiding towards Loft, making sure he's got the more aggressive angle. He spots 2 members of Team NKT towards second mid, but he can't fight yet because he's got no backup. Goes back towards stairs and executes Zayn in the face. Exacts revenge for whatever happened with Shinobi. But now that both the players of Aravat have been heard, NKT, what do they do now? Do they continue going towards the A side or do they move towards B? Of course, B would be the wiser move over here. Cloud9 is already on the rotate, so this might make B a more vulnerable target.
The standard practice for NKT, the heavier presence towards the A half of the map this time around, so they end at B. Where every single time the last few rounds they went banana, they would end at A. And this is something that Aravat could maybe look to start reading into. Certainly seems that Fury has an inkling, but he's gonna wait for his teammate to back up, and NKT themselves setting up the utility for the executes. Smoked off, trying to flash in the angle, the Molotov to make sure nobody's playing backside, but it's Cloud9 playing off of his teammate, and they pick off one, but the instant trades through. NKT, they're able to cruise in, but Fury, he's holding down fort. He managed to pick off more than a few and ensure that man advantage for his team, leaving Senzu on his lonesome, getting sandwiched from both angles here, Crips, but they managed to get onto side, fake the plant, and be able to take down one to make it a 1v1. Senzu now ball planted and will fight Control Mad as well. A huge clutch, and he's able to save his op in time in style. Oh la la, beautifully played, Senzu.
Lovely, lovely rounds from them. NKT scrape their way through. They claw back the lead. And it is with such close margins too. Once again, Team Aravat in the economic trenches. And oh, how the tables have turned. It was NKT who was facing money troubles before this one.
Yeah. One clutch can really switch it up, where it looked like it was Fury's redemption, right? He's not had the greatest of games, he was holding it down, but could have done a lot more. He's got the scout in this round. All he got is one. NKT so damn good on the trays, making sure they've got each other's back always. This time, that contact made towards A, you can see already trying to fake our presence towards B, but ain't no need to fake out if they just mow everyone down.
I mean, that's an easy way to deal with the problems, right? Shoot everyone in the head. Who needs tactics when you have firepower? Of course, it's very convenient to say, but it's not that easy to pull off. Ooh, 9 has the most unfortunate moment of timing, and with that, Shinobi can save this weapon. But now that they've figured out where Shinobi is, NKT can just go ahead and plant. They didn't plant yet because they didn't want to walk into a trap. They were trying to avoid all sorts of losses.
Ooh.
No way even Bented loses that duel. They're trying to make sure that he doesn't save the AK, but at this point I don't think NKT can afford to hunt.
Exactly, they've got the AWP and another AK, so they can't send a solo man to hunt because that would be gambling heavily into Shinobi's hands. And sending both the AWP and the AK just sounds like a
Yeah.
moments before disaster moment. Okay, none of that matters to NKT right now, because I think what they're crucially thinking about is, ever since we saw that 9-7-8-7 scoreline where Aravat had the lead in the second half, NKT have pushed back strong on their bias, 13-10 now, just a few rounds away from match point, and they'll be able to pick up at least a couple of them through just this. Now, Aravat have the money for a buy here, but if they lose this, surely that's taken away, and NKT, they get match point to play. So Aravat, they've got to make their stand right here, right now. It's basically do or die. Oh, and the up. Finally.
The big green gun, the big bad zoom banger in the hands of Kulas. I've been waiting to see this again. I've been itching to see some op action. It's been like a good few rounds since he dropped his op, hoping that he would be able to save it. All that while ago, while NKT was just plowing them without stopping. Now that he's got it back, he should be able to stop NKT in their track. Can he do so, though? NKT have way too much utility to push him back. It is possible that Aravat will play a little more aggressively in this round. At least they might be able to do so where Kulast is playing. Since he's holding one of the shallower angles, his teammates might just, use the nades and the smokes to go ahead and cover up some more room. But instead, they're pushing down towards apps. Okay, not a bad call. Fury about to make contact towards second mid, and I don't know if Team NKT is ready for this one. If they take Boiler though, then all their plans will be ruined, and that's exactly what happens. Urkas and 9 open up the breeze side, crack it open like a walnut, but they didn't know that Control Man was also present in apps. Now they know that there's two players in that region. They both might come in from Boiler, and Senzu's prepared to intercept them.
Senzu takes out the lurker. Crucially so, Shinobi down suddenly. Aravat incredibly split up, and you can see the way NKT are playing it. They just want to play deep angles where they're watching crossings. In Urkas, he spots out one, spots out the other. He'll take him down too, and NKT with a crucial round. Checking that stairs position especially, so crucial. They're able to deny that Abs flank, and we might have seen a repeat of the pistol effectively, where we saw one team taking Abs, the other team flooding in through mid, and it ended up being a ring around a Rosie, and it really favored the team who came in through Abs. So Aravat were in a great spot, but NKT reading into it, denying them, and crucially so, because again, 14-10, Aravat's economy not looking so great. They've got somewhat of a buy. Kulis still has his op, but without much utility here, Crips.
Exactly. It would have been such a different round. Aravat gave away a footstep. That's why NKT checked Boilers. And they found somebody else over there instead. So now they realize, hey, 1 + 1 is 2. They figured out that there's at least going to be 2 in there. They did the math properly, calculate all the risk, and they get the reward. Bomb left towards the bottom of mid this time, as NKT slowly creep up both the avenues, mid as well as banana. They've already taken control of Boilers, this time controlling all the spots which Aravat previously held.
We've seen this from NKT before, that 3-2 split where they really forced down utility towards banana, only to come back to the Ravs players, and already towards that 1 minute mark you can start seeing them potentially set up for that. With no contact towards banana, do they revise their plan? Because usually they get to drain a lot more util towards banana, and this time Aravat looking to play it back, and they do change up the plan. Instead the bomb headed towards this B site. It's all about the apps players to make the first contact.
Yeah, and they're doing so really well. They've left 9 towards the boiler room and he's making all the noise possible. And keep in mind, every time 9 has been the one initiating, his teammates have always gone towards the other side. And 9 is such a intrusive player. He's going to keep them stationed for as long as possible. The rotations from Team Aravat are on the way, but by that time it will be too late. NKT would have already flooded the site. Fury responsible for holding them back. Clouden also tries to jump in through the smoke, hoping to enter the fray, but all of them will try to go down with a single spray. Senzu strikes, but Shinobi retaliates. 9 with the op can't really do much against this smoke, and he's missing his shots. No problem though, because he's already held them back, and Aravat finally recover.
And just as you were saying, 9, he was intrusive, but a lone guy throwing utility smells fishy to Aravat. They realize they've seen this before. They're not gonna fall prey to that same routine twice. And as soon as 9 actually starts being intrusive, they almost take it as the cue to rotate. Coming in crucially on time, Coolest especially, in that close range, finding 2 huge kills to shut them down. And Aravat, they pull it back crucially so, because they're able to hold on to their buy. NKT realizing though they can't just make the same play twice, they're going to switch it up. Once again, a 4-man stack towards Bananas. A much more clear intent from NKT this time, so maybe a much faster hit.
The variation in pace can be a little difficult to deal with, but Aravat are also making really good reads. This time a similar approach from Team NKT to make noise towards Boiler but not towards Apps. All the utility that they've thrown down is basically to cut off crossfires from mid, but it doesn't really indicate an apartment's hit at all.
But Fury's position does. He's pushed up all the way to Bananas. He told his team, hey guys, there's no one here.
Yeah.
They have to be set up towards mid and apt, so that 3-man stack on A, expecting this hit very much so, but 9 still pops one out. Cool is taken down. That's an op out of control. Zayn with another, and suddenly NKT flood in despite Aravat having an idea. Shinobi's able to pick one as a falling grace, but that's all it is.
Yeah, that is all it is. Fury, he survives with a little bit of grace from the help of Clouden. And Fury strikes again. Okay then. Now this could be a good one. It's a 2v2. Similar amount of HP on either side. Diffuse kit available on Fury. 9 trying to get the elevation. That smoke clearly gives away the position of Clouden. But it all comes down to timing, and he's so smart. He smoked off pits, knows there's going to be at least one player present in that region, and he isolates Bentet. Obviously, Bentet was low on HP, so Clouden had no trouble dealing with him. That one smoke just breaks apart the crossfire, which already was quite broken from the side of NKT. And Aravat isolate the fights to retake successfully.
They played that perfectly. The smoke to break the crossfire, like you said, the exchange targets, knowing that the respective opposition is not going to expect that slightly longer pick, and they're able to take both the NKT players down and inflict some serious damage onto their economy. 14-12 now, Aravat mounting a serious comeback, but not able to afford the op in this round, so they're going to have to go back to rifles. I think NKT, they have to make a smart call here, because their default's clearly getting read into. The moment they don't show any banana presence in this particular round at all, Fury and his team able to push in, get so much information. So if they are going to take their hit a little slower, I think they have to make sure banana is not pushed in, make sure that utility is traded off at least, or just press W from the very start. Just go hard and fast.
You make it sound so easy. Make it sound like you can go hard and fast. I mean, with a bunch of Tech 9s, it is possible to do so. And NKT are notorious. Yeah, 5-man apps, go for it, buddy. Or maybe 5-man banana. Of course, 5-man banana can be a little tougher considering the amount of utility that can be dumped there by Team Aravat. But they've been doing that regardless, so whether you go there or not, it doesn't make a difference. Again, no presence from NKT towards banana. Aravat recognize that. 3-man stack towards the A side, and with these weaponry, I think they should be fine holding down this region. And NKT are also notorious for winning all these Tech 9 rounds, so you gotta be careful.
Exactly.
They've already run out of smokes.
They have that dangerous reputation. They're trying to flush one out with the nade, and they do exactly that. Even though Aravat get the opening 2 frags, it's NKT trading them back. Pulisto holding down the site. He's able to make sure the bomb taken away, and while NKT have upgraded, it's just one weapon. All in the hands of Zayn to pull off this 2v3 for NKT and get match point.
Whoa! No, that wasn't supposed to happen. Penton intercepts Clouden, and he delivers yet again. One bullet in the chamber, and he deletes all that for magic. But Fury survives the spell.
If that weapon was on different hands, Ventet had maybe access to the rifle. He was in the more advanced position where he had access to faster fights and he's almost able to pull it off, but Aravat stands strong against all odds. It has hurt their economy to a large extent though, and you can see Clouden now relegated, and while NKT get 5 AKs to push them off, 4 actually. So back to their default. Really banana push, trying to get Apps control, but Aravat trying to respond in kind. They push an Apps and they're trying to fight 9. He picks up 2, and Aravat not able to trade back, at least not evenly so. Banana pushed in, the flanks very much on Aravat. They might not have got the man advantage, but they've got a lot of area in their hands. NKT, they're gonna have to move.
Yeah, they need to move, not just like move freely, but also like claw their way back. Clouden with a lovely position though, him having gotten all the way up to bridge could be game changing, but the bomb just sneaks right past underneath him, and he misses the shots onto Senzu. This could have been a game changer. Clouden could have ended the round right here and now, but it's left in the capable hands of Kulast. And while he's capable of pulling off the most ridiculous clutch, this is just a bit too much to ask.
Oh, fate is a cruel mistress indeed. Just microseconds. If just maybe Clouden goes slightly faster, it works out. Maybe if Clouden goes slower also, it works out, because maybe then the player he died to just walks into him, and so many coulda, shoulda, wouldas, but what is the truth is that NKT have match point right here, a huge round for them with a huge weaponry advantage to boot. So Inferno looking like it's going to be comfortably settled in the hands of NKT, and it's again that default. While Aravat tried to match fire with fire in the last round, it did not work out, and now they haven't got the firepower to match fire with fire, so they're going to play the gamble game. 4-man towards A, but the bomb already inkling towards that B side. For NKT, they haven't made up their minds. They're looking for some more information.
NKT are also aware that there's not too much money available on Aravat, and especially with them being so close to victory, they don't want to take too many casualties. If they lose this one, not only do they give Aravat a chance to push this game into overtime, but also lose the money they have. Zayn prepared for the aggression towards mid, and with all the kills required, he's able to deliver this. 9 strikes 2. This should be the end of this A defense, but Kulas is able to survive just long enough to get a single kill. It's looking like a done game, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking like NKT can finally finish this game. Aravat started the second half with an 8-7 lead, even took the lead, got to double digits first, and NKT are the ones who make the comeback and end Inferno on a high note.
Our favorites of the tournament, man. And like you said, making that comeback once again, it's almost become a signature for NKT. Seemingly so, even through the group stage in that match against Renewal. Did not get off to the greatest of starts, but every single time it's inevitable. NKT push back, they come back, and they come back strong.
Oh, and every time they're able to strike, they not only break their opponent's morale, but also their economy. There were so many instances where they stole away the economic momentum from the side of Team Aravat. And even though Aravat are notorious for doing the same, you know how Aravat always win the eco round after losing pistol? They are the ones notorious for stealing the economic momentum away, but NKT now gave them a taste of their own medicine.
And that's where it's that Bentet round becomes so crucial, because even though he didn't clutch it, those 2 frags, for all we know, if that ended right there with 3 weapons saved for Aravat, they would have had the economy to build up into these last few rounds, and that small moment can make a world of difference, and it's absolutely insane how close this grand finals is going to be. Every single player, if they have even one pop-off moment, it could be that butterfly effect you need to get you the map.
Yeah, and speaking of butterfly effect, I would have to point this out, that both the teams had a decent read on each other. I guess that just probably goes without saying, because Inferno has been a map which is quite old in the meta, so it is possible to get the read in, you know, in a year like this in 2022. But Aravat almost always got the right stack, but still Team NKT were able to win through the trades. Then that being said, both the teams if they're able to get such brilliant reads on each other, it just means one thing, ladies and gentlemen. It just means that this whole best of 5 series is going to be an absolute banger. And that's why you want to stick around to watch the rest of the maps as well. We'll be starting with map number 2 in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 4.0. This is the Southeast Asian Grand Finals. Best of 5 between Team ARAVT and NKT. NKT have already won the first game. They've already taken map number 1, Inferno, in their control. And now that they win this one, they are heading into Ancient. Now keep in mind that they were able to win on their own map pick. Inferno was the map that NKT had chosen. Now that we head into the map pick of their opponents, NKT might struggle a little. How much? That we'll find out soon enough.
Exactly, and let's just have a look at how the series has gone so far. First map, NKT 16 to 13 was a close one, but towards the latter half, NKT really did emerge in control, and it was those two players, Nine and Senzu, really leading the charge.
I mean, almost everybody on the side of Team NKT had a decent number of kills. I can't really say the same for Team ARAVT. Fury didn't really have as much impact as he usually does, but then again, you're allowed to have 1 or 2 off maps. Coolust, as always, having the most impact in that round, but then again, that comes with the mantle of being an op player. Let's take a look at the map V2 and see what the situation is like at this point. So far, we've seen Inferno. That was NKT's map pick. No problem over there. ARAVT, they picked up Ancient. If they win this one, then we are definitely going to be seeing Nuke, which is also their map pick, so things are somewhat equalized. Although if they lose this one, then Mirage will be problematic because NKT are explosive on it.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's where Ancient is absolutely crucial, where if they're able to pick off Ancient here at Aravat, it just sort of slows things down. It really nullifies any momentum NKT might have. But like you said, if we get to go into Mirage, that too with a 2-0 lead for NKT, then I think they might just look to put that final nail in the coffin right then, right there, given their history on that map and their comfort. So Aravat, they've got to make their stand right here. And thankfully for them, Ancient is a map they've looked really damn good at.
Yeah, and you know how I said that Team NKT are the kind of team that can vary their pace and just switch it up every now and then? Well, on a map like Ancient, ARAVT also have the same properties. They also play in a similar way. So, in a map like Ancient, both these teams have very similar playstyles, and we've already established that they can get a good read on each other. I think Ancient might just go into overtime.
Ooh, I'd love that. We haven't really seen an overtime between two stacked teams just yet, and to see it in our second map of the grand finals would really set us up beautifully. I think both of these teams, for them, Ancient is really that showdown. Like you said, Aravat are extremely comfortable on it, and we've seen NKT as well just look damn good on it in the way they're able to continuously condition their opponents and play off of it. So I'm excited to see how that mind game aspect is played really between the two IGLs, because we really got to see it coming into play in Inferno. The few rounds that were thrown here and there, we were either down to just pop off moments clutches or those macro actual outplays where one round NKT able to gain a lot of information by pushing in a certain area. Another round Aravat was just making sure they're able to cut them off from every single angle. So we've got the IGLs on looking at their very best, on their most form, and I think going into this matchup is going to just mean that the IGL is going to give his entire team almost wall hacks. Like, I'm telling you, he's there. Go kill him.
Yeah, and that could be a very distinct possibility. And especially in a map like Ancient, where the potential of lurking can create so much impact than on a map like Inferno, things can get really dicey. I mean, in Inferno, lurking can only really be used in order to maybe sell a fake or just gather information as to when your opponent is rotating. Over here, if you somehow lurk and are able to get in towards mid or even deeper in towards CT spawn, then you can cut off rotations, you can create backstabs, you can sell fakes, you can do so much. So the potential of just one lurker in this map is so much more than on a map like Inferno.
Exactly, and I think Shinobi especially, we saw him coming into huge form when it came to Ancient, and it really came down to the fact that the opposition Aravat faced, when they were not able to lock down mid, Shinobi really thrived. So I wonder if the preparation has been done for NKT. I wonder if they're just going to play that standard practice of heavy stacking mid and playing retake on both sides, because we've seen Aravat excel at picking up those fast executes as well as just playing those 4-1 splits where they leave Shinobi to late lurk then towards mid after they hit the side to slow down the retake altogether. So Aravat definitely have a lot of leaves in their playbooks, but they've shown it before, so NKT, they had the opportunity to prep. Did they take it by its reins? We'll have to see. Do they have all the data? And can they especially execute on the data? That's key.
I mean, they might have all the data, but what they also have is a little bit of stubbornness. NKT are the kind of team that will just plow their feet deep into the ground and try to hold it, even though they have absolutely no need to. The example I'm trying to go for over here is the A side. I mean, very often you will see that T's find it difficult to take quad control and then get into the A side from both A main as well as squad. You can only do one at a time, and a lot of the CT teams, they just control quad sometimes, even if they've lost A main, which does make things a little easier. But that's not what NKT will do. We've seen them so many times that they will probably just defend the site from the site itself. They will even die if that means that they are stubborn enough. But they will never give up the side. They will never fall back and then try to regroup and then hit again, right? Only when they've been cut off, they will probably try to do so. So I guess that stubbornness might just get the better of Team NKT. We've seen that before on Ancient. Let's hope they don't repeat the same mistakes again. I mean, of course, even when we saw those mistakes from NKT in their previous games on Ancient, they were still able to win. But then again, that was against a different opponent, and Aravat is much stronger.
Yeah, and with different stakes, right here, the grand finals, that final spot from the qualifier on the line, and in map 2 when NKT have already picked up the victory in map 1, is effectively trying to get series point right there, heading into a very comfortable map of their own. So for NKT, a lot more online, and they want their players to rise up to the occasion, rightfully so. But talking about players rising up to the occasion, eyes on Fury and Shinobi for me, because I think the other players most definitely played a brilliant match. Shinobi as well, not so bad. Fury had a bit of a downer, so he's going to want to not just rise back for his sake, but for his team as well to feel a lot more comfortable. And Shinobi, because we've seen how devastating his looks can be, but like you said, against that stubbornness, can he even find lurks? Will he even get the opportunity? That's a completely different story.
Oh yeah, that stubbornness can really throw a spanner in the works of Shinobi's lurking. We've seen him pull off wonders with it, but let's see if he can deliver once more. Let's head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second map of the Skyesports Championship 4.0 Southeast Asia Grand Finals. NKT starting it on the defensive side, meanwhile Aravat on attack. Let's see what these teams have got.
Aravat all about setting the pace nice and early, taking a commanding lead in this first half, where we've seen both of these teams really excel on that T side. Already forcing it down into excavation. They want that A split, they're fighting it early, and they're able to pick none out. Bentet holds it down strong, and this is the stubbornness you talked about.
Oh my goodness. I did mean stubborn, but I also meant dangerous, and they're showing exactly why they are dangerous. Bentet just so keen on dual Beretang his way out. Oh, like a curious cowboy, he tries to peek once more, and Zayn comes right out of quad behind Kulas and Shinobi. Didn't expect this one for sure. Oh, and disaster strikes. Aravat had already done such a great job of pushing in the envelope. NKT were about to lose the sights, especially with Bentet having to fight on multiple avenues. But then comes Zayn, the hero, the savior. And he has to step up once again because it's in his direction that Fury is moving. Oh, the timing! He was looking towards squad, he was just marking the angle, and he looks away for 1 second. And that's when Fury gets the better of him.
And it's a simple enough round picked up for NKT, and I really like the way they played in this round. The fast-paced hit of Aravat just matched with pure stubbornness from Bentet. He holds it down, and in the time he's able to buy, they're able to push back into mid, close them down. 1-0 on the board, and for the side of NKT, now the opportunity to ensure that they get off to a great start and deny this T side, more importantly so.
I mean, Aravat once again on the first five. We've seen them pull it off on Inferno. Can they pull it off on this map as well? If they do, then that will definitely mean that Aravat have made a reputation for themselves about being the anti-eco heroes. Oh, but the first kill doesn't go in their favor. Bentet still continues to hold the angle. He's only lost 1 bullet worth of HP. Zayn also comes in, this time getting the kill onto Cloud, and then, oh no, Shinobi. He tried to go towards mid a bit too fast. Definitely would have given away sound cues, and Senzu was prepared for this one.
Oh, but look at NKT. Sneaking in, but it's still again Fury able to catch them out. And now, these positions are key because NKT relatively spread out. While they have the man advantage, the health bar is not so great. Senzu quite low and Coolest might just find a break. Takes out Urkas and now opened up that B side. It's all down to Coolest to ensure the retake doesn't come with all its might. Shuts down Senzu and now makes it a 2v2 from a 2v4. Classic freaking Aravat. They always win the second ramper. Will this not be the case? Zayn and 9, they push back and finally they stall the bleed. NKT pick up the second round and I might have just cursed Aravat's signature tactics of winning the second round.
Hey,
Sorry,
that's
guys.
okay, man. That's okay. Curses, blessings, all that superstition can go. Take a walk. At this point, NKT are the ones who are having a cakewalk of a half. They struggled so much in Inferno simply because they lost the pistol momentum. They were down to a 1-3 trailing. They were trailing 1-3. So that was basically because of Aravat's anti-eco win. And now that they managed to save both the M4s, they also won the round. I think it's completely fine. But Aravat are so adamant. This time it's Aravat being stubborn. Seems like they've taken a page out of NKT's book. They go for the Galils once again. And there's an AK thrown in the mix too. Not too much utility though, but it's not like they need it when Control Man's hitting shots like that.
Aravat trying to force it down. This is Cypher. Senzu plays on side swings left and right and finds a bullet in both sides. He's able to get straighted out though, and Coolest finding the excavation player. Suddenly NKT have nowhere to play, but the backup coming in. They're fighting for side. But amongst all this pressure, 9's managed to lurk in. Fury, he's got no idea, but 9 knows he's got 2 to deal with. Playing with time, trying to catch them out.
No.
And only half clears that corner. Fury shuts him down.
Yeah, slightly deeper angle held by Fury. And it's not like he did not clear that angle. He did check. He just spotted the shoulder blade, and by that time he was already trying to check back towards shot. Instead, oh, if only he would have been able to get that kill. There was no trade potential available on the side of Team Aravat. His teammate had just stepped in for a second. Or rather stepped away for a second, excuse me. Molotov to throw Bentet back. Good way to clear out all the closer angles, which NKT can now hold considering they're on the eco. Aravat need to keep their distance. And NKT are playing so split apart from each other, no presence on mid. Only one towards squad, one towards A main. The 2 remaining B players at the very least are playing together towards the back of stairs, so that should be great. That should give them some fighting chance. But Aravat make the call. Clouden hears them rotate in. And they take the right gamble. Aravat all moving towards the A side from quad as well as A main. Just when NKT have abandoned the site, this seems like they're able to read their minds.
And they've left a huge presence in the B site as well. Now Clouden slowly being able to look up. With NKT still holding down that fort. This look might not just come online. Clouden gonna get pushed in from both the angles. He gets shut down, and that's actually just a weapon picked up for NKT now. 4v4 on the retake, and now NKT, they've got a look of their own 9. Coming through from the flank. Spawler burt his presence, but NKT actually just holding back, I think playing for exit frags.
That wouldn't be so bad. If they can recover the weapons from this round, then I would call this a win. And they're holding such cheeky angles too. Nobody will ever check this angle. 9 was always gonna get this kill and doubles up. Can he get one more? Nope, that's about it. No problem though. Unfortunately, because NKT don't have the lost bonus, they are forced to eco once more.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
And
difficulties of losing economy early on, especially when you're not losing rounds back to back, when you're just trading rounds back and forth. You can't even line up that loss bonus. You can't even purchase weapons quickly enough. You have to double eco, and that is just so brutal. Aravat might not have stolen the eco momentum in the second round, but they do so in the first half regardless. And Shinobi just sprays everybody down. Kulas also farming up the frags with the SMG. Oh, he's burning alive, but Bendit still gets a single frag before he gets the dust. Nice one.
indeed, but again, that 4-1 split for Aravat, so they've got that luck coming through, which will deny any potential of a save for NKT. Fury, he takes one down, and now getting sandwiched is a cast. Not much to do here, has all the audio cues, but Coolest still sprays him down. That's a lead picked up for Team Aravat, but now NKT should be able to pick up the buy. Question is, do they have enough for the op? And the question is, yes, on their lead fragger, Senzu. He's got his hands on the big boy weaponry, but very little utility.
Five smokes, a nade, and a flash. That's all. Where do they use these smokes? They can probably use that to cover up mid and play aggressively. Hold on. They don't use any of those smokes, just one. Now, as I say, at two placed, I'm guessing both of those are towards either side of mid. Mine will want to play that aggressively, but instead he falls back into quad. Not that big of a problem. It should hold Team Aravat away from mid for the time being. Oh, never mind. One of them has actually been placed towards the mouth of ruins, and that is exactly where the hit's about to come. And they walk right up. Senzu opts away towards control man. That's happening on B. Meanwhile, the fights ensue on quad. And as Bented tries to kill them on the crossing, they get sprayed down. Wow.
Absolutely insane. NKT, they push back fast and strong on that buy of theirs, and they're able to hold it down. Senzu chiming in with the op as well, and I think we're exactly where we expected Ancient to be, Crips. It's an extremely close affair, and we expected this because of how good both of these teams have really been across these qualifiers on this map. Now, NKT looking to switch it up, a heavier B presence while they take aggressive mid control, and that's exactly where Aravat are headed. Two-man towards the A side, a 3-2 split as they push early, but then hold on to their sights, waiting for some further aggression from NKT, though. Discipline from either of these teams, they will not make a further move. It's down to who peeks this up first, and Cool is just might, he takes him down as well.
Now this kills. Aravat have the lay of the land, and they can do whatever they want with it. Even Urkas goes down, hoping to retaliate, hoping that his late position discovery will pay off. Side control taken, bomb recovered. There's no way that the bomb carrier can be killed over here. And this seems like a round that Aravat will win without any problems. It's even being planted in the open, so it can be defended from every possible location.
And NKT in a spot of trouble, honestly, here, because repeatedly Aravat are able to push into one extreme and leave a lurker on the next, so it removes many options for NKT. But in this situation, trying to hold on to their weapons, they take down a couple with them at the very least, but 9 still being hunted down with nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He's gonna fight. Takes one down, but Aravat adamant on this hunt. They want this weapon taken down. They're looking for him. 9 will fall down. 4-3 now for Aravat, and again the economy not looking enough for NKT whatsoever. More importantly, so the idea the Aravat have set up where they 3 or 4 man brute force one particular extreme, and there's no way for NKT to deny, and then they leave a lurker on the next. Then they cut that noise completely, and NKT caught unaware. They have to play on Aravat's terms every single time.
And it's that dictation of the pace, the way Aravat dictate the terms of the rounds, is what controls NKT. This time NKT going for a full stack on the B side. It's a gamble, but this gamble will pay off. Aravat have to be slowly and cautiously approaching this B side. If they try to go for anything fast-paced, and they will discover that it's a trap, and by that time it will be too late. All they need to do is keep control of the bomb. Aravat just need to keep this bomb away from the prying hands of NKT. Coolest already having the boost on top of Ramps. He avoids the shot. I'm sorry, he misses the shot, but NKT avoid that. And they're about to double peek him now. Oh my god, this is going to be a crucial one. You can't go around double peeking him like this. Even if you peek at the same time, it will not give you the kills you require. Cloud and also backing up. Zion gets a consolation frag, but I guess that's about it. I don't think anything else can happen. Yeah, absolutely nothing else. Aravat avoid disaster.
And again, though, this idea where they're able to force down the extreme nice and early, set up an angle they want, and then play with that silence beautifully. It's ironic, honestly, considering the fact that that silence aspect is what NKT really thrive with, especially with the way we saw them play on Inferno. But on Ancient, Aravat a lot more comfortable doing it on their own, and you mentioned this as well. Everything that NKT does well, Aravat can do on this map at the very least, so Aravat playing with their own tricks. Can NKT actually persevere? Can they find an answer? Because most certainly doesn't look the case. Again, buy available, the op as well, but extremely spare on that utility. Very hard to stop a hard hit. NKT just trying to make sure they win the gunfights.
NKT have already taken quite a lot of map control. The volley towards double doors is going to keep Aravat at bay, and now they've also taken control of the lamp rooms. If anything goes wrong, 9 is available towards Xbox, so he can always jump up and assist his teammates. But as the smoke towards Ruin fades away, 9 is forced to reposition himself back closer to quad. This means no more Xbox backup available. And because there's no backup available towards Xbox, even Bented falls back, gives up the control of lamp room and falls back towards the B apartments. NKT use all their utility to keep Aravat at bay early on, but now look at them. NKT have nothing to work with, not a single piece of utility, and Aravat have the whole world at their disposal. Oh my goodness, now this was a deadly one. See, this is exactly what I was afraid of when it comes to Team NKT calling the shots. I was a little worried, I'm not gonna lie. It seemed like for a second that they will not be able to do much because NKT had already disposed of all the utility, but then Aravat failed to re-clear the angles, and NKT continue to holding on. They continue holding on their positions even with no smokes present. Aravat tried to chime in with their flashes, but Urkas plays towards stairs. Even the Bented gets flashed off. Urkas is so precise. He will get 2 frags and the rest of them follow suit. This time, once again, the same crunch towards the bottom lane. Bented coming in from the lights room. Unfortunately, 9, as soon as he climbs up on Xbox, he's been destroyed. He dealt enough damage so that Senzu's nade can follow up and finish off what 9 started. So, tit for tat. But what now?
Aravat trying to move back into mid, take mid control, but they realize that they've got a player waiting for them. The Molotov to flush him out. Cloudin sprays him down. Senzu taking him from the back, but Zayn pushing in. He spots out one and gives away the information that, hey, they're trying to come in towards that side. But the bomb all the way towards the B side, so actually, Aravat playing fake and unwittingly so. In the midst of all of that, Cloudin just waiting for his teammates, but that flank again all the way in CT, that is what is crucial. Aravat, they've just got to buy time, and surely that CT player can just finish off the round. Slowly moving in, creeping in, nice and easy, making sure to check every angle, but timing plays such a crucial role. Urkas not able to sneak away while Cloudin's sights are turned. Finds one, and again going on the full rotate. Respect given to NKT's possibility in terms of that information as well from the CT player. And while Zayn finds one, again the bomb going on towards the A side. Zayn?
Yeah, and over here, they have plenty of time to plant as well. Do you think Zayn will go for this retake? Odds are against him, but
surely
there's a chance.
His position relatively unknown. They know he's not coming from CT since that CT lurk player came in. They don't expect him from mid since he's from donut, so they're watching the right angle towards the main, and Zayn You're gonna walk right into their crosshairs.
Yep.
Aravat pick up a simple enough round.
It's surprising how NKT can just juggle their opponents so easily in the early few seconds of the round, but the moment Aravat had to take mid control and Senzu's not ready for it, the moment he falls, everyone else just crumbles like a pack of cards. It's the domino effect. One domino falls, the other ones follow suit. All Aravat need to do is figure out which domino to topple that will settle, or rather that will start off this chain reaction.
Trying to move in nice and slow, taking mid control and trying to establish Shinobi especially. No, actually, scratch that. It's Fury, not Shinobi in that lurking position. Shinobi himself set up towards that B side. He finds her cast, but that trade comes through with that mid lurk shut down. Instead, NKT can retake that part. Ready for the retake now. They've recovered an AK and it's on that man, like you mentioned.
What?
The spear, the point of the spear, but Zayn, he picks up another. He says, hey, I'm not going to leave you alone on that AK. And now NKT ready to pull off what they're known for in this 4v3 retake with 2 AKs in their hands, try to win a round they never should have. Pull a rabbit out of their hat, but it's down to Kulis. Holding down a key angle, he shuts down Bentet, but moving in now into B side. NKT begin the retake, but they're immediately mowed down. Shinobi and Kulis playing perfectly off of each other in that post-plant, and despite Zayn's heroics, despite Senzu having that weapon, NKT not able to pull it back.
Yeah. I actually even like the decisions from NKT. They basically gave up the AK and placed it in the hands of 9 because 9 was the only one who had armor, so he can't get aim punched. And since Zayn was the lower one on HP, he's forced to go first simply because he acts as bait and then the rest of his teammates can follow up with the trade. And the fact that Zayn is able to get that kill after swinging through a smoke with a P250 against an AK, it's just wild. Oh my god, Bentet catches the opportunity. He doesn't even require flash. Cloud walks right past him, and Fury, who was flashing towards mid, now ends up blinding his teammate who basically died at the hands of Bentet. What a funny incident over there. And after getting that kill, he falls right back. No more aggression from Bentet towards Lamps, but Urkas has moved all the way towards the bottom of double doors. Unfortunately, Zayn falls towards squad, and this means the A site is now vulnerable. But this is a red flag. Aravat, having taken control of the A site, don't have the bomb present over here, and in case somehow this bomb ends up falling before it can get to the site, it will be disastrous.
Aravat playing it nice and slow. They know that their A presence is bound to pull rotations towards the A site and their bomb slowly creeps into B. Aravat right now, raccoons in the dark. Absolutely sneaky. They're making that right amount of noise just to annoy the husband. Just to remind NKT that, hey, we're going to scratch here a little, we're going to scratch there a little, and you're going to dance on our beat. And NKT doing exactly that. Despite the early pickup, Aravat just able to play beautifully with the match.
Oh no, the nade missed. Molly doesn't land on the bomb either. Both of these players missing their utility. Where's the backup? You can't have Bentet fight control man alone. Oh, finally they come through. Woof. That seemed like a round that went way out of control, way too fast. The nade landed on top of the stairs, which is basically out of bounds of the map. The molly was supposed to basically burn the bomb, but it did not. And if things continued the way they were going, Kulas was not in a position to trade with control man. And Bentet could have been able to turn around and, if the time was in his favor, he would have been fast enough to shut them both down, but luckily, Team Aravat stabilized themselves.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities, definitely. As Aravat drains strong, 8-4 now with a commanding lead in this half. And a few more rounds to go, double digit will be their mark. Again, that 4-1 split where they put such a heavy presence towards B, and surely by this point NKT have learned that rotating against this team of Aravat is kind of pointless. You've got to go back to that stubborn, I got mine style. You try to pull it up, or how do you got mine when Cloudin just sprays you through? Control mat with another Aravat, they're just mopping them up.
Urkas playing around the boxes, playing around the pillar. He needs to wait for Senzu to arrive, but Senzu has been blocked off, cut off from the action. Can't do anything against the smokes. At least a gun gets recovered by 9, so there's some hope of a rebuttal. But keep this in mind, 9 is now moving towards the A side where the bomb was going. And the moment I say that, the bomb makes its way back towards B. Side control's already acquired by Cloud, and so there's no way that Senzu can do anything about this one now.
Yeah, it's 9 who's got the AK too, so Senzu just trying to be the distraction right now, be the bait. Pull all of these players' attention towards him so that 9 can come through on that crucial flank.
I don't think 9 will. I think 9's gonna try and opt to save this AK instead. Even Senzu knows there's an AK drop towards Pillar, so if he can probably recover it, it will be nice.
He's able to do
Yeah,
exactly
no
that,
chance.
but just holds it for a moment, feels its precious metal slipping away immediately. Fury shuts them down. 9 though. Now his position given away. He's taken down Fury and he'll try to hunt him down. Spots other player, gonna have to play for the time and back off, but not able to do so in time. Shinobi shuts them down. That's no weapon saved for NKT.
Yeah, and because Aravat have plenty of money to spare, Shinobi had basically no remorse trying to just hunt him down. Even if he went down, it would have been okay because they can afford the weapons once more. Wow, they just simply did not want to let NKT save. But luckily, NKT have max loss bonus, and now they can afford the AWP. At this point, they can start mounting a massive comeback. If not, they can at the very least, push this to a 9-6 half. And that is a manageable scoreline for NKT.
It's all about that T side on Ancient for both of these teams. So Aravat trying to get off to a good start here, and for NKT trying to salvage enough to be able to pull it back in the second half. Aravat moving in fast and strong, knowing NKT have the weapons to fight. But they fall prey to just exactly that, and while they get a trade, it's not in their advantage. The Molotov coming in, but Shinobi lines them up and shuts them down, dodges the Molotov to boot, and opens up this ace site for the plant.
Yeah, this is even Stevens now. 2 versus 2. Sight in control of Aravat. The AWP doesn't really go through from the spam. They figured out where one of the players is. Now all they need to do is figure out if there's a backstab coming in.
Man.
And that's exactly what Senzu is looking to do. He's playing towards squad, hoping that nobody comes in from mid. But Urka sprays down Cloud, and now Senzu has to do it all by himself. I'm sorry, Shinobi has to do it all by himself. He makes his presence known, gets the frag, but Senzu is just so precise.
Quick on the trade with the op, no less. Senzu able to get now the defuse in a crucial round because he's able to save onto that op, but still the damage is done. NKT not necessarily able to build up their economy, but I think for now they'll just look to build up their momentum. Ravid looking to play it hard and fast for the first time, I think. We're seeing them force it down quad and try to hit that A site. NKT though happy to hold it down, and I think Aravat will realize with that round that their best way to play is to play nice and slow, spread out, force those rotations from NKT and spread them out.
Spread them out, that's the name of the game. Can NKT force Aravat to spread their defenses thin? Oh my goodness, Bentet once again. He rushes through the fire and the flames. Rushes through the barrage of flashes heading his way, and now he's staring death in the face right across this double door from where Clouden stands. He's looking to make his mark once more. Unfortunately, 9 tried to do the same towards Ruins and eats a bullet in the face from Shinobi. But now that 9 has been lost, even Bentet might be forced to reconsider his positioning. Where's he looking this time around? Trapped in no man's land, still trying to pincer the perfect move. He continues to hold the dark lane. But little does he know that Aravat have already gone towards A main.
And the gamble here from NKT to stack off this B side, play A on the retake. Done successfully so in the past, so will not hesitate. But Aravat happy to gain access and the plant now to play on the post. Unlike most rounds where Aravat finds success in these 4v4 or 3v3 positions, there is no lurk present, so it's all about that post plant. Just playing it slow though, waiting for NKT to take a step, and finally now they get the plant down for that core position, but already the retake has commenced. Senzu picks one off. Now 4v3 on that retake. You can see NKT taking it nice and slow. They know Aravat have that tendency to get that lurk coming in, so NKT making sure they don't get caught out. Happy to take their time on the retake, but it's time given to Aravat to now Group up to its secret. Potentially walking in through a choke point, and Aravat ready for it. Side he still finds one and shuts them down. Bent it with another. Aravat just not able to answer back. NKT too damn strong on that air retake.
Nicely done by NKT. They stabilized themselves. 9-6, definitely a good scoreline for Aravat. Manageable enough for NKT. I would say that this is a cracking good half. But, see, most people call Ancient a CT-sided map. Now, I'm not one to believe in the superstitions. I believe every map is balanced by design. Will the superstition come true? Will NKT be able to close out this game? They were trailing 8-7 in Inferno. Now they're trailing 9-6. They've come back from worse situations, but this might be a challenge.
I'm not sure, just because like I feel like every time we've seen both of these teams, they've excelled more on the T side than the CT side, where they like playing aggressively. They like having the lay of the land for where they can go and how the clock sort of on their side, even though it's ticking against them. So yeah, well, I get the idea that theoretically maybe CT favored. I think for these teams, at least comfort-wise, NKT now on their better side.
Yeah, I mean, comfort also is a factor, and that's probably one thing that all those superstitious people fail to account for. Anyway, a small pause before the second half begins. Team's going to discuss everything they can. A few things that were working for Aravat in that half was the fact that they were able to get the side control relatively easily, even though they don't assign their entire force to do so. They don't assign all the players to do so. The players individually were popping off. Fury, who was having a quiet game in Inferno, has now stepped up. Of course, it's still Shinobi who's doing most of the heavy lifting, as he usually does in a map like Ancient. But on the side of Team NKT, Urkast has gone quiet. Sitting on only 6 frags for now. He needs to find his groove going into the second half.
Yeah, exactly. The player who kicked it off in the first map of the first round of the first map with a clutch for NKT, now unable to find his group. But hey, on that T side, these players do tend to come alive. They get to dictate their pace a lot more and play the way Aravat played, really. Cut off noise, play on the late, but this time NKT just barreling down. They've already found one pick. Senzu opening up the cards for them and now trying to force in the side for Fury. He holds it down, finds a trade. NKT now slowed down. They're gonna have to take their time, methodically clear everything.
Oh no.
And trying to do so, they peek out one by one, control mat with one, and now NKT spread out.
Oh no. Benton,
wow.
He's getting spammed as he tries to go for the plant, and he somehow survives with 35 HP. Finally has to fall back, and now they all take control towards Temple. Rather, they know for a fact that Aravat have multiple presence into its squad, so they avoid fighting in that region entirely. Bomb tapped, and it's just a fake defuse. NKT don't buy the bait. This bait has bite as NKT, they stand up with all their might and mow down the Aravat members.
Man, the cojones to get the bomb planted in the midst of all that chaos and then be able to calmly reposition themselves, like, to play off of one box, 2 players playing jiggle left and right and just winning their fights. Beautifully done by NKT. For all their excellence in playing slow and methodical, this team excels in another level when it gets fast, because they're able to find that calmness under pressure. And once again, seems like they've almost expected that early A presence from Aravat and watched their gameplay prepped every single time, able to rush it down the A main area, find that first pick for themselves.
Nine now responsible for re-clearing the lane. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates have already taken control of quad as well as A main. So all they need to do now is just battle in the site. And with them playing from range, it's only Control Man and Fury who can do something. But hey, they were not supposed to get these kills in the first place. The T-Kills are actually damn potent. NKT take 2 losses, but I think they mitigated this damage quite well. This could have gone horribly for Team NKT if they continue to fight those T-Kills.
Yeah, and again, it's that streak from Aravat denied, right? That second round taken by NKT. Aravat, they're sure to push back with all their might. They've got And they've got somewhat of a buy online. NKT though still in somewhat of a better position, more utility to play with. And again, this is classic NKT. Talk about conditioning, right? For the last few rounds only going down A. And I think they'll continue it for one more maybe after this. Then they'll switch it up, playing on their minds. And Aravat already ready to give up that side. They know it hasn't worked out for them, holding it down for the last few rounds. So instead playing on the retake, but it's all about this player down in quad. Control man, he's got to hold it down. But all he does is find his one. Clouden though coming through on the backup. They ensure the quad not given away. But again, the bomb planted. NKT get to play post. Oh no! I spoke too soon.
Yeah, you did speak too soon. And then he tried to plant too soon, not having cleared donut. They tried to go in for a very ballsy plant, get sprayed down by everybody. Senzu now trapped in no man's land. Bomb in an almost irrecoverable position unless he shoots everybody down and wins all the fights. Upgrades to an AK. He's figured out where one of these players is and Shinobi's still jiggling around him. Oh, maybe he can thread the needle. If he can go away from CT and get towards the other side, it would be nice. But Fury then just wraps around from Temple and sprays him down.
Micro adaptation there from ARAVT. I like the idea where they acknowledge that when they fought on site, they're able to get plays but not deny the plan. They instead choose to play fast retake effectively. As soon as they hear the order, the spray coming down to ensure it's not an easy one, and without that donut clear, it's so much more difficult. That mid control ensuring that they've got the backup into donut as soon as control mag goes down. ARAVT now gonna stick to their setup. Now 9 and Zayn have got a weapon each. The rest of their team relegated to just Leaguers and Tech 9s, but it's all about 9 and Zayn, I think, right here. NKT, they're gonna switch it up. Trying to head towards B here, Cribs, but Aravat happy again to play fast retake, just stay on the extremities of the site.
9 and Zayn. Their lurk sublime. Shots super fine, and even Senzu chimes in. Great stuff. They've started off on the good note, hitting all the frags, getting all the shots down, and they've taken the site for themselves. Oh no! But Clouden goes unchecked. He stays towards the stairs, and he's killed one. And Bentet gets caught with a smoke in his hand. No, no, no. This was not how it was supposed to go down, and Urkast is not in the position to stop this. Urkast was coming in super late as a lurk, but his teammates fall before he can even make a move. What an unfortunate turn of events.
Exactly. A small angle unchecked. Small mistake, but it's all ARAVT need. They pick up that thread and unravel the cloth altogether. NKT, their hopes rising, their ability to pull off those rounds with slightly inferior weaponry, clearly seen, but in that small moment it all falls apart. Because if they'd got the plant, even if that one player had gone down, it was a 2v2, that lurk would have come up huge. For caught with the smoke in his hands, Bentet gets taken down, and now 8-11 ARAVT in control. They should be able to get yet another round, build up a commanding lead, and then that's where we decide if you're going to go all the way to that 4, if you're even going to, or is it going to be a question of Mirage right then and there.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't even blame NKT. Clouden stayed hidden for way too long. Under normal circumstances, any other CT would have swung and traded along with his teammates, but not Clouden. He waited for the right moment. You can almost say that he baited one of his teammates for that kill, but hey, it paid off such massive dividends.
Again, trying to fake early mid control right here almost. NKT and wait for the aggression instead. And two players walk past each other.
Not again.
Through Cat, both of these players being sneaky, and it's Clouden actually coming in from mid to shut 2 down. Bentet finally finds one, but again, right behind him, 9, you've got trouble. Fury, he shuts a couple down. The bomb though, amidst all this chaos, makes its way into a sniper. Urkast he's found and taken out. ARAVT pick up this round, and I must say for an eco, that was a little too exciting.
Yeah, it indeed was a little too exciting. The fact that NKT can get the plant down itself is a big deal. They didn't get too much economic damage done because Aravat have most of the members alive, but hey, they desperately needed that extra money from the plant so that they can afford all the weapons and all the utility. Senzu's still on a slightly inferior rifle, but it's a rifle nonetheless, and I think that's all he needs. A triple stack towards the B side from the members of Team Aravat. Rightfully so, because they're all playing from side. Nobody trying to contest towards the lamp room this time around. And why would they need to? Control Mad's already climbing up the lane, and Senzu now tries to fight towards double doors. Clouden is very good with the trade. Oh, but Bented, he gets caught. Tried to make a move towards the banger spot, and he gets instantly shut down. Lamp was empty for the most time, but the moment Bented is most vulnerable, somebody comes through from there.
Now with the bomb, they're trying to make their way into east side, but already Aravat, they've smelled something fishy in the air. Holding down quad and now coming into sight. NKT potentially walking straight into fire, trying to set up the boost, but surely they know Overpass though, able to come in from the air. Now they've got to clear off Donut to get the plant. Shinobi waiting in. This guy's for Urkas. He's coming up strong. We needed him to step up in this half, and he's most certainly has in this buy round. A 3K. And now the plant. Urkas can't make most plant, but Clouden coming in from the shadows, trying to shut him down. For Urkas makes his stand where it matters the most, shuts him down, and NKT, they're able to barely fall off that buy round.
You could see the amount of surprise in Urkas' face. He was not prepared for that one. Clouden had cojones of steel. Only a madman would go ahead to swing like that. Urkas, though, while he had been somewhat lackluster in this map, he steps up when the moment is right. Wins the round for his team when they needed it the most.
Again, NKT looking to try to switch it out 1-3-1, but in the smokes there's a lot of danger. NKT moving in, they're off the spray, trying to shut them down, and the contact of play whiffs. They had the setup, it could have just been a collateral mowing them down, but NKT, they flick and they find both of them out. Now, excavation cleared up, it's just a matter of regrouping with this bomb to get the site. Again though, it's Kulast holding it down. I wonder if this angle goes unchecked.
Oh, that would be disastrous. Not again. Clouden pulled it off last time towards stairs. And if Kulas goes unchecked, it definitely will start ringing bells of danger. NKT might even abandon the idea of going towards the B side altogether. Kulas smoked off, but that's not going to stop him. He swings right through it, and he falls back using NKT's own smoke as cover. And Control Mad then pushes out as soon as his teammate pulls back. This is a beautiful, balanced game played by Team Aravat as they push and pull. They poke and prod NKT, and they killed him. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. That's what's written in the destiny of NKT. Zayn just trying his level best to wallbang, but they knew exactly what he was doing. They know he cannot peek, but when they try to challenge him, Aravat will still come out on top.
13-9 and a crucial round to boot, because for NKT that's a win and then a loss. So the money situation looking extremely dire, and one that they pulled off despite being down in the trenches with respect to the man advantage as well as the area hold. NKT, they just take a second too long. They allow Aravat to regroup, rotate, and sit on that B side, but it's all on the back of that man Kulas. The sheer disrespect to just swing out from the smoke, spray them down, and run away at the same time, allowing that cascade effect of dominoes to really begin and NKT to get shut down. Now, NKT on a bit of an eco should mean Aravat they pick up a comfortable round. But here, NKT, they've done this before, trying to force down this B side. The question is, can they get to the post?
That's a good question. Can they even get into the side in the first place? Last time they tried to fight towards stairs, it went horribly wrong. This time they're going for the hard challenge. Control Man and Clouden, they peek in from the short side rather than fighting long, because they knew NKT was stacked up over there. Only one casualty, that's what Aravat suffer from, and they are running away with this game. NKT with their backs against the wall and Aravat within touching distance of map point. Can they close this game out, or will NKT mount to come back like they did in Inferno?
Yeah, and 14-9, I think, like you said, it's all about that set of the way it was in Inferno, though Aravat looking much more comfortable and much more in control. So I think the equalization most definitely on the cards. It's all about this round, even though technically not match point, it could be right here, right now. Aravat. In the air, trying to shut mid down, but they just get denied. NKT playing it slow, draining out a lot of utility.
Yeah, and they've actually done a good job of it. Now only 2 smokes left on the side of Team Aravat and 1 molly. That's about it. NKT don't have much either. They only have 1 smoke, but then again, they don't need all that much. 2 mollies can be used to clear out all the common angles. And I mean, NKT now know that Aravat kind of disrespect their smoke, so they might as well just throw down fire at them. Trades go down towards the B houses. Good stuff, but NKT are the ones coming out on top and they're winning all the fights. They need to check for Clouden though. He's been a thorn in their side and Senzu finally deals with the problem. Urkas kills anyone who's trying to come in from quad, and that wasn't even a necessary frag, but Urkas gets it nonetheless. Having secured all the positions, they now can go in for the plant. Or maybe not, they can just go in and kill everybody. That's also a good way to win the round.
Yeah. In a crucial round again, NKT, man. It just feels like every time they're on the brink of that cliff, every time another team is on the brink of success, they claw back with all their might. They're like that prisoner, almost desperate to prove his innocence and get themselves out. That's a prison break reference for any of you who've seen it, but
I mean, I
NKT.
haven't, so.
Oh, you should. You definitely should. Because NKT right now might just pull off the heist of the century. Unless Aravat able to do similarly. So Fury's the only one with the rifle. He's already picked off one. He's going to back off now.
He's still got the armor, so he can't get aim punched.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Now repositioning towards A. Not a wrong call, to be honest, because NKT haven't made a move towards B yet. They're also just holding their ground. They know for a fact that Aravat are on an inferior buy, so they don't want to walk into any trap. And Aravat are the kind of team that will stack one of these sites. Now, luckily for NKT, their gamble might pay off because B is empty. But that doesn't mean they're safe in the retake.
NKT now just trying to get focused on that plant, but like you said, not safe in the retake whatsoever because the flank quite quick coming through now. Fury and Coolest, they each find one. The bomb taken down, and NKT, they caught unaware with their pants down. Ventek left on his lonesome, trying to fight back for Aravat. They close in on them, shut them down, find match point, and destroy their economy all in one fell swoop.
What a lovely swoop. This was probably the best power move that Aravat could have pulled off. They walked into the round with 1 M4 and a bunch of Deagles. They walk out with all the AKs in the world. NKT have basically gifted the advantage to their opponents, and now they are broke. They have to go for a double AK buy. That's all that money can afford them. No way if they lose this one.
It's really going down to the wire. You spoke about the potential for our first overtime, and now NKT, they're going to have to fight for exactly that. Aravat hunting for match point, looking to close off Ancient right here, right now, and equalize the scoreline in that series. Aravat once again going to look to set themselves up for that mid hole, deny NKT that presence. But NKT, they're going to have to take matters into their own hands. They need to get proactive because so far Aravat are able to dictate the pace even on CT, and that's without the op. Even Aravat just playing on those rifles and boxing NKT down. Senzu now stuck, caught unaware in Cat. He's going to get taken down, and again Aravat beautifully done with their proactivity. They find first pick repeatedly.
Yeah, they do it again and again. Fury has gone all the way from Lamproon And he's got backup from Shinobi, who's already climbed up Xbox, and he's spraying everybody down. NKT are losing all their fights. ARAVT is walking away with this map. Urkust and Zine left by dead themselves. Zine now has to go ahead and somehow hold the sides back while Urkust tries to make his way with the spike here. He climbs into Temple, gets the kill onto Control Mad, spots out two players towards towards Donut, and he's trying their best to hold them back. The bomb can definitely make its way into the site, but will Zion be able to hold on long enough? In this position, he really can't afford to be distracted. He's got to look towards CT as well as towards the Donut region. Plant can happen, but only if Urkust makes it across safely. They're marking the crossing. Shinobi trying to shut them down. Fake plant. Aravat don't bite the bait.
Aravat happy to play with the clock. You know they've got that man advantage. Now grouping up.
No.
They shut them down. 16 to 10. That's map picked up for Team Aravat as the equalizer scoreline in this grand final series. We're neck to neck after the first few maps, and going into the rest, honestly, it's anyone's series to pick up.
Yeah, exactly. Both the teams had their strong maps set out for themselves right from the beginning. Mirage, I can say that NKT is slightly stronger on that, but then again, Mirage is always one of those maps which you cannot really rely on. It's always neutral territory. Of course, Nuke can be a one-sided affair, but then we have not seen Nuke in this tournament so far, so at least not on these two teams, and that is the belly of the beast. That is when things will get mighty unpredictable. And that's exactly what we live for. We live for CS, which basically gives me anxiety and keeps me on the edge of my seat. I mean, I would bite my nails if I wasn't already talking, but that's how nervous this series can make you. It's so close.
Yeah, exactly. And I especially love the fact that we have all this nervous energy despite the teams being so damn good at closing these maps out, where we saw NKT able to convincingly finish off Inferno. Aravat here now, despite their economy being weak, they get proactive, they push back strong, they're able to recover their economy and then close that map out 16 to 10. So we're seeing that clear aspect where it might be close towards the start, but especially towards those middle rounds in the first part of that second half, the team that starts taking the lead, they're likely to pick up the map because both of these teams damn good at closing it out.
Definitely, they are damn good at closing it out, ladies and gentlemen. And they've all closed out their favored maps. Up next is Mirage, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hopping into that map after just a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.2 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our official esports fantasy partner. Now, my name is Thea, and of course, joined by Crips on the desk. As Crips, we're headed back into that boat of even Stevens across the board. One map picked up for either of these teams as we head into Mirage, everything back on the line. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, the impact factor is where Team NKT as a whole were definitely able to show up. It was that consistency that they really lacked. And at the end of the day, I think it was the IGL battle that Aravat won out on, the macro sense of being able to continuously stay out on top, especially on the T side where they were able to set up some insane looks. But hey, like you said, going into Mirage is going to be all about that neutral ground, really. All about setting a statement in map 3, the crucial juncture, the crossroads almost of this BO5 series, to take the lead once again, but more importantly so to also establish yourself in terms of championship point in this BO5 series. It's going to be NKT on the T side, Aravat on CT, as NKT try to force it down 5-man strong.
Oh. Crab walking out of underpass. We've seen this before, haven't we? The remaining two trying to flash out of B apps. Shinobi and Senzu both spot out each other, but it's Control Man who actually takes the flag onto Senzu as he gets stuck in the railing. His teammates haven't really made contact though. They've already climbed into window and now they're about to hit A, but the bomb is still towards B, so this is a somewhat slight... It's a scattered push from NKT. They need to regroup.
Exactly that.
Oh,
Trying
now this
to
could
back
be...
up, but 9 gets away with the huge one. That potentially saved the bomb right there, Crips.
It did, it indeed did. And now every member of Aravat who's trying to rotate towards the B side has to be super careful while trying to crawl across this murder hole because they know NKT have already breached it. In fact, at this point, Aravat are going to be so paranoid because they have to keep marking the sniper's nest. At the same time, Kulas goes down towards A, so they really don't know where this hit is coming. Now with Zayn taking control man down towards the B side, this B hit seems imminent. And there's not much that Fury can do.
A simple enough pistol picked up for NKT, and like you said, that mid control crucial, forcing it down apps early just to get access to that murder room. And I think at that point it became a matter of patience, and NKT rewarded with that frag onto Coolers, pulling off that presence just to hit that D side. Now 1-0 on board. It is that second round right after a pistol. We see Aravat usually bounce back, but this time no force whatsoever, a full eco in most regards. So Aravat likely just giving it this up, looking forward to the buy. They've gone for the gamble on that A side, but unfortunately not going to work out. NKT rinse and repeat, back 5-man down apps.
Yeah, at least last time they made a play through underpass as well, trying to crunch from both the sides. But now that they know they've got the superior weaponry, they go straight into the B side, find it empty, absolutely no resistance. Senzu can take a forward position towards market, making sure that he farms up the frags with the SMGs. Meanwhile, Bentet challenges the deagle and walks away unharmed. Aravat aren't even gonna attempt this retake now, are they? They don't want to give too much money away to NKT. I mean, sure, Aravat are aware that there's some AKs in the play, but they don't want to die to the SMGs because that's just way too much money farmed for NKT. And if the SMGs start to sink this early in the game, then they might be able to farm up the AWP as well quickly enough. Oh no. That's only a Mach 10 going down, so not a big problem. They don't mind giving it away to us. But if this AK goes down, then it's a disaster. No, they gave away the more expensive weapon to Shinobi. Oh, well, I mean, Aravat was supposed to buy in the first place, but now that they can save a little bit of money onto one of these players, maybe an op can come out of Aravat.
Indeed, and not yet, at least in terms of the op, but they do get to save just that tinge of extra money. But I have to see how it plays out. The AK now handed to Fury. Rest of his team upgrades onto a buy. And on the other hand, NKT trying to force it down. Apps once again. They face some might. They shut it down immediately, though. Control man taken away. The Molotov does slow them down. NKT happy to play with the silence, especially with the man advantage. Just gonna hold it down. Wait for Aravat to peek up.
Oh,
Fury,
no.
that man with that recovered AK. He mows them down, and now 4v4 on the map. And NKT in a kind of a terrible spot because all they've got is apps in their hands.
Yeah, apps in their hands, but bomb not.
Yeah.
They can probably recover it now that Aravat aren't playing towards underpass. Yeah, but it forces NKT to use up a smoke. They were saving 2 smokes to hit the site, but now they've only got 1 left. I'm sorry, they've got 2 left. So they can't cover shot. Even if they throw these smokes towards the B side, they can probably cover the window. Maybe even the door entrance. Oh, but they can't even do that now because Fury, he once struck towards underpass. Now he strikes towards the back of the TV room. And NKT are trapped. Aravat have the entire map for themselves. They've got cornered. NKT in the apartments and they have to break out. Senzu kicks the door down, jumps in through the windows. Fury also brings nothing to spare. And this is a clean round from Aravat. They cornered NKT down like rats. They had them read like a book.
Again, important round for Aravat, no less. In their buy, they're able to make sure that they don't drop too many weapons. 3 taken over, that gives them the opportunity to slowly build up their economy. On the other hand, NKT not looking so great, especially with how close the last few rounds went, and now ruining that AK lost in the second. Couple weapons though still available. NKT, they pulled out a round from much worse, so we'll definitely try to do it again for Shinobi. Setting himself up for success, he takes the fight, finds a double, and causes a heck of a lot of trouble.
At least Turkas is able to get the trade, but unfortunately they lose so many members. Deagles, AKs, whatever they can buy, it's on the board. And once again, it's Aravat, the momentum stealers, the economy ruiners. NKT have got to be so frustrated playing against a team like this. Every time NKT win the pistol, Aravat retaliate. It's turning into a pattern now, a repetitive one, because it's frustrating NKT to their cores. Bented playing towards chair on mid, coming in as a late lurk. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates try to creep into apps once again. And the jump spot sees everything it needs to. Both the players spotted, the bomb spotted too. And while they're busy looking towards the other side, Shinobi goes undetected, capable of spraying 1 down, but Zayn retaliates. Nice deagle shot, but he's got way too much heavy lifting to do. The bomb dropped towards Van. He cannot recover. Even Bented can't help him out. And a consolation frag is all he gets.
Like you said, NKT, they must be frustrated. Aravat, they at every note push back strong. These teams neck to neck against each other, and you can see with players popping off the way Shinobi is, I think just a matter of time before we head towards that overtime. Because that's honestly what I want to see. I think given how close these two teams are and how their tactics have evolved, adapting to each other across this entire series, the overtime surely just a pinnacle of the rest. But again, back to this round, it is just going to be an eco for NKT, an opportunity for Aravat to take the lead per cast. He's managed to sneak in without much sound, and with mid control gained for NKT, the potential to catch someone out.
Well timed volley. It's gonna deny the climb up towards the window room, but one man has already stuck to connection. And they've gone unspotted. Shinobi takes a bullet to the face, and this could be the disaster that NKT wanted to bring on. Bomb now recovered from the back of the spawn, but one more player can go undetected. Inside of... There could be a knife, and it does happen! No! Coolast gets stabbed in the back. At least he's able to take one down before he gets shanked. But this is too little too late. The bomb is dropped to its shot. Of course, it's still not in as much trouble as NKT can be in, but they've recovered the M4 in the hands of 9, and look at where he is now. He's already reached market. He can solo clear out this side if Control Mat doesn't spot him, but no, Bentet drops the bomb, and that is it. 9 clears out the side, but at this point, there's nothing that he can do.
20 seconds on the clock. If 9 wants to go for it, he's got to go now.
I don't think he
fast
can.
and strong.
There's literally not enough time to kill everyone, recover the bomb, and get back to site in time to plant. The best that he can do is save the weapon, which he won't even be given the opportunity to do so. The nade should finish off the job. Oh, he still survives? Okay then. Okay then. 9 surviving on 10 HP, and that's as poetic as this round can get. I mean, it was still a great eco, right? They started with nothing but blocks, not even a deagle purchased. And they walk away with the 1500 free bucks and a weapon. I would say this is a good economy farming round.
Definitely, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's 9 who got the knife in Inferno as well, right? So, doubling down on his success. Most likely getting into the minds of Aravat. They're not going to be happy about someone sneaking into that position like that just for them to walk into the crosshair. Oopsie daisy. Slight utility messed up on that mid push, and now NKT, you can see on their buy, it's all about getting that early ARAVT presence, but this time with a slight adaptation. They sent a player all the way to Palace, and he's holding it down. I think the idea is surely that as soon as someone gets contact towards ARAVT, that lurk begins, but Aravat happy to play in the shadows so far, just playing it safe, no contact.
Yeah, but that lurk towards Palace is the most textbook lurk of all time.
Yeah.
Benton needs to play his timing really well. And then again, Benton is the guy who excels in entry fragging. So even if he doesn't play lurk, even if he just tries to make noise over there, it should be fine. Multiple members of NKT have already been spotted towards Abs. Aravat have been jump spotting from Van, so this should be a dead indication. But hold on, Bentet can now hear Clouden play up close towards A main, so that's one position given away.
Oh, and Aravat, they're playing mind games with themselves. They had the right read. After sensing that ARAVT's presence quite early, they expected the rotation towards A, but then they second guess themselves. They hesitate and they go back all the way to B side. Clouden though managed to push in, shuts down Pentas' presence towards that A site. Drops immediately down, but gets traded out. 9 and Zion open up the site, and despite the fact that it was even trades, NKT, they'll be happy with that because they get access to the site and they have con control already.
Yeah, and they're planting for con as well. They avoid the AWP in the form of Kulas towards CT. Con position already taken up by 9. This could be a game changer if Control Man doesn't clear it. At least Control Man is able to get the kill onto Urkas, but is he aware about 9 across the corner? He is. He goes for the check, still doesn't win the fight. Shinobi finishes off what his teammate couldn't, and now he's left all alone. He's more than capable to finish this off.
Shinobi coming up huge and really on the back of Urkas going down. They realize that it is that con plant. They realize it's one angle they couldn't have cleared out on their retake immediately, so they smoke it off, bait Urkas out, and they shut it down. That smoke effectively breaking that crossfire between con and the planter, and just like that, Aravat, they're able to shut the buy down. 4-2 is the lead now. On CT no less, and I assume Shinobi will be able to save the op as well, so a win altogether for Aravat and a massive loss for NKT. The economy surely will feel the burden. Actually, no, they still have a buy.
Yeah, but just about. Look at the buy onto Bentet and Senzu. No utility on them, but they don't need any, especially not when Kulas has the op. They wouldn't have expected him to climb up so quickly because he got the boost from Shinobi on his back. And he strikes yet again. There's just simply no clearing out Kulas. Zion is able to get the kill onto Shinobi, but the danger man still lurks across the corner. And the moment they jump out, Control Man is present towards shot. Absolutely no entry from NKT into this site as they get plowed down. And now Kulas is marking an even more difficult angle to clear. He's holding the window crossing. Literally impossible to clear this without a flash, but okay, I take my words back. Bented, the beast, has activated himself. He channels his monster out, and 9 has recovered the op too. He gets all the frags. Without a single flash, they win the duels, and I am just dumbfounded.
I'm telling you, Bentet is like Ben 10. You know, he just pulled out accelerate mode, white peeked that window and shut them down. 9 with yet another.
Jesus.
Oh my god, NKT, they pull out these rounds from literal thin air.
Exactly, right? On paper, NKT were not supposed to win this round. Everything was working perfectly for Aravat. They got all the kills they required. It was a 4v2 with an Opper and one more M4 guy present towards shot. A crossfire that's literally impossible to break if the Opper survives. They still win it all! And on the back of what? A wide swing and a bunch of headshots? That's it? Oh, absolutely criminal from NKT. And they start off yet again. This time they will have an even easier time because it's only deagles in the hands of Aravat.
One round, just switched up the tempo, switched up the economy, flipped the tables and turned the tides. It's NKT now with the weapons in their hand and Senzu with the op, shutting them down. 4-3 on the score line and NKT trying to equalize. But they like to do so with some flair, maybe get a flawless along the way and build their economy ever more so because they know Aravat and thereby they're gonna come to play. Coolest though, does deny one, takes him down and with another. He's holding the fort down, Coolest. Now starting to become a menace, but NKT, they're gonna make the smart play. They're gonna back off, they're gonna say, okay, you come to us. We're gonna just plant the bomb and play post.
The Coolest has some flair of his own. Picks up a pair of kills and the op as well. Go ahead and save it. He's not gonna come anywhere close to this site.
And Coolest happy. I think that's a fair enough end of round for him. He has the op in his hands and he's already picked up a couple kills. So
Yeah. I mean,
happy to move on to the next part.
Yeah. I mean, definitely Kulas is feeding himself, right? I mean, he got shot down by Bented in the most gruesome fashion just a round ago. And now he returns the favor by getting 2 stylish 1-deeks and an op. So I would say that's a win in his books, even though it's not a win in Aravat's books overall. And with Kulas feeling himself like this, there's really nothing that can stop this man. Sitting on 8 frags already. He's basically just 3 frags away from Zion, who's stopping the scoreboard for the server right now.
Again though, for NKT, I think all that matters is they're able to pick up the round, equalize the scoreline and keep it close. And it's just as we've been seeing in the first few maps. These teams neck to neck at the early stages of the map, trying to understand each other and inflicting those small wounds, but it truly is death by 1,000 cuts for either of these teams because the one that perseveres is the one that's able to win out. Now in a 4-1 split towards this A side, NKT trying to force it down. They acknowledge that the weapon's likely inferior for Aravat with the exception of that op. And they're able to avoid it altogether and shut them down. Cloud and he gets 1 per immediately traded out. That's easy access to that A side. They've completely avoided Coolest and his op.
Good stuff. Play circles around Coolest. Make sure he doesn't get the opportunity to frag out. They only lost Bentet in the process. And I would say this is a damn good round. 9 has the elevation too. Not an angle that one would expect right off the bat.
Yeah, and again, Coolest just gonna have to save that op. He's able to pick up yet another NKT. They're on the hunt. Climbed up, trying to avoid them altogether. But NKT able to spot him out. The op's taken down. Shinobi though finds the trade, but will not be able to recover that op. So NKT, their job is done. They pick up the round, pick up the op, and put Aravat in a spot of bother because yeah, I don't think Aravat have the money to pull out yet another. No op.
Yeah. And this AWP is kinda cursed. It's changed hands so many times. It started off in the NKT camp, went over to Aravat for 2 rounds, and then went again to NKT. Coolest has an AWP of his own, so he's had to purchase it. Gets rid of the cursed AWP, gets his own. Hopefully this one will pay off dividends. But he doesn't get time to take the position over there. Smoked off from window. Doesn't get the opportunity to shoot down Urkas, who's sitting on top mid. Meanwhile, Senzu's ready for somebody to peek out of apps. Unfortunately, he won't get the satisfaction because Aravat never really play aggressive towards the apps unless they have an AWP. They only jump spot. The one round where Aravat played aggressively towards apps was when Coolers was AWPing over there, and that was also when Shinobi boosted him towards the top of apps balcony. That was it.
Again, NKT, they've switched up their default. Right in time playing with Aravat's minds. And Aravat, I think now trying to be a little proactive on their own, expecting that late A hit. They've established presence right under Palace, but playing very deep in that B site. But NKT, their eyes set on mid instead. Pushing through with all their might. They're looking for that B split here. And those two members playing deep inside, it's all down to them. They've got to anchor. There is no retake. It's right here, right now. You've got to fight.
No time left, 20 seconds to spare. Urka, Senzu, clean up shop. Was that a collateral coming out of Senzu? That was way too fast. And even if it wasn't, it's still very stylish as Team Aravat have absolutely no say in this round. NKT blow them out of the water. They don't even let Fury walk away. Clouden holding on to dear life, holding on to the Zoom banger, which has been so difficultly acquired.
It's really
They're gonna hunt him down, man. They're gonna hunt him regardless. You can only get one frag at max before. Never mind. Bentet dispatches him with ease. A flawless round.
Every time it's on Bentet and you say he can only do this, he does exactly the opposite. He's like, nope.
No, I mean,
Logic will not work.
at least this time I was talking about Clouden, right? The max you could do was get one kill, but Bentet's like the anti-op guy. He's the nightmare of anyone who dares to snipe. He's the nightmare of anyone who dares to zoom in.
6-4 now. NKT taking a convincing lead, forcing Aravat to yet another economy. It's the NKT that we expected in their comfort to be able to continuously switch off defaults and make sure Aravat are more on a guessing game. Because see, again, they're trying to play heavily stacked towards the A side, pushing in as well, but NKT just happy to trade it out for that mid-fight 9. He finds one, Senzu with the up, sends another back in. NKT now having sneaked up apps, is just a matter of walking in to that B side, but they'll pick up yet another frag. Make sure that lurk is shut down as well.
(2v5). Aravat have found themselves in similar situations before, and every single time they're in a never mind. I was about to say that every time they find themselves in a situation like this, they can only find exit frags, but then again, you can't exactly call that an exit frag now, can you? That was basically a guy getting shot in the face, one deeked in style before he can even make it to sight. Now after this, whatever Aravat get, that can be classified as an exit kill. And they might just have it. Control mat swings wide, steals an AK, yoinks it out of the hands of Zayn and walks away.
Then, just like that, then Aravat able to salvage something, somewhat of silver lining from this round. But NKT, 3 weapons on board, their economy looking damn strong. Look at the amount of money in their banks. Just as I say that, Fury takes yet another down. Still, NKT, they will not be perturbed. They will not care. They have more than enough money to spare. And with just a few rounds left in this half, NKT now set their sights on double digits, trying to secure a commanding lead, just like we expected. Because when you look at Mirage, you expect NKT to be that much stronger. Though I will say, for Aravat now, Crips, it's all about salvaging, like, even in 9-6 half, I'd say it would be pretty decent. Because think Aravat will be much better on the T side from what we've seen from them in all of our maps so far.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's quite some time before they get to the T side and they need to get a decisive half over here. 4-7, trailing, and Senzu makes it even worse. This time he gets the pick onto Clouden. Clouden, poor guy, didn't even try to go that aggressive. He just basically walked into Senzu's crosses, who was holding a slightly off angle, and as Fury tries to smoke off Cons, he gets sprayed down by Bented. The timing is absolutely cruel for the side of Team Aravat. And while the side is taken, they haven't really gotten the bomb in yet. Bented gets a taste of his own medicine. What he did to Fury, Control Mat did to him. What?
And
Senzu did not even spot Control Mat that elevation from the ticket booth. It was just incredible.
incredible indeed, and tremendous is this lead. 8-4 now for NKT. Again, the economy broke in every round now, effectively equaling to 2 in the hands of NKT. They will be able to afford a hero rifle or two. Actually, no, scratch that. It seems like somewhat of a buy, at least, all across the team. Though a couple of members left wanting. Coolness with not the full shields, and Shinobi with barely any utility. It's all in right now for Team Aravat, and they decided to take matters into their own hands, pushing down mid, finding a 2 and 9. He trades them back. Shinobi, though, cleans it up, and Aravat being proactive, able to pull it back. But for how long? Because Bentet, he's managed to sneak into this A site, and he's got another player towards B. Bentet, though, is having another sneak up on him as well. And while he finds one, he's immediately traded out. I loved Aravat's proactivity, man.
Yeah, it was about time they became proactive. Holding sites was just simply not working for them. Aravat thought that they had the right idea by stacking B every single time and playing from short aggressively, because NKT were hitting the B side again and again. But the moment they changed things up, the moment they hit A once, Aravat are caught with their pants down, and there's absolutely nothing that they could do. And this time Aravat like, screw it, we're not playing passively, we're not taking things from NKT. We're gonna play on our own terms, and they push all the way into mid, and NKT had simply no rebuttal. Senzu was open towards window, had no idea Clouden would go ahead like that. The flashes coming in from behind were also picture perfect. And NKT finally face what it is like when Aravat get cornered. They have activated the beast, and now NKT will be forced to play super passively. At this point, they don't know if Aravat will once again hit them.
Having set up that fear, at least for NKT to beware, and NKT, they have to back up, make sure they play it safe. Aravat making a lot of noise down B short and denying mid effectively. Now able to back up, knowing that they've bought time for themselves, forcing NKT to, when they eventually take this, clear off every single thing and potentially setting up Fury for success. It's waiting for that eventual re-clear down at Sniper's Nest, and NKT ever so slowly inching closer to Fury. Turns away, and NKT decided not to peek. He's gonna back up instead, play off that presence in apps.
The last time Aravat took control towards underpass, they were able to get the bomb under their control. This time though, not so lucky. Clouden gets sniped off. And now that Aravat have not too much utility left to retake control of mid, they will be forced to go back to their default positions, and with very less men to man every angle, it will be difficult to hold on to all the positions. And it will be even harder to figure out where's the real hit coming, because NKT are making a lot of noise towards apps, but that's not where the bomb is headed. The bomb is headed towards A, and there's only one man who can stop this. It's none other than Kulost. Luckily, he's got the right tools to do so. This AWP needs to stand tall above all its attackers, and he is standing tall on top of Ticket Booth, but Senzu snipes him down, sends him into the nether realms, packing away. Shinobi trying to make it across mid. Urkast makes sure that Fury can't do the same, but at least Control Mat has managed to get the cross. Shinobi survives on his last legs. 3v2. I can't even call it 3v2. It's more like 1.5 men on the side of Aravat, because Shinobi is already a dead man, and now the healthier guy goes down.
Shinobi, last man standing. Surely he has to save 13 HP, and he's not going to be able to do much. Instead, NKT picking yet another round, and Senzu to kick it all off. First clearing off that player on Con, and then finding another on Ticketboot, just playing beautifully with that top. 9-5 now for NKT, and again, they're able to control the presence. The only time they felt trouble throughout this half, I feel, is when Aravat have gotten proactive. But with NKT backing off, not giving them that early fight even, what can Aravat even do? Because getting proactive seems to be just setting up your own doom.
NKT respond to that mid aggression with the most perfect anti-strat. They let go of mid, they let Aravat do whatever they want, and finally when they've run out of all the resources and the utility required to keep control of an area like mid, that's where NKT decide to strike. They play it patiently. This time NKT doing something they've never done before, a full-blown A execute. Molotov will go down under the heaven region, clear out all the closer angles. Smokes go down towards the stairs, controller, and as well CT. Kulas though has not been detected yet, still hiding inside the smoke. Zain has an instinct of his position, but he can't do anything to clear it out just yet. The best he can do is spray down and hope that Kulas doesn't go unchecked, but finally Kulas is able to strike one down before he bites the dust. One more potential disaster waiting around the corner as Fury, he's just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The only man who can mark him is going to be Bentet. And of course, Bentet is known as the best aimer in Asia, but can he win this duel? He's going to be forced to look in different directions. Spam from Fury, doesn't deny the plant. Senzu now forced to look in two directions. He's still playing that cheeky angle, hoping that the smoke is able to hold Fury back, but Clouden needs to make a move. He needs to alleviate some pressure. And now both of them are on 1 HP each. Finally, Clouden strikes. Senzu goes down, but it still doesn't help their cause because Fury and Clouden are so low on health. NKT have absolutely no trouble closing out the half.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for NKT right here. 10-5 on the board, and I have to say this is the best scoreline we've seen across our first 3 maps, and rightfully so. Inferno and Ancient well stacked for both of these teams in their respective favors, but when it comes to Mirage, NKT just a step ahead now. On this T side, despite the efforts of Aravat, NKT able to set up a commanding lead, and with Senzu's proficiency on that op, I think for NKT it's a clear win condition. Stabilize in the early rounds of the second half, get Senzu that op again, and then watch the chaos unfold truly. But Aravat, they're not going to bow down without a fight, Crips. They're here to play, and a 5-man stack towards A is their first play.
They're about to hit this stack with all the force they've got. Senzu with the dual elites can't do much. Wow. At least 9 is able to get a fade away through the smoke. Coolers down, that's the danger man out of the equation. But Aravat, they re-aggress towards CT, hoping to keep NKT at bay. Of course, they pay for it with the life of control mat, but unfortunately, there's not too much agility available in NKT either, so they're gonna have to face them head on. And Zain does take up the challenge. It's up to Clouden now to deny the defuse, and they're gonna send so many bodies down at him. There's nothing Clouden can do.
And here's I'm here.
I'm sorry. I love how the dualies have found their way into the meta. I mean, at one point they were a meme weapon, but after... wait, it's not even the Rio Major. The one before that, I believe it was PGL. At that point, everyone was like, yeah, dualies are good. And everyone just crap off.
Yeah. We saw it earlier today as well, especially for NKT, a signature 1 in Ancient. Now with the pistol picked up, Aravat going for the force here in the second. Scout and Fury and rifles on all his teammates. Aravat forcing down Apps, trying to move it down, but they've left that presence of Clouden towards Palace. NKT though, just a solo man holding it down, able to deny the Apps presence, and Senzu, he'll take one down, make it a double. And cuts them down. Senzu single-handedly causing absolute chaos and able to escape with barely any health. 4 HP, Crips.
4 HP is all he needs to make an impact. Shinobi though, about to thread the needle. If he does this right, maybe he can still be the savior of Aravat. And Aravat are known for the notorious force buys, but this time Senzu is prepared. Still can't get the shot. Of course he can't. Senzu was very low on HP. But at least he's figured out where Shinobi is. This draws away Zayn from his position. I'm sorry, it's not Zayn, it's Nine actually, who's trying to mark the angle towards the jungle. But what they don't know is that Urkas has gone undetected towards this underheld region. And he can now strike from the shadows. They both move in tandem. Gets a kill. Control mat comes through with the trade. Nine tries to deny the plant through the spam but won't find anything. And now this power position held by Shinobi. This is the only thing that's stopping NKT from moving in just now. Zayn does clear it out. And of course, Nine has no problem shutting down Control Mat as well. Nice recovery from Aravat. At least they were able to get the plant down, but I would have said that it's amazing if they were able to do this with just a pinch of pistols. Now that they're forced by with Galils, is it really worth it?
I mean, it's not bad, but it's certainly not good at 11-5. Now where Aravat are in an impossible spot, they're potentially forcing again. They have a couple of AKs. Actually, no, scratch that, not even that. Just Khalil's once again. Aravat, is this a sign of desperation? Or is this just them throwing Hail Mary? They've got to do all it takes, because to be fair, if the eco is basically a 14-5, a 9-round gap staring them in the back, and against a team that is so damn proficient on Mirage of the likes of NKT, that's nigh impossible.
My god, like Aravat just really don't know when to stop now, do they? Galil's across the board once again. Just 3 smokes to play with. And one of them's already deployed towards mid. Where will they use the others? Oh, it seems like we know the answer. They're trying to take control of connector and maybe get one player into the window. Hopefully that should be enough to break this defense of NKT. But again, the bomb is all the way towards top mid. So what can they possibly do? Smoke towards connector, fades away. Aravat finds his way in towards the ladder room, where he finds both the kills on Senzu and Bented. That wasn't supposed to happen. That's the opening that Aravat needed. And with this, they've got everything in the bag. A power position available in the hands of Fury, while the rest of his teammates can go ahead and safely collect the bomb. Now, the only thing that can go wrong for the side of Aravat is if somehow Zayn is able to kill the bomb carrier and the player along with him.
NKT just playing with time, trying to deny. The bomb does get recovered, though moving back. But NKT, they've recovered the man advantage. 3v3 now is sneaking into site. Shinobi managed to find a crucial trade. That opens up this A site, and now it is just going to be a 2v3 retake. But crucially so for NKT, they're going to be able to set it up with 2 different points to take. Coming in from CT, hunting for Shinobi here, and Shinobi turns his back around. The timing is crucial, but he's just able to, at the right time, come back through. They're now marking CT, they're expecting that presence instead towards the murder spot, and just like that, Shinobi shuts them down. It should be a simple enough tail now, and it's Shinobi to come back around into CT to find the round. A huge one for Aravat. They gambled, they went all in with this Crips here, and it pays off. The ball lands on the right number, and for now, they get to stay alive.
Yeah. Fury lands in the right spot, lands all his shots. And if one force buy doesn't work, then the second one definitely will. That's the philosophy of Team Aravat. NKT thought they were clear. NKT thought they were out of the danger zone when they were able to thwart the force buy attempt from Aravat previously. Little did they know that Aravat will strike again with the same strat, with the same weapons. This time with Fury really channeling all his anger and getting that power position.
And that round is ensured that now NKT, they don't have money of their own. They're going to have to go into an eco. And that gives Aravat a breath of fresh air. Just that space to breathe and to slowly pull down this gap. 6-12 now, and with this eco, it does mean NKT, they're going to have to slow down. But what I want to see is Senzu saving enough money for that op? Because that's when I think the eco is truly worth it. If you get that op online in the next round, and we've seen how proficient he can be with it.
Yeah, but getting the op is a little difficult when you're just farming. I'm sorry, not farming. When you're just force buying every single time.
Yeah.
And now if Aravat lose this, they are gonna be broke. NKT have already saved up, so in the next round also they might have to save, considering it's double save. Aravat can probably get to 8 points. But that is if NKT lose. That is if NKT don't hit those miraculous 1Ds.
A lot of ifs and buts right now. The only thing that is for certain though is Aravat, they have to perform and they do exactly that. Moving down B short and mid fast and with a Fury to match. It's Shinobi and Fury who come out intact. They pick up a couple of frags, but Bentet with the immediate trade, he doubles down and avenges his teammates. But Clouden comes out to Palace is swinging and he manages to get that ace site now. The bomb though has to back right up. He's gonna look to recover because the lurk from Apps all the way into B has come alive. Spotted out though, he's gonna have to back up and try to play for sight. But look at this. Look at that player looking from B short. Trying to find out Shinobi and 9 does exactly that. Now the bomb caught unaware with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. He's just scrambling all over the map.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The best he can do is go towards the ace site and bide for his time. NKT deciding to play it safe, deciding to play together towards B. They would much rather retake as a unit rather than give up 1v1s to Clouden and lose that. But unfortunately, Clouden's walking into the trap. The one angle which Urcast is marking, Clouden goes straight over there. Of course, Clouden can't know that A site was empty, otherwise he would have gone ahead and planted there any day.
Still though, crucial round no less. It's NKT picking it up, and again, with not many weapons to play with. We've seen them do this so many times. Like, we should be accustomed to it, but it still gets me every single time. The sheer audacity for them to be able to pull it off the way they do, absolutely nuts. But 13-6 now, and Aravat's weaponry not looking so great. They have a couple of AKs, and it's down to Coolest and Shinobi to make them play. 9 sneaking in through underpass. 9, he spots him out, and Shinobi and Coolest, the 2 AKs that shut down.
Seems like NKT have finally woken up. All those eco losses, they did not take them well. Of course they weren't. NKT aren't one to be trifled with. Just a stolen weapon, an AK and a Galil, which they somehow mustered up. They need to make this one work, and with less man advantage and only one smoke to go, there's not much that Aravat can do. Senzu waiting with the op, ready to mark in case 9 fails, and 9 is able to spot them through the smoke. Control Man with a lovely flick, unfortunately only gets a consolation kill. And Clouden now recovered from his fallen teammates, and the spike on his back and dreams in his eyes has to go huge.
Playing it slow though. Senzu finally spots him out. That's NKT inching ever so closer. Not just a match point in this map, Crips, but series point as a whole. 14-6 now on the board, and NKT, for them it's all about this next round. I think Aravat might be able to muster up somewhat of a buy with their loss bonus, but certainly will not be much. Sensu's got his hands on an op, and Aravat, they don't look like they have any options to play with. They're actually going to go for an eco play for overtime.
Oh, okay. Tech 9s then. Tech 9s, Deagles, and just a bunch of pistols. Of course, they're still deadly. NKT can't really discount this frag. They can't discredit them. Bented recovers what was lost on mid. Could read about the positioning of Kulas, but yeah, he's about to walk into a trap. He's too busy looking towards Bented, and Zain is the one who sprays him back. What now?
But now, how they play is the question. They've got Abbe trying to lurk in though, and look at the positions of NKT. So deep back inside, just holding it down. The idea is simply to play that man advantage on site. Deny that lurk, and Aravat, they have nowhere to go. 2v4 now, this is basically match point, and in a dominating fashion, no less. Can Shinobi pull off a miracle? Because he's got the weapon to do exactly that. But he's lurking and he will find no guess. Urka shuts him down and it seems the inevitable has come alive, Crips. Because while Cloudin will find a couple, 2v1 Cloudin with very low HP, surely he needs a miracle.
Aravat can keep them humble. Even if Cloudin doesn't clutch this out, he's done more than enough economic damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no chance he survives this one. But hey, 3 kills, a plant. I'd say Aravat have done a good job. And this would have been amazing if NKT weren't already at map point.
Exactly, and for NKT, it's all that matters. It's not the economical damage. It's not how their opponents last round went. It's about the fact that they are looking like they are in the zone, really. Focus on how they want to play, acknowledging Aravat's strengths when it comes to those lurks. I love the way they just backed right up. Like, take all the area you want, lurk everywhere you want. The only thing you will not be able to do is take this site. Go for the plant. And NKT able to deny them a 16-6 victory after the close matches we saw in the first few maps would be absolutely insane. But 9 looking to take a leaf out of Aravat's playbook, gets aggressive and gets shot down. Bentet though immediately with the trade. And as far as NKT are concerned, it's a valuable one no less because they baited out a bunch of utility. They back off, but Bentet he gets caught out and that's where they can pounce.
Benton was the one carrying a lot of utility, so him going down means that now Aravat will be able to recover all those smokes. Let's see if Urkash can make good on what his teammates couldn't. Smokes off through his window again. This should be a clear indication that Aravat want to head into either B shot or towards connector. Where exactly will they go? NKT are not curious enough to find out just yet. Urkash ready to hold them. He should be able to spot the shadow just enough. Smokes back out. Doesn't want to challenge the fight. Figures out there's 2 players towards stairs. That's going to be information relayed towards Senzu. He now has to reposition his op and start marking the connector region instead. But he's been mollied off. Can't hold ticket anymore. Oh my goodness. Aravat utility are just pushing NKT back. They're keeping them at bay, locking them out of the action by denying vision. And now they deny Urkash the opportunity.
Surely they save. Zayn with just 18 HP, Senzu with 35, they got to hold on to the op, and yeah, I think they're electing for the save. Zayn just sneaking into Palace and Pillars, hoping to get an exit frag here or there, but he's just instead gonna walk in, no! To the crosshairs. Cloudin turns away in the last moment. That's pure timing, nothing else, man. That's gonna hurt.
Well, at least Aravat are able to keep themselves alive for one more round. Unfortunately, Senzu still has the op in his hand, so they are not in the clear just yet. Plenty of money available onto Urkash, so he can probably drop a weapon for one of his teammates. NKT can muster a fight, maybe like one cheap weapon to go along with the op and all the other rifles.
Yeah. And really,
oh no, actually they don't. They don't force. They only got the op and nothing else. I really thought that NKT would also go for upgraded weapons, but instead it's Aravat who's going in for a fast A take, and they get shut down in gruesome ways. 9 with the farm league. Senzu just popping off. No, NKT weren't supposed to win like this. You can't get the lead in the finals like this on just a bunch of fatigues. Senzu goes down, Opman taken out, Urkash recovers a bigger weapon, and it's just Turi left, and he's gonna have to channel all of Hell's Fury in order to make this one work. The spray down is double, but Urkash finally gets it under control. NKT take the lead in the finals.
And in the absolute most insane fashion you could ever imagine. Classic NKT, I'd say. With just a couple of deagles and an op to play, they pull off the impossible. Again, just pull it out of little thin air, and that stack working out to perfection. Aravat just arrive themselves at their hands with a platter and turns into pure blood on that A side. Just NKT triumphant 16-7, man. That's a commanding victory to take the lead and set themselves up for championship point in this series.
And what a dominant performance in that second half. 10-5 was already a pretty impressive scoreline, but for them to concede only 2 rounds later on, one of them being an eco, it's ridiculous. But then again, you cannot have Aravat falling into that same trap again, where they're forced by Galils again and again. They weren't able to do it once, so they did it twice, and just because it worked that time doesn't work all the time. It's almost like Team NKT wanted them to force by, wanted them to, dig themselves an economic grave. And seemingly enough, it seems like they did exactly that. Aravat fell into that economic grave. NKT didn't have to struggle too much in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that simple difference, right, where NKT are now starting to look much more in control of the entire game, where those moments where Aravat are able to disrupt them are simply because Aravat pull a surprise play out of the act. They're able to really surprise the heck out of NKT's flow, and that's where they're able to push them back. But it's their moments. They're not phases. They're not swings in terms of momentum the way we might have seen in Inferno and Ancient. And I think that will really matter heading into Nuke, because Nuke, from what we've seen, it's all about patience. It's all about teams trying to find those marginal moments where they can sneak in to these crucial places. So I think NKT usually better with that silence, but Aravat, I'm sure they will not back down without a fight.
They definitely will not back down without a fight, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into Nuke. It's the map pick of Aravat. Let's see if they can mount a comeback and push us to map 5, or will NKT end the series right then and there. Nuke coming up next after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.2, presented by AMD, with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our official esports fantasy partner. By the way, you can play all of that in the app below, so check it out in the description. But Crips, we're ready to head into map 4, but before we do that, we gotta talk about the tail of map 3. So let's have a look at the scoreboard, because that was a rampant run by Team NKT, taking that championship point and in a triumphant fashion, 16-7.
Yeah, that's what happens when Zain, Nine, Bentet, and Senzu all start popping off. Everyone having 19 to 20 something kills each, while Urkash has been having a quiet series. He's got 2 MVP rounds to his name, and he created a lot of impact. That being said, the consistency from Team Aravat wasn't there. Probably because the scoreboard doesn't tell you how they fell into economic trouble. But other than that, when everybody from the side of Team NKT starts popping off, it can be really difficult to shut them down. Individual aim duels went so heavily in the favor of NKT, and the trade swung in their favor so often that Aravat had no chance but to concede this map. Now they fight on their own turf. They fight in Nuke for their chance to equalize the score in this finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Skyesports Championship 4.0 Southeast Asia qualifier, and NKT have to defend their title.
It's all down to here, do or die, right here, right now. NKT trying to win the championship, and Aravat trying to pull it back to take us to Overpass for a grand showdown in deep. But in Nuke, we're gonna see Aravat starting off on the defense, on the CT side. Sorry, Aravat on the T side and NKT on CT, and it's already Senzu kicking us off. Finds that first pick. Aravat a lot more focused towards this A side, not much presence towards the outside, so almost boxing themselves in, and NKT ready for this.
Bomb, on the other hand, making its way through the top. NKT are ready for everything. It's about to sneak in, and Cloud checks the angle. Zain takes a bullet to the head, the P250 delivering. And they're about to plant it, but Bentet denies it. And even if Bentet fails to do so, Urkash was present in the heart. There's no way Kulas gets that. Woo! Wow. That was a shot and a half. He needs to deliver it one more time, but he's running out of bullets. He can't even go for the reload right now. Has to try and make it across the hut. But Bentet snaps him midair.
And damn. Already fireworks popping off in this map. Kulas pulling off kills. He most definitely should hit a beautiful flick there. But he's just boxed into a corner. NKT shot him down. That's yet another pistol, by the way. NKT have been winning almost all the pistols we've seen so far. Slowly but surely. This time, Aravat changing up their presence. Coolest set up with the scout, trying to shut one down and help his team read that scope to gain outside presence. But Zayn and 9, they shut them down.
Oh my god.
That's a spray down if I've ever seen one. Oh!
Oh. Kulas can probably give us a snipe down of the ages. Scout is more than capable of tearing down unarmored opponents. And Kulas can even connect the heads to make it safe. Oh, he's trapped in the corner. He's getting spammed out. The smoke saves him only momentarily. Delays the inevitable and Senzu gets sprayed down. It's back to square one. Coolest, yeah, sure, he's lacking a little bit of HP, but they've got enough smokes to make it across secret and go downstairs. NKT have no chance to intercept. The bomb will go down inevitably unless NKT makes some bold moves and move in through ramp. Nope. Instead of going through ramps, they will send Urcast down through secret once again, and Bentet will swing down through the vents, taking control of Decon. Even reloading gives away a sound cue, but that's deliberate. He's making all this noise so that he can draw attention away from Urcast, who's already moved in towards the bonus room, and Kulas gets destroyed. Even though he hit a lovely shot onto Bentet, Urcast really puts a number on him. And he's figured out where his opponent is. Goes in for the fake plant, fake defuse once more, excuse me. And Clouden swings him. Urcast gets the win. But he doesn't have a kit. Oh no. That's unfortunate. And once again, Aravat win the eco. This time they didn't even buy Galils. All they had was just a bunch of pistols and the scout.
All on the back of Kulas, honestly, because as soon as Zayn and 9 mow them down right here, Kulas then Clouden in that 2v4 situation almost. Kulas, he finds one and Clouden recovering that weapon, able to cause havoc with it and equalize the scoreline 1-1 now. Aravat, I think they have a bit of a technical issue. I see one player missing. Oh, he's back. And we should be able to get right back. But I think what is crucial to talk about, of course, is that expectation that on Nuke, surely, you're better off as the CT. So for Aravat, a huge round because it helps them pick up an extra couple of crucial ones as NKT forced onto an eco.
Well, up until now, everyone considered this to be a CT-sided map, but now we really changed that belief. And in this round in particular, Aravat can really do a number on NKT because of the superior weaponry they have. Straight down to secret, they send 2 of their members, but the bomb is still waiting towards lobby.
Fury though finds a crucial one and just slows it down. NKT left stranded with nowhere to go. Urcast, he finds a one, clears out Garage, and now we'll be able to back up right into this site. Urcast trying to play it slow. He's got that AK. Likely drop it off to 9 here with the full HP. But for now, just holding it strong, and with the bomb planted, a clear indication of where they are. The retake, nigh impossible because the presence of Aravat well spread, not just over site but on the outside as well. So before it even begins, the retake likely to get shut down.
And the whatever little hope was there of a retake is now destroyed. Urcast was trying to go recover the fallen weapons, but now he won't get the opportunity. Bentet, even if he has the gun, he doesn't really have armor, so he's gonna get aim punched really easily. Kulas walks right past him. If he can turn around and shoot him down right now, it would be ideal, but he will try to pick a fight against Control Man instead, and yeah, he's not gonna win that. It's such a great trend set by Team Aravat. You force buy every time, you win the round, you destroy whatever momentum the team that wins the pistol had built up, and then you get an almost undeniable lead. Every time Team Aravat have been able to win the second round, they are able to string together 3 in a row. And this is a pattern that Team NKT cannot afford to contest against. Now finally, after a lot of economic maturity, NKT have mustered up M4s and all the utility that they can get. But the wall of smokes that Aravat deployed towards outside is going to help them channel it into its secret. And this time it's a fast one. Last time when Aravat went into the secret, they had 2 members members waiting outside lobby, and the bomb was also present in lobby. This time, it's not the case. All 4 members shown themselves over here, rattling off shots, and the moment when Benter tries to reposition himself, Fury strikes him down. Of course, Zayn goes undetected, but Aravat have climbed back up secret, and now they're going outside. What's the plan here? Are they trying to make a play for hell? This could be a distinct possibility, but with them getting all the kills they require, a plant is now possible. Unless Urcast has something to say about this one. His position towards ramp was spotted way too long ago, and I don't know if they'll see him. Zayn makes his way across, gets the back of Kulas, shoots him down, and it's just Shinobi left. They can see him coming from a mile away. They know for a fact he's present towards hell, so now NKT will position accordingly.
1v3 though, Shinobi still might have a chance. Akash and Zayn quite low, so really is up to 9 to make sure he's able to get that trade. Now Shinobi, he does have the bomb, so sneaking through, making his way on towards this A site, but they hear him drop down, and that's the information given away. The bomb likely to be planted. They're gonna look to swarm him on every single angle, but they have to play it safe, because again, Akash and Zayn quite low. Shinobi, he's got to know. Backs up real nice and quiet. He's gonna be able to make his way all the way right under lockers, but Zayn, he shuts him down, and a comfortable round picked up for NKT. While they did cut it close, it won't matter as much, because with 3 weapons saved, surely the op is just a matter of time.
Surviving with 3 weapons, I think this is a damn good round by NKT.
Yeah.
Equalize the scoreline once again, and finally on equal footing with Team Aravat. But they have to survive once more. 1 point a loss bonus available for Team Aravat, nothing at all for Team NKT. Both these teams are economically fragile. If any of them lose this round, they're gonna have to double eco. I mean, NKT will have to double eco for sure. Aravat might just be able to get away with 1.
Well, and this time, a heavier push towards outside. Aravat trying to force it down, but NKT heavy stack onto this deep side. Aravat tricks, they're gonna have to back right up, but Control Mad, he still finds one, and it's crucial. One Senzu taken down, but Control Mad able to get away with just 17 HP to play.
9 ready for the re-aggression, picks up the fight, but both of them go away relatively unharmed. This outside play can be devastating though. NKT under the impression that Aravat are going towards secret, and they reposition 2 people downstairs, but instead Kulas has already positioned himself towards heaven, and Zayn has no idea. Zayn is taken down. Obviously Aravat are able to make this one look easy. The bomb can be easily planted now. The 2 remaining CTs are down towards the B site, and even if they try to make their way up, Cloudon's marking the angle towards ramp. Oh, he's just all over this place, man.
I know.
Started off in secret, goes all the way towards the vent room, and then he's able to kill both of them back towards the secret entrance. It's just so clinical by Team Aravat. It's almost like the outer area is the problem for NKT.
Exactly.
They've got all the other areas under lock and key.
It's the amount of sheer utility and the pace with which Aravat are able to take that outside area, and because even if NKT wanted to respond, I'm not sure if they could without really draining a bunch of their own utility, which makes site holes that much more difficult. So Aravat set out a gauntlet to play a challenge for NKT to focus on, and they've got to find a way out, because at this pace Aravat will just solidify the fact that both of these teams extremely strong on the maps of their own respective choices. Where we saw NKT win out Inferno and Mirage, the ones they chose, Aravat were able to pull out Ancient, and now on Nuke, the map of their choice. So,
and it's not even that Aravat just simply take the outer area with brute force and all the utility. The problem over here is after they take it, they don't necessarily commit to the plant. They always have a little time where they hold back and they try to bamboozle the hell out of Team NKT. And then NKT, after having lost control of Secret, they are forced to divide their forces between A and the B side, trying to simultaneously hold on to both. NKT are not ones to gamble, so they will just try to cover all the bases the best they can. Unfortunately, that means they have to spread their defenses thin.
Does mean that Aravat get the lay of the land control, man. It's the first one. Zayn with the instant trade back though, but Shinobi able to make it count. Ventek finds one back, in which Shinobi taken so low. NKT suddenly have a chance. Trying to hold it down. We've seen them pull it back before, but without any weapons recovered, it's almost impossible this round now.
Yeah. Not just the weapons, they also don't have a defuse kit, so they need to move quickly.
Yeah.
Bentet has the armor, but not the HP. The opposite of that true for Senzu. He's got the deagle, but no armor, so he's gonna get aim punched. Oh, Gus can still deliver. Gets one more frag as he's trying to come in from ramp. And, oh my lord, Bentet almost had him in the back. Now, both the members of Aravat super low, but they spray them down like there's no tomorrow.
Aravat looking damn strong, man, on the T side, no less, of Nuke. And right now, they're proving exactly why they picked up this map. Continuously challenging NKT and able to get that 2-round lead. Again, put the economy of NKT back down the drain. And the biggest issue, I think, from these rounds is that we haven't seen that op come through for the side of Senzu yet. And I think that op might be a crucial factor to slow Aravat down, but they're just not able to build up their economy in Aravat. They're still picking up the pace. Again, outside control taken all the way to Secret and Garage. They look to maybe leverage this B side, but NKT, they stacked it up. They're waiting. Waiting in the shadows. Waiting for them to execute.
And when they do pounce out of the shadows, NKT will be met with a bright white light. I'm referring to flashes over here, but it seems like Aravat are more than comfortable peeking dry. So much damage done without even having to use any utility. The AK is just puncturing the lungs of these CT players. Unarmored, without any hope. Senzu does get one as he fades to black, but Bentet, can he bring it back? A nice dink through. Unfortunately, can't finish off the job.
And again, a crucial round for NKT here, Crips. They need to get that op. They finally have on Senzu. 2-5, and halfway through this first half, the perfect opportunity for them to stabilize. Because I think if Aravat run away with it, we might just be seeing that mirror matchup throughout this BO5, where close map 1, close map 2, dominant map 3, dominant map 4, and then we head into map 5, where we maybe get blessed with overtime.
Yeah, having picked Nuke, Aravat definitely would have prepped their T side. And the common myth that Nuke is a CT-sided map has been clearly debunked. When teams specifically prepare for Nuke T side, they basically set themselves up for success. It's very difficult to counter a kind of playstyle that Aravat brings to the table. Very similar to what Navi used to do early in 2021. And many have tried to replicate that style. Few have found success. Aravat need only a fraction of that well-known strategy to be able to find success.
They're certainly using exactly that, trying to force it down sight. And again, remember, a crucial buy for NKT, but this time Aravat just sticking to their guns. Again, forcing it through the outside. Fury, he's able to find one. A 9 taken down. Fury able to make this look play count, but Aravat boxed in. NKT trying to get them surrounded. It's not gonna happen. Instead, they back off. Senzu, he finds one. NKT now have the option to just settle into sight and play for the best.
Yeah, but with Senzu's op position being revealed, everything else can fall into place as Aravat now make their way in through hell and through ramp. NKT, on the other hand, have moved through ramps, and now having taken control of Radio Room, they're about to hit the lobby once again. They clear out the lobby, find nobody over there, and they automatically assume that Aravat are going towards the B side, but little do they know that there's still a lurker in the shadows. There's one towards ramp. But Aravat are not towards secret either, they're just outside. NKT might just out-bamboozle themselves. Senzu has already repositioned himself towards the bottom of this secret entrance, and he might be in the right place to stop them. But what on earth are these lurks? Fury shoots Zayn in the back. Senzu had no idea Clouden can cut this close. And just like that, Aravat dropped the pace and NKT dropped the ball.
NKT getting caught out with their pants down. It looked like they were ready with the reposition to match the hit of Aravat, but luck coming in as well as the simultaneous hit meant the NKT had nowhere to go. Team Aravat looking damn strong, and with that buy taken away, NKT, I think with maybe the max loss bonus and the 2 weapon save, they might have a buy in the next, but it's still looking quite dicey.
Frankly, they need to find a solution to this problem. Playing it passively, waiting for Aravat to make the first move has only gotten them trouble so far. And it's the mid-round trouble that really bothers them. I mean, of course, they can't contest the barrage of utility that NKT threw right at the start of the round. So Aravat threw right at the start of the round. So NKT have no choice but to fall back into their defensive positions and make sure that the crossfires are intact. But later on in the mid-game, when Aravat just cut noise and they try to maneuver around, trying to play around NKT and make circles around them, that's when NKT need to play aggressively. At that point, Aravat have no utility to throw, nothing to really bother the players of NKT. At that point, they can start taking fights on their own ground, on their own merit, and that's when NKT can actually win. Mid-round aggression is the name of the game for NKT, and they need to channel it through. But will it come through in this round or maybe in the next one? We will have to wait and watch. Fast hit to its ramp this time around from Team Aravat. Can NKT prepare for this one? There's one man hiding towards Cubby. Gone undetected so far, and Overpass is able to get one. Oh no, Senzu! He was hiding all this time, finally gets detected and can't get any value out of it. Even Benter tried to rescue him with the trade, but simply could not succeed with hitting his shots. One of the M4 falls. At least 9 recovers 1 AK, so that's some ray of hope. But with all the members going down like a sack of potatoes, Aravat are able to get everything done. NKT wrongly stacked the B bomb site, and Aravat figured out that A is empty. They easily plant it.
Oh, and crucially so. 2v4 on the retake. Again, NKT not left with much options. They're just gonna have to save, but Aravat not willing to let them do that either. Look at Aravat's bank, man. 10-10 on almost 2 players and 7.5 from coolers. They've got money for days, so they're on the hunt, looking to shut NKT down. Last man surviving here, 9, and he is in the middle of nowhere, just around silo and with nowhere to go. But maybe that's the one angle they just won't check. Well, they do, but they get shut down.
One can hope, but hope is a dangerous thing. NKT surviving on max loss bonus. Hope this will be the round that they've been waiting for.
And again, the way Aravat are playing this, right? Like you said, that radio silence, the way they're able to cut off noise altogether after taking outside control. Mid-round aggression is what we should expect, but where is the question? Because if they try to go towards secret, Aravat are able to set up the lurks towards A side. If they try to go towards radio, then that secret access comes in. And just like that, NKT, it seems like they're being pulled from each angle. 9, he finds an opening, but immediately traded out. Aravat again, they've got garage control and they might just be able to force them out.
Yeah, but the garage control is not the problem over here. The bigger problem over here is that Aravat might just go towards ramp, and NKT are not prepared for this one. Senzu with the op can definitely hold down outer, but does he know that Control Mad is right across from him? He's just on the other side of that wall. And Control Mad can easily hear Senzu scoping in and out if he does so.
He hasn't done so just yet, at least. Playing with fire right now, both of those players, and could be crucial. His Control Mad is shut down. NKT ready to try and hold it down towards this B side, but if Senzu is lost suddenly, it's going to be a crunch from Secret with Fury losing his life. Instead, the bomb dropped, and now Senzu shuts down Control Mad.
Nice.
Senzu with yet another, and NKT, they bounce back.
Woo! Senzu, no scopes onto Control Mad. intercepts the bomb carrier, makes it drop before the terrorists can drop into the vents. And that's how you shut a round. NKT finally hit back. Unfortunately, that doesn't deter Team Aravat. 7 rounds is already much more than they could have bargained for, and anything on top of this is just a bonus. Plus, with the bountiful economy of Aravat, they can continue buying again and again, and it's only one mistake that NKT need that will crumble their economy once more. Control map though, ego challenging Senzu from top. The silo kills were super important, and there's still one more player on top of silo. It's the AWPer in form of Kulas. He legs 9, and 9 is gonna have to fall back.
Playing it slow though, still NKT trying to salvage some hope in this round. Well, Aravat, once again, they picked up the pace, turned the temperature up, and they're having them sweat down. Without that up, it becomes that much more difficult, especially with Kulas holding down silo, denying any re-aggression from that outside garage angle. But comes down to control, mad! Trigger control. Trying to find another, but finally does take him out. Instead opens up the site. Control mad with yet another NKT. They fall apart. They will not bounce back. In Aravat, they've ranged strong. Like you said, Aravat, they seem like a team prepared for their T side. Multiple leaves out of their playbook. It's not just that barrage of utility down outside. And NKT, they're fumbling and stumbling, not able to find an answer. At least not a consistent one to boot.
Yeah, that's true. Consistency is also key over here. And NKT have consistently been bamboozled by Aravat. This time as well, they played NKT like a fiddle. Multiple members towards outside. Fake going into secret, instead they hit mini garage, and that's how you make it work. Get an easy plant onto the A side, get the 8th round on board, and Aravat have already won this half.
Yeah. Aravat right now in a great spot. Not only have they won this half, but they've successfully dispelled any momentum that NKT might have had, feeling confident after that dominating victory in our 3rd map. Instead, Aravat bouncing back and pushing back strong now. They're the ones to fear. They're the ones for NKT to be worried about, and they're the ones ready to take us to map 5. Still anyone's game though. We've seen NKT come back from worse, and they'll try to do it again. Aravat, they're not giving them an opportunity, Crips. They just feel like they're slowly suffocating them, having them trapped in a locked room all around that A and B site. They're like, you guys can all stay deep inside. We will slowly inch our way towards you and shut you down. It's almost cruel.
Yeah, it is very cruel indeed. It's almost like a form of torture. They make NKT suffocate, they box them in, and as NKT feel the map shrinking around them and their hope diminishing, Aravat continue to do what they do best. Push and pull NKT in different directions. 9 marking mini this time. Shinobi's already made the cross towards secret. Nobody else. All the other T's waiting in lobby. And now Shinobi now becomes the lurker. As long as he stays over here, there will always be ever-present danger.
Yeah, and this is crucial again. It's the idea of NKT being suffocated, NKT not having anywhere to go, so they're just gonna have to stand their grounds and win their fights, and they do exactly that. The op shut down Senzu. He takes our coolest. That's gonna be even a breath of respite.
But even the coolest has been taken down. They didn't spot Shinobi. Now they did. 9 relays the information. Shinzo snipes him down. And that is the breath of air that NKT needed.
It's gonna help them out a lot because again, to assume that NKT, they have the capability to bounce back, so it's all about keeping it close right now. Fury's still able to get the bomb planted, but 5v3 on this retake. For NKT, it should just be a matter of time. Bentet, he'll kick them off, and NKT, they swoop in together.
Yeah, but this 2 is fine. It is on the crossfire. That do not exist. Fury, good for 1, but that's all she wrote for him. This time, finally, NKT doubling down towards outside. They repositioned their players, and they haven't really focused on outside as much before as they did in this round. They make the AWP play from far away, so Senzu is safe. Instead, they have, I believe it was 9 who was marking Mini at that time, playing a very deeper angle so he doesn't get checked. And the moment they get 2 kills towards outer, they figured out that Aravat has got to be moving towards lobby. A barrage of flashes are thrown out by Aravat as they then attempt to move out of the noisy door and straight into vent. And NKT were like, you know what, you can go ahead and vent downstairs. We do not care. We will come in together as a unit and wipe you out.
And 8-4 on the board. With just 3 rounds left in this half, 8-7 would look drastically different from what we got to witness in the very first part. Aravat, they had reigned strong. They were able to push back, but since then there have been signs of rebellion. NKT finding glimmers of hope and success, starting to push back now. But Aravat, most certainly still very much in control. 8-4 will look to finish this off with double digits in their hands.
Will NKT let them though? Sure, NKT would have had a lovely enough time trying to get their weapons back, but now that it's online, they're starting to poke holes in the Aravat economy. And sure, Aravat have money for one more buy, but is that going to be enough? There's still 2 more rounds left in this half. 3 actually. Counter utility by throwing Molotovs down towards outskirts, and this is big because Benthead has now repositioned himself in a spot where he has never been seen before, on top of the hut. At the same time, he can always hear the people outside creeping through. But what Aravat don't know is that there's a rifle present inside Secret. 9 has never played preemptively towards the secret entrance before, and as he can hear the footsteps come through, he gives up those stairs and tries to reposition himself towards the connected room reader. Oh, no! That nade! It's big! Kulas gets blown apart by the shrapnel. Clouden and Shinobi strike. They take control of Decon. Swing left instead of going towards the main doors. Smoke to allow them to cross ahead and plant, but Senzu will deny everything. It's a risky plant by Clouden. Has to make it work. If he can isolate Senzu over here, it will be perfect. Another flash deployed, but he doesn't swing on the back of it. Senzu now repositioning towards the right inside, and Senzu strikes. No scopes Clouden, straight in the hips.
And a huge round picked up for NKT. For a second, it truly looked like Aravat might just be able to scrape it out, but this is what we were talking about. Glimpses of rebellion, glimpses of possibility, and it's again NKT pushing back strong. 5-8 on board now, and I think Aravat's economy in a slight bit of trouble. They should be able to afford a buy yet again, but I'm not sure if they can afford it for 2 in a row, so Aravat need to play it smart, need to play it strong. They cannot afford to lose out yet another. Especially with Senzu starting to pop off now. 5-8 again, Aravat going back to its work for them the most. Early outside control for NKT. Looking to contest at least. Radio deny them a part of the map and hold it down with the op on the other. It's radio silence, they cut it out again. Senzu, he picks them out. His propensity to be in that right moment, find that pick over the last few rounds has been absolutely crucial. Ooh.
Nice. Nice. 4v4 on either side. NKT has now retaken control of ramp. They might even try and post the op towards the bottom of that ramp corridor. With this, NKT can actually deny the plant. Aravat still trying to make it through, but Senzu is obviously picking them off. Plant towards the deep left side. Yeah, the plant has gone down, but Kulas is trapped. Oh, not when he can shoot his way outside. Urkas cannot deny it. Control man, so paranoid about getting shot in the back, and his fears come true. Benthead strikes him, creates his worst nightmare. He'll come to life, and Clouden is the only one now who can save this. He can hear the other guy swing through the left side, but he might just be able to nail this. No, the timing missed, and it's just down to Kulas. There's nothing he can do to deny the plant. NKT are mounting this comeback really well. 8-6 is a good enough recovery.
Yeah, and the possibility for 8-7 now. Because look at the economy for Aravat. They will be able to afford the rifles, but will definitely lack in utility, and that utility is the name of the game when it comes to that outside control. So without as much utility, where Aravat can play, that's where it truly comes into mind, because 8-7 after Aravat's strong start, it looks like the comeback is nigh, and considering that this is the championship map on stake for NKT, to be able to come back into the second half, looking towards that championship, the pressure on Aravat surely absolutely insane. 9 again, he's able to find that first pick, deny the outside control this time, and absolutely crucial, as NKT, they're running back strong.
First pick, done and dusted. NKT now no longer need to do this. Master's trying to make it work, and he sprays down both of them. Okay, this was unexpected. Urkas comes into its heaven. He's a little late, but Senzu will also join the party. Clouded and Fury, now still undetected, have somehow managed to recover the bomb, and they're on their way towards lobby again. There is one person who can make a difference, and it's Clouden. Moving deep again towards outer. Only 9 can stop him. Senzu won't be entering the fight anytime soon. Fury slowly creeping in. Oh no, he makes a sound cue. Is anyone around to hear it? Luckily not loud enough. They both reunite towards the lower site, and now NKT will regroup as well. Aravat how to build the crossfire of their lives if they want to make this round count.
Aravat against all odds now, holding on in this 2v3. NKT being particularly slow about this take though, and Aravat able to buy time with a couple of Molotovs. Smoked off. NKT now trying to commence the retake. Pushing through. Expecting NKT. They've heard the audio cues, but too many angles to mark. They get flashed off, but Clouden doubles down and still finds 2. Senzu left all alone with the op, and surely there's not enough time. Aravat.
Oh, so close.
Pull back the round, and the ninja is denied. Finally, a ninja is denied, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? How can you pull off a ninja defuse when there's Shinobi in the other team? Cha cha cha. Absolutely not happening.
Nine 6 though. I think still very much a half NKT will be alright with. And similarly so for Aravat, because for a moment there, especially in that retake, it looked like it might just be that the 8-7 is coming in, and if the 8-7 did come in, it would mean that NKT had mounted a phenomenal comeback. And just, it's not even about the scoreline, it's about that psychological touch, that advantage that the other team has just by knowing, hey, they fought back against us, they were able to pull it back, so it becomes that extremely scary affair, and for NKT to pull it back, absolutely crucial. Now though you can see,
it's a fast one. Hurtling down the ramp, corridors. Shinobi with the dualies is good for one, but Urkas blows apart Control Man. So many people now gathered up towards the observation room, and it's a shooting gallery right here. Bring out the Wild Wild West. This is a shootout. Bullets exchange flying across the floor. Kulas comes in finally from the window to shut them down. Whew. What a chaotic round.
most definitely so. But it's Aravat, able to pick it out. The defuse comfortably done so, and double digits picked up for Team Aravat. Now, again, NKT trying to play it fast, Aravat signaling that they're ready for this strat. It's something that they employed to great fashion, so NKT not able to replicate, and this is one of the few pistols across this entire BO5 that NKT has lost.
Well, what do NKT have in store for us this time? The Tech9s can certainly pack a punch. Add a Galil to the mix with the hands invented, and you have got a phenomenal buy. Capable of going up against the MP9s of the Team Aravat, but can you take on the M4s though? Molotovs go towards the top of heart and the back of side, and the Tech9s now flood outside. Oh my goodness, all the kills being taken by NKT. Kulas does stabilize to some extent, but it won't really stop the plant unless they can drop the carrier, and they have done so exactly. bomb can still be recovered, but at the same time, Senzu was trying to make a move from ramp, and he's done so successfully. Kulas gets killed towards hell. Zion gets a kill onto Shinobi. Just like that, NKT, instead of going for the quick plant, they split up, and they take Aravat down from the extremities.
Bro! My heart cannot take more of this.
Yeah,
How
there's
do
way too
these
many
teams-
egos.
Exactly! How the heck do these teams pull their back in these ecos? NKT's pulling a page right out of Aravat's book, give them a taste of their own medicine, and right after losing that pistol, pull it right back, and that's a huge, huge blow to that eco. Aravat did exactly this in the first half, by the way, and on the back of that eco that they were able to pull back, they pulled off a commanding lead. Now NKT trying to do just that as Aravat. With more couple of weapons trying to play close range, but Bentet he immediately shuts them down. Outside control. Just the name of the game for all of these teams. For NKT, not gonna waste any time. Fury managed to sneak in and take down the bomb. But NKT, they're likely just to force it down. Look for the frags, but in these close range, Aravat's weapons, they come out to their max. Oh. No! Oh!
You just got CSGO'd, sir. Maybe it's
my God,
recoverable. Never mind, I spoke a bit too soon. Control, man, and
Wow.
Kulas just spray it down. What a topsy-turvy game. One team pulls off an ego, then the other team pulls off one. It just goes back and forth.
I
Even
don't
I want to
know
laugh as
if-
much as Kulas does.
But like, in a round where you know they're playing those close range SMGs, you really want to go down that tiny secret choke point. Just giving Aravat an opportunity. And they pounce. They immediately pounce. Of course, NKT a little unlucky or Aravat lucky, either way you look at it. Certainly helped by the fact that he had a Molotov in his hand, but they allow them to force in that small choke point where those SMGs almost as good as those AKs. They're able to mow them down. Again, the economy taken away in an eco or a force of sort, no less. Aravat, they're able to pick up a significant lead once again, especially with this round coming into play. But I'm not even going to assume that Aravat win this round, because at this point with these teams, anything can happen.
Anything can happen is probably like an understatement. We've seen the wildest stuff go down in this best of 5 series, and we still have a long way to go. With the
Hey,
possibility
Grips.
of a map 5 on the cards, this is as crazy as it gets. Oh my goodness, NKT try to pick up the base, but they get blown apart to pieces. 2 of them get barbecued. A quick shutdown.
A quick shutdown indeed. 12-7 on board, and this is the decider effectively, because if NKT lose these rounds, we've seen how good both of these teams are at closing out maps. For Aravat, it's effectively the match point in the bag, so it's do or die for NKT, and the only success they found is through that outside presence, so likely to go back to it right now, but I'd be scared if they went back down secret towards the B side, because Aravat, you can see they're ready for just that. Inside, NKT focusing their presence around radio, trying to force their presence into A site and leaving a lurker outside. Aravat is still very much wary. They've got 2 players covering that lurk, so it's not going to come in anytime soon. NKT, they're going to have to play it slow.
And playing slow is something that Aravat were doing very comfortably when they were on the attacking side. Maybe NKT can steal a page out of Aravat's book. Oh my god,
the jump.
NKT is so unlucky. Bented gets shut down mid-air as he tries to deploy that smoke.
I think maybe they heard the jumping. He was jump peeking for a while and just expecting him there potentially. Either way, Aravat just... It's their map, you know? It's just the best way to say it. It's their map.
Yeah, it's their map, it's their playground. One might even
Their
say this is
roots.
their world and NKT is living in it.
Currently, NKT not living the best of lives because, sure, they used a ton of utility to get radio, but now what? And that question mark is a big one. They haven't been able to find an answer to it just yet, but Senzu, he shuts down Shinobi, and with that Mirage presence taken away, suddenly the possibilities open up, but at that same time, NKT try to force down the A site and they get more down. The bomb taken down as well, leaving 9 all on his lonesome. He's stuck, he's corralled into a tiny spot and he'll get sprayed and swung and moored right down. The buy loss now for NKT, they don't have money. And surely Aravat are ready to take us to map 5.
Yeah. At this point, map 5 seems like an inevitability.
Yeah.
Deagles, Glocks, and a Dream. Armor onto 9. I wonder why he's picked that up. Maybe hand the Deagle over to him and he can pull off a miracle. Everyone else is just gonna get aim punched.
Oh, but... Look at this now. Again, much more radio focused. I feel like NKT perhaps just not as prepped for the T side as Aravat were, where Aravat had a plethora of options, NKT seemingly stuck on one. We've seen this version of NKT before and they do struggle. As Fury takes down Bentet, leaving 9 last man standing. He's got an AK though, and 9, we certainly seen him pull off something crazier, but look at the bomb. It's all the way near T-Red, so 9 is just gonna have to pull off not just the crazy, but an absolute Joan of Arc type miracle right here.
Even if he tries to recover the bomb, he's gonna get intercepted by the CT standing inside his own spawn. That means 9 can't even save now.
Counter-terrorists win.
14-7, Aravat responding in kind. Mirage was NKT's map. 16-7, they put on a dominant affair, and Aravat angered, enraged, and absolutely livid at the end of it are giving NKT a taste of their own medicine. The beating right now on this map, exposing an issue in NKT's map pool that we hadn't previously seen, but hey. Still, possibility of the comeback is nigh. 7 rounds they'll have to pull back to back in NKT. At least in this, they get off to a resounding start. Cast picks up one. Coolest immediately with the trade though, and the bomb taken down. NKT in a spot of trouble, but they're able to force their way into this A side. The call seems to be plant. We just want to play on the post, but Cool is coming out to spam them through. He gets taken down, and in this fast pace, NKT, in this chaos, they manage to glide through.
They hold on, but only by the skin of
they
their
do, they
teeth.
like that.
Once again, the timing gets the better of them as the flash comes out at the worst possible time. Fury does get traded out by Aircast, and it seems like NKT have weathered the storm. This will pass. Aravat will pass on this round, and they will just go for the save instead. And NKT claw back the 8th. But there's still a long, steep hill to climb, and NKT might not have their hiking shoes on them.
Terrorists win.
Exactly. Saw this resurgence from NKT in this first half as well. They were able to only pull back a few rounds though. This time they need 7. And the Aravat with a thriving economy, I think at least for the next, I'd say 3 rounds, they have a buy, especially since even if they lose the next 3 rounds, they're gonna get the max loss bonus. So Aravat comfortably set up in terms of eco at least, but those continuous op buys are gonna cost them a tight penny. That won't matter though if Control Mad is just able to get that one crucial pick, because that's all Aravat need. A few more rounds to finish off this map, but NKT, can they astound? Can they pull it back? We'll have to see. They're right now forcing it down outside. Shinobi, he sprays one down and cloud him with yet another. The dominoes are falling. Bentet, he's only able to trade one back, and now in a 2v4, the bomb isolated from his teammate. Bentet, he can't help 9. Oh. Bentet. Slowly sneaking his way in with 9, but little does he know that now they're ready to fight. Spraying their way through using the terror right now. The Molotovs coming to displace, but all of Aravat ready for the fast retake. It's gonna come down to the timing with the utility in their hands. Control Matt though still able to find the trade even before his teammate is taken down. He finds the final, and Aravat now with match point to take us to map 5.
This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. This could very well be it. A fast one from NKT goes down in flames. And as they try to pick up the pace, they drop all their pieces. Can they piece together one more round? Can they keep the hope alive, or will Aravat deliver the final blow right here and now? Plenty of utility dumped towards ramp, but Control Man will not be deterred. He continues holding. Kulast holding a downright dirty angle. Finally has to fall back, and he's been dealt with. Zain punctures his guts full of lead.
NKT able to pick up the side this time. Especially now having cleared out Cloudin, but we have to be wary. Need to take this methodically because Control Match still nearby. Fury taken down as well though. NKT, they're fighting back, but it might just be just one round. But that's all they need. Round by round to mount insane comeback. But Control Mad, he's trying to hold on to his op. Money is not of the matter here. It's all about the damage he can instead do to NKT. They should not peek him, but they at least want one by one. The double peek to ensure the op taken away into their own hands, and now that might be something exciting to play.
Well, the op on Senzu can definitely deliver, but again, can you really count on the T side op all that much? He can make an impact towards the outer region, maybe even get a kill onto the opposing opper. But after that, he will not be able to close the distance. He's gonna have to let his teammates do the heavy lifting for him once they actually enter the site. Let's see if he's able to do so. Fast-paced aggression from NKT once again as they deploy towards the outskirts. Mollies to burn the top of hut. They figured out where Kulast is as well. But Fury, he's gone down the vents. Now, this could be interesting. If Aravat are already preparing for a B defense, then NKT might be in a world of trouble. They haven't even taken control of Secret yet. They've used up quite a lot of their smokes, and now with whatever they have left, they try to deploy this wall and make their way into its Secret. Again, it will not be the best use of their time because Shinobi is up there and he can get all the elevation he needs. Oh, drops down at the right time. At least NKT is safe for the moment.
But that double stack ready to with Secret Fury. Shuts down Bentet, and now NKT quite spread apart. They're trying to go in from the wrap from Garage, but Urkash, he gets shut down. While Line does find the trade, he's exposed in the middle of nowhere. Surely to be taken down. The backup trying to come in from Senzu, but Fury finds him instead. And while Line will find the trade, NKT, they're crumbling, they're falling apart. He's gonna have to recover the bomb, but in a 1v3, surrounded on every single side. Aravat, they're just gonna back up and play with their might. The man advantage reigning strong. Aravat, they won this map right here, right now. Upon 9, he pulls one back. 1v2, trying to head into the B site.
This could be the most nerve-wracking 14 seconds of his life. They figured out he's at B. They drop in towards vents. 9 can hear them drop down. He needs to hurry into a safer spot.
Oh.
Jump out of the smoke. He's somehow still alive, but Cloudin finally sprays him down. We are going to map 5, ladies and gentlemen. Aravat have equalized the scoreline.
Boy, oh boy, what an intense matchup between these teams. 9. I understand the play right there. You want to try and catch someone off guard just as they're starting the retake to then make it a 1v1 and escape. I think a little bit of hesitation because he didn't commit to that play necessarily. Instead, just spotted and tried to run immediately back, and that audio cue more than enough in that tiny choke point for Aravat to finish him off. No. A close map 1, a close map 2, a dominant map 3 and map 4. Surely we get overtime in map 5.
Whew, that would be the perfect way to end this series. It's been topsy-turvy all throughout. NKT were in 2 minds in the last few rounds, and there was a glimmer of hope, but Aravat quickly become the shadow and snuff out that little glimmer of hope with all the wrath and fury that they have to offer. Map number 5. I literally forgot what map is it because this map itself was so intense. It's Overpass. Okay, again, somewhat neutral territory for both these teams, right? That one's gonna be an absolutely nut-cracking one. I hope you guys haven't run out of snacks because you're gonna need them.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. We're soon gonna go towards a short break where we'll get to refresh on all the snacks out there. But I think the reason I am personally at least excited for Overpass is because it gives a lot more opportunities to these teams as compared to Nuke to play their different styles, where we get to see the Oppers thrive as well. We might see the fast pace hit towards toilets or con, but hey, all of that after a bit of time because it is going to be in the 5th map. Back to Nuke, these teams have traded out their maps for each other where they picked up their respective maps in Inferno and Mirage for NKT and Nuke and Ancient for the side of for their
Aravat.
opposition. At this point, I think Aravat, they really need to just push this momentum fast and strong because I don't see anything else going into map 5. It's purely neutral territory.
Yeah, it is. It's neutral territory. It's been a close game so far, and I'm sure both of these teams must be tired by this point because these 4
Oh,
matches have been so draining. They've consumed all of the players' energy, and that's why we need to give them a short break before we head into the last map, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome
guys.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.2 presented by AMD, with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our official esports fantasy partner. Now, Crips, we've been in for a hell of a ride. It's been up and down all the way through. Now, are you ready for map 5?
Absolutely, with every cell of my body, let's get this show on the road. We waited way too long for this showdown. 4 maps with absolutely blistering pace from either side. Lovely performances from both the teams on map 1 and 2, closely contested. And then map 3 and 4 were reasonably dominant from either side. With map 5 on the cards now, I have no idea where this will swing. This can be an overtime game, this can be a stomp. And to be honest, I don't want to predict this one. I just want to get in the server and get the show on the road. Let's see what these teams have to offer.
Exactly. Just want to enjoy what we have in store, because at the end of this map, one way or another, there ain't going to be no comeback stories. There ain't going to be no way to sort of establish yourself as one and all. It's just the champion. Once and for all, you qualify for a potential LAN in the cards later on. So for all of that information, make sure you're tuned in to the Skyesports socials. But for now, I hope you've got your popcorn settled in, or nachos, or whatever sweet snacks you've got up your bag. I personally would get a bag of marshmallows, no lie, and just settle in for the match.
Okay, now you're kind of making me hungry. You said nachos, marshmallows in the same sentence, and my taste buds got triggered. But you know what else is triggered? My lust for blood. Let's get this show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to see some violence. I can't wait to see some high-octane CSGO action. And what better map than Overpass to top it off?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for Overpass, I think, like we were talking about, a plethora of options for teams to approach this map by, where we might see the obvious op progress of each of these teams in being able to hold down areas like long, or even being able to aggressively push into its sewers. We might see a much more faster hit in just trying to take con and crunch down towards these shots. So I think I'm excited to see how these teams approach the map altogether, because throughout every single map we've seen throughout this BO5, one thing has been clear: the teams who picked the map have been way more prepared for that respective map. Now, nobody picked Overpass. It's just the map that was left in the end. So the preparation, again, going to come and key which team actually prepared for the entire BO5. We won't have to wonder any longer. On to the final map of the Skyesports Championship Grand Finals of this SEA qualifier. It's going to be the knife round to decide who takes on the side.
Knife rounds are always fun. I wish we got to cast them a little bit more.
Yeah.
We don't always get to cast them.
Stabby, fun.
Yeah, there's not much to cast over here, but yeah.
Stab! Karambit stab! Lunch, I guess?
Yeah. I'm surprised none of these guys use Huntsman knives. I mean, a lot of people say that Huntsman knives are not very aesthetic to look at. I find them quite attractive. Of course, the karambits and the bayonets are a little more dominant, especially when you can afford them, but yeah. What's better than a knife? It's a gun. And we jump into the pistol round.
Yeah, and it's time to have some fun. So far across this BO5, the pistols have generally been taken by NKT, but they don't really show much off after, because Aravat have a tendency to pull it back in the eco right after, and similarly, so when Aravat do get those pistols, almost always NKT pull them back. So sure, these rounds will be tight, as will this map as we head into Overpass. Aravat on the T side, NKT on CT, and for me, it's all about the op grips. It's all about how soon can you get Senzu his hands on that op.
And for that to happen, you're going to have to farm up quite a lot of money. Let's see if we can actually get this one on the board quickly enough. For now, though, Team Aravat, they've split up quite a lot. 2 of their players are still towards Playground. So is the Bomb. 2 players walking up Connector. 1 outside of A long, 1 outside of B long. So it's a pretty standard default on the side of Team Aravat. But the moment I say that, Aravat, they nail the hell out of Senzu. Zain goes through for the trade, but only to get denied by Cloudin. A fast A hit on the cards, but what's the point of having A side under control when your bomb is all the way towards spawn? It's towards gardens. And now they have to go back to retrieve it. At the same time, look at Control Man. He's reached the B site, but 9 is marking that area.
And despite the initial trouble, it's actually NKT able to walk away with the advantage, but they're quite spread out here, Crips. So a lot of potential for isolated 1v1s with one player in water, another towards long, and another in sight. 9. Too many angles to cover right now, so it comes down to timing, because Cloudin's about to peeking him in 9. Well, 2 pistols are certainly better than 1, unless you're able to pop one in the head like Kulas. Then, while he's able to find the trade, it's good enough, because he gives away the information, and hold on, Kulas actually managing to avoid that player in B site and head on towards A. And he's coming back to B. And you might just catch one out towards sandbags. Kulas now planting the bomb, has no idea. The Urkas is right there, but finally hears him out. And now gonna have to back off. He has pressure coming in from heaven as well. And Urkas buying time for Bentet is able to secure NKT the round.
Whoa, that goes too close for comfort. I thought Aravat wouldn't even be able to plant the bomb, let alone get to the side, but they did them both, unfortunately, in different timings. If all of this would have been in one fell swoop, then Aravat could have walked away with the round. But then again, we are familiar with Aravat not winning the pistol, because they like the second round so much more.
Yeah, that's true. Aravat was definitely likely to bounce back, and already, I think in this second round, NKT will be wary. But hey, NKT several times have been able to hold down strong, so we'll have to see what Aravat are able to achieve. They're actually going in for the first here, Crips. And rushing it down, Monster trying to get that split onto B side for NKT. They have 9 pushing out into water. It's just a fiery mess of red water. The blood comes out. 9 Aravat, their tendency reigns strong. They get that B side. They shut NKT down with 3 picks taken away as well. Now a 2v5 retake. Impossible, surely, for NKT. They have to back up and save.
Surely they gotta back up and save. This trend has absolutely no breakage. It's like almost a certainty that Aravat will win the second round. There's not even any contention. And NKT were prepared for this one. They knew for a fact that Aravat will hit them with full force, but there's still nothing they could do about it. You stack aside, won't help. You lurk them around, won't help. You try to play aggressively yourself. Maybe it could help, but NKT haven't tried it yet in the second round ever.
1-1 on board. And Aravat, not a single weapon lost, crucially so their economy flourishing after this round, but the same couldn't be said for NKT. That's gonna delay the off for so much longer now, Crips.
Here we go once again. All the utility in the world, some of it dumped towards B. But NKT won't really bite it. Senzu, man with from us, heading down A long. Meanwhile, 9, the man who can actually make a difference, is anchoring somewhere in connector. Now, whether he decides to fight towards water or whether he goes back up towards A, that's a different story. But for now, Senzu is doing wonders with his FAMAS, getting the kills he requires. Even 9 is able to deliver 1. And just like that, Aravat's momentum has been stolen. Yet again, 9 going overly aggressive. Luckily, he didn't lose too much. He only had a CZ to work with. But Senzu being taken offline is the more dangerous fact. 2 rifles still at work. Both the members of NKT far away from each other. And Urkas has already snuck all the way towards the left-hand side of this. Can Control Matt check this one? In fact, none of them will check it. Oh, they do! Kula still goes across, kills Urkas, and now all of a sudden the B side is left vulnerable.
Vulnerable indeed, but NKT now potentially could use the flank to crunch them down and pull it back. Zayn with the weapon though, slowly trying to make his mark, make his way in. Clear out B side. Doesn't spot anyone, and with the lurk coming into water, the information surely gained for Zayn that heading towards his A side, so he's backing off all the way Into Banks, checking out every single angle, making sure NKT Victory coming in. Finally knows that it's a hit on this A site, able to dodge out the Molotov.
What?
Push down the bomb. And in this 1v1, no idea for Kulas where Bentet is coming from. Might get the auto Q though and swings around and he shuts him down. Kulas with a humongous clutch to get around the round.
This would have been a disaster if NKT walked away with the round. I mean, when Aravat win eco rounds, it's on the back of Galils. If NKT wins, it would have been truly been on the back of Justified. Whoa, the M4s just came in, but it's simply not enough. For the first thing, I was surprised they didn't check Zion because when he walked across the Molotov, a little sound he was given away that should have indicated his position, but they don't check it. But hey, all is well that ends well, and it ends with Aravat winning the round. Oh my goodness, NKT. They did invest quite a lot in the last round. Upgraded pistols from us, even M4s for that matter. So it's not like NKT were also on a full eco. Considerable investment means that NKT will not be able to purchase the AWP for quite a long time now. They can eco this one in the next round. If they lose, they will have a 3-pointer loss bonus. Enough for rifles and utility. Maybe not enough for an AWP, but then Senzu again has $3,600, so he should be able to save it. He can probably buy a glass cannon AWP or something like that if he wants to opt for it this early in the game.
Yeah, it's really about that op coming online ASAP though, so maybe we do get that glass cannon op in the next round. But for now, it's just a pure eco for NKT. Aravat fetching up that default, forcing presence this time towards A long, and I like the idea because they know that it is likely an eco for NKT, so they take the fight in the part of the map where it's most likely going to be a long range fight, and together they're now going to be able to force it down. NKT, they tried the B Campbell, which is not going to work out, but they got one man in the A side. Maybe he can do some damage.
Well, the B side didn't work out. The one man who was supposed to be on the A side also can't do much, so he would much rather stay hidden and regroup with his teammates rather than trying to put up a fight by himself, which he has no chance of winning. Unfortunately, NKT don't even have any flashes or anything to pop out of these smokes, so the best that they can do is hope in and just, pray to the Lord that they're able to get some trades. If they can recover a weapon or two, that will be amazing, but I don't think that's going to happen. Aravat look too strong and too stable to be toppled.
Aravat, like you said, stable as well, right? Because this is, again, another round where they haven't lost a single weapon, and you can see the money in the bank. They're flourishing. Over 10k for Kulast. Almost 10k at least. And at this point, Aravat, they have the money to be able to buy for at least a few more losses, and even then the max loss bonus will kick in. So they have money for days, while NKT, coming into this next round, they're going to have a buy, yes. They're gonna have an op, yes, but like you mentioned, it is gonna be the op without much utility. So Senzu, he really needs to find the value right here, and NKT trying to set him up for success. Playing much more aggressively. So now Senzu gonna have to back off because the crunch coming down from connected towards his shot, and Senzu, he finds one, but he immediately gets shot down. That's a worthwhile trade for Rawat. They've taken away the op, they've got con control, and now can access a short and a long. The defenders left is scrambling.
One person who can stop this scrambling is probably 9. If they go past the connector unchecked, if they decide to go into B, and if they don't check 9, then this would be a game changer. But then again, there's a lot of ifs, and I don't think all of those conditions will be satisfied. Shinobi making his way into A long. Meanwhile, the bomb is moving towards B. From this position, he can throw a smoke down, even towards the B side if he knows the lineup, and help his teammate out. That should definitely bamboozle the rest of Team Aravat. Maybe he's gonna come in late. Maybe for a flank. 9 now activated. Has to step up and has to deliver. Swings the door open. This definitely gives away his position, but he's not one to shy away from a fight. And that's exactly what we were waiting for. Clouden must have heard the door open, but he was still unaware. 9 catches him off guard. And now the rest of Team Aravat, even though they can plant, they cannot go towards sandbags, for they do not know where 9 resides. They can probably ego challenge him. Kulas has to win this 1v1. Meanwhile, Fury went in towards Graffiti and lost the fight against Urkast. Nine trapped, and Shinobi comes in from behind. That's the lurk that they were waiting for. NKT now take control of the site. Needs to push back Shinobi, but he is unaffected. Kulast also on 50 HP. NKT have the HP advantage, but they don't check for Kulast, and now he runs away. All he has to do is buy some time right now. Bentet doesn't have a diffuse kit. Has to go ahead and challenge this fight. Bentet does win this, but he has to give up the round. There's absolutely no way he can clutch this out. There's no diffuse kit, and Aravat still win the round.
And he doesn't get to save the AWP either, so just a pure loss, honestly, for NKT. Sure, they get to save one weapon per.
It's
won't
not
pay
much.
dividends, yeah. And again, I love this switcher from Aravat, acknowledging that AWP likely to look to push up towards Fountain and Party. And they go for that fast connector crunch to shut them down. Just beautifully done. Getting that off of Senzu nice and early. And despite him finding a pick, it was always going to be a valuable trade for Aravat. And despite Nine's heroics, they just cannot pull off the round. 4-1 now, and again the eco looking lackluster here for NKT. But Bentet, he has that one rifle saved up. Can he be that hero? Because NKT, they have pulled it off in similar situations before.
Man, Bentet better have a cape on his back. The heroics required from him in this round are a bit too much. And while he's manning that M4 nicely towards connector, it's gonna be up to Zayn to set up a bait for him. If Zayn can play and distract their opponents, then Bentet can go ahead and get a multi-kill. But that's only possible if they go towards connector in the first place. That's not happening. Aravat have wasted a full minute trying to slowly creep in towards water. They might even go for a stack towards the wooden boxes. And that stack has come through. Can Fury deliver? He's got the elevation and he decapitates Urkast. And he gets the kill onto 9 as well. There's no way he's going down. He hasn't even taken a single bit of damage. Fury down to 11 HP, but that's all she wrote for him. And Bentet can't do much. Might as well save the M4 again. His teammates don't have any reason to save. At least not Senzu, who doesn't even have armor, and he does get that one kill. Unfortunately, Control Man died in a spot from where the gun cannot be recovered, so all he can do is keep the Aravat economy humble. And let's be honest, Aravat is far from being humble. Oh, okay. NKT will thank Clouden for making their job easier, for getting that team kill in.
Oh, but at this point, I don't think Aravat will care, man. They've got a lot of money. I'm sure
Yeah.
it won't affect the comms or the confidence either, because they've got that 5-1 lead.
Yeah, they'll probably just laugh about it and just move
Yeah.
on.
NKT, they've got the buy once again. Crips stop again, coming online for Senzu. But Aravat is sure to know about this, so it's really up to Senzu to ensure that he goes towards a position where he isn't getting crunched on now. Unlike the last time though, where Aravat were able to be cut and dry and cut down connector altogether, this time Kulas does have an op, so not as easy to do the same. So they instead boost him up and look to contest. Ooh.
It's a lovely boost, but will the patience pay off? Yeah. Just having a nice old stare down. And they finally run out of patience.
Still though, Control Man, he spots one out. And Insu as he shuts them down. So without that slowest presence for Urkas, NKT now committed to this Sandbag's water crossfire hold. Instead, they're gonna back up off of Sandbag, leave 9 all alone in a one and done angle towards water. But meanwhile, Senzu, the op, has been caught out. Shinobi is shutting them down, and Aravat starting to run away with this matchup. 9 gets taken down as well. A one and done, more like a done and done. And that's exactly what it seems to be like for NKT in this final map too. Is it done and dusted? Or Aravat just taking over?
Aravat taking over, planting their flag deep into the ground, making sure that their flag stays up high. And now they plant the bomb as well. NKT's hopes dwindling, their money almost gone. And maybe the game as well.
Now look, NKT here in a very precarious position, Crips, because unlike before, we've never seen an out-and-out win streak come out from either of these teams. It's always been one team holding a significant lead, but a lot of back and forth involved in it, and especially in the rounds themselves, where they usually go down to the wire. More often than not, Aravat in their rounds have come out dominant. More than 3-4 flawless rounds as well, several times around, and Aravat entirely controlling the pace. Senzu's op not able to find the impact. All of NKT just seem like they have died down. Is it the exhaustion? Is it the map? Or is it just Aravat better in their preparation? Because that's something we talked about. Aravat may be just ready to go all the distance while NKT were not. Either way, as NKT, they have to adapt, they have to fight back, or Aravat, they're going to finish it off. Once again, NKT with a max loss bonus, they've got the buy. No up on line, so they're looking to play aggressive down fountain. Aravat able to aggressively push into water and fight at sandbags, but solo Fury, he gets caught out and shut down. That was a bit of a weird one since he went all alone like Rambo mode.
Yeah, I mean, when you're leading 6-1, why wouldn't you go Rambo mode? Of course, it doesn't always pay off dividends, but now that he's tried to commit bodies and hopefully sell this fake, NKT might just buy. But then again, the bomb is still waiting outside of B, and at the same time, there's lurks all over the place. You got Shinobi heading towards Fountain, you've got Clouden deep inside A long. Control man and Kulas with the bomb just outside of B. And NKT get curious. They need to find out what's happening over here. They send Senzu on a reconnaissance mission and he's climbing up the ladder. If he comes here in time, he might be able to backstab them all and maybe even kill the bomb carrier.
Oh, it's all about timing though, because Senzu needs to turn around and he's not going to. Shinobi, he shuts him down, Senzu.
It's
a
almost
little too eager.
Yeah. Just forget about being eager, man. It's a little too ambitious. And it's funny how Aravat are able to get the read on that, because who in their right mind would check despawn, especially when they're on such a good backstab?
I'm not even sure if they checked T-spawn as much as they were just
Why would
backing
they?
up and they saw him.
Yeah, but regardless of the fail of the luck, NKT are still able to hold on. The trades go heavily in the favor of NKT, and as the time is running out, NKT make Aravat run out of their HPs too. But then again, I feel so bad for Senzu, right? Shinobi was holding way back.
Yeah.
And like, who in their right mind would be holding T-spawn at that hour? Like, look, he's holding the dumpster. It's almost like he knows where Senzu is coming from.
I've seen this many a times, especially for Shinobi. I guess I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He is the top tier lurker himself. So maybe just knows the timings by heart and when to expect and when to not. Either ways, I think one thing for Aravat to clear up is they cannot afford to lose one man that early into round, especially for nothing. Fury dying that early towards sandbags and no control gained on the back of it left Aravat stranded, and I think this is why they send a two-man stack this time. But again, it's just a solo peek from Fury and he gets shut down. And again in sandbags, it's Aravat being taken down. NKT starting to mount a comeback.
Could be a dangerous one. 1 minute passed. Aravat don't have too much map control. A little bit of presence towards the water region, but that's about it. Bomb now recovered back from spawn. NKT on the other hand have heavily stacked the B site. But still, the danger man, Senzu with the op, lurks towards A. Very passive approach from NKT this time around. They've got the man advantage, they've got no reason to play aggressively. And now that Aravat have put all their eggs in one basket that's labeled A, can NKT hold on? The flash is perfect. Zayn had no chance of surviving over there. Senzu now repositions himself towards the back of truck. Has the possibility of falling back towards the bank in case things go wrong, but he's already lost control towards the left-hand side, and he's still going strong. Bendit comes in just in time to save his life. Shinobi has to do something great over here, but it doesn't need underneath his feet, and Senzu on top of his head. There's no way he wins that one. NKT finally putting up some resistance.
Definitely mounting that comeback, but again, the economy of Aravat well built up, so they'll be able to afford a buy, at least for a couple more rounds. NKT, it's all about closing down the gap. Especially now with this round where they get to hold on to most of their weapons. NKT will look to persevere strong with their own economy build up, and Senzu now starting to find impact on that top. So I think Aravat, once again, they need a switch in terms of pace. They've really slowed down, and NKT, they're making them pace. Senzu finds the first pick, and so what I was talking about, once NKT get their juices flowing, once Senzu starts feeling himself, you just feels like you're seeing a whole different team altogether. But Senzu, a little too eager. Gets spotted out, taken down, but the trade comes through for Zain, so NKT managed to hold on to their man advantage.
Oh no, Zain stopped from going back towards the bathroom side, has to now fall back towards A-Long if he wants to give up this area. Still playing across the gap of the smoke. He's not sure if anyone is snuck through from the other side, and he pays the price for it. He was curious, he was confused, and Shinobi puts him out of his misery. Kulas, though, for the longest time has been waiting over here, waiting for the rest of his teammates to come back. 50 seconds left. Aravat was spotted towards A, and that's exactly why they've still kept Bent in position towards the A side. But luckily for them, 9 is in the right spot. Cost playing in a one and done. Will he be able to get anything done? The flash leaves him blind, and they anticipated this one. There's no way he could have dodged that. 9 again, flashed, burning alive, forced into a corner. He finds a tiny gap in the wood where he can shoot down Shinobi from, but instead leaves him limping at 6 HP and finds himself in a shallow grave.
Yeah, and really a bit of an oopsie daisy there, I think. Especially in the early parts from Senzu. I wonder if he could have just maybe gone back to site after that early pick, because we saw in that round where Fury was caught out how good NKT could be when they had the man advantage to be able to hold down site. A little too greedy, and they pay the price. Aravat able to pull a crucial one back and deliver hurting blow, especially with Bentet not able to save his weapon. He's taken down. 7-3 on board, and now as we enter the third half of our first half right here, it really does come down to, I think, what sort of scoreline we're going to see at the end, because I feel if Aravat maintain this lead, if we see a 11-4, even a 10-5, even a 9-6, honestly, I think they might just run away with it on CT. So NKT, they need to push back strong. At least an 8-7 they need to be able to have that cushion on their own T side, to be able to try out different things, map out Aravat's playstyle, and then adapt.
Adaptation can be the name of the game over here, but I don't think NKT are up for it. Aravat are a bit too dynamic, a step ahead every time. NKT need to start making steps of their own, because for now, Aravat are making them dance to the beat of their rhythm. NKT need to bring their own steps in, put on their own dancing shoes, ignore the music that Aravat is displaying and broadcasting in their minds. Can NKT tune out the distraction? Can they focus in on what is needed? And as I say that they need to take steps of their own, they've done so. Fast aggression towards Connector, with Senzu going towards the bottom of Fountain. He might even be able to climb up, but unfortunately, there's already 2 people towards his right hand side, so he is in a little bit of danger. And he gets taken down. There's no way Clouden would have been able to lose that fight. Shinobi strikes again. Bented now. He was earlier spotted towards Connector, and he still is able to win the duel, but there's nades headed his way. Down to 33 HP. There's no way he can make his escape. Not unless he gets the timing right, but Shinobi is too fast, too precise to let him slip by.
And last few players of NKT quite separate in 9 in that one and done spot towards water. Doesn't even get one again. This is a position he's been caught out in before. And with Fury spotting a casted sandbags, it's just a matter of time. 8-3, Aravat, they pick up yet another round. Effectively secure now the lead coming through from this first half. The best scoreline NKT could achieve would be 8-7, but I'm not even sure if they can achieve that, because their economy is in absolute tatters. They might not have the money to buy into this next round, and yeah, they don't. They're gonna have to eco, so Aravat in clear control here. Crips Just a mere rebellion for NKT to push back a couple of rounds, but Aravat, they're able to find their way through once again. And it's all about this early water controlled into sandbag through that molly. Every single time Aravat just squeeze NKT into sight and give them all a fountain to play with, but that's where their players are waiting for them to get eager to look for information. And Aravat playing NKT at NKT's game of radio silence.
Exactly, right? It's almost like these teams are just taking strats off of each other.
Oh
But
my
look
God.
at this. Zayn is about to thread the needle.
Oh, he tried to...
He definitely seen it. He's definitely seen him, but he deliberately did not pull the trigger. He let one enemy go by so he could go for the bigger prize. Will his patience pay off? The virtue of silence, the virtue of going for the bigger prize might just net Zayn the time of a life. And this could be crucial because he needs to strike fast. His teammates are doing a decent enough job of holding everyone at bay, but Zayn needs to deliver, and he does so. 2 big frags come in from Zayn, and the lurk is successful. Bomb dropped in no man's land. They can probably recover it from the smoke, but it doesn't cover the entire entrance. And Shinobi now realizes that he has just written himself a death sentence. Zayn's still alone though. He's got the AWP trained, but there's one more person coming in from behind him. Definitely sound cues have been heard, and Fury, he cannot challenge Zayn at his own game.
Shinobi though does take him out. He recovers the bomb, but he's not got much time. 1v2, got to force himself into Cypher. Urkas ready with the AK. An easy one tap to shut him down, and Zayn with a huge clutch. A huge lurk, really, I think. Like you said, that trigger control to not take that player towards the entrance of a shot. Instead, went in for the long play, the long-term gamble, and he was rewarded rightfully so. Got the bomb, 2 frags, and the AWP to boot. He's then able to use that AWP to shut yet another one down. 8-4 now. It's a crucial one because now Senzu's got the AWP. A proper AWP buy finally, but he's got a decent chunk of utility as well as shields, so can definitely do a chunk of damage. And rightfully so, Aravat, they adapt, they change up their default, instead now heading towards a long place where they've rarely gone ever since the eco almost. Trying to exploit that conditioning and maybe get their way onto a site. Senzu just holding down a shot. He smells something fishy. He's gonna back right up into sight, and with almost 4 members of NKT, scratch that, 3 members of NKT ready for this hold, it's easier said than done because Aravat, they're trying to force their might.
Senzu ready to shut them down. He's in prime position, and he's the perfect candidate to stop this assault from Aravat. But now that Aravat decided that they cannot begin to even comprehend the amount of danger they're in, Zayn once again goes undetected. This time he's still holding back, but he has not conveyed the information. There's multiple people coming in from short. Bender doesn't need any backup. Sprays down all of them. This man is a monster, and only 4 frags are enough for him to get NKT back on board. This puts Aravat back into square one. They're now broke. They can afford only cheap weapons.
Yeah, and again, limiting themselves to that choke point, and we've seen that turn into disaster, not in this match, but in previous matches before, where you try to execute onto an AWP, it's very easy for them to just jiggle, avoid the flash, and be able to re-peek and pull one out. On the back of that, Bentet able to re-aggress, and Aravat realized, hey, let's not change what works for us best. Going back towards this B side, they just get shut down, but that's a worthwhile trade, because while 9 does take one down, he instead gives Aravat an upgrade. Make that a 2, because Kulas, he's found another, and suddenly Aravat, they're bouncing back strong. Trying to head on towards this B side, and with Kulas finding yet another, they'll be able to get the plant and 3 weapons upgraded now on the post.
Senzu. He's got the weaponry to do it. Doesn't need the AWP to kill such low HP targets, but I don't think he's gonna take a chance. Stops Fury from crossing over towards sandbags. For some reason, he's very paranoid about getting shot from the back. Assumes that someone's still on the lurk. Little does he know that his enemies are right in front of him. Smokes off the center of the bomb. Could have tried to isolate those frags, but Shinobi will not back away from a fight. The moment he realizes Senzu missed his opportunity, he swings on wide to spray him down.
And a crucial round, man. There was a bit of an eco there for Aravat, but they just brute forced their way down into his sight. And I just don't know about Nine's position playing in water. That one and done angle, especially when you know they don't have the rifles, is basically granting them a gift. Trying to rinse and repeat. This time they have actually left that presence towards me. And they put it down. The fountain push coming in quite early though. NKT forced to back off. They do get one in terms of 9. The trade actually towards the other side in fountain. So this time 9's position actually pays off. He's going to be able to hold on to his life, and he's taking Cloudin down quite low. So Aravat trying to back off, make their way towards this A side, but surely with the push coming in towards Monster, NKT have the read. They know nobody's towards B. They're going to be able to be ready for this A hit coming in.
Unfortunately for the side of Team NKT, the lurk is still far away. It's Bented on the lurk this time around, and he's way too far from making an impact just yet. Of course, he can take his time because his teammates are ready on the A side, ready to shut them down. You've got Urkas holding the close angle with the MP9, and in this angle it's nearly impossible to flash him. Senzu also prepared. Urkas strikes, and there's nothing to uproot him from this position. All they can do is swing him wide, and they don't have the utility to do so. Even if they molly off banks and trucks, there's not much they can do, and by the time they wait around, Bented has already come across.
Do wide swing and clear him off though, but Shinobi left on his lonesome with nowhere to go. He's covered on every single side. Senzu finishes him off, and that's the half for us. 9-6 now. I did say I think even a 9-6 half is great for Aravat, so I don't think they will mind, but I think they know it could have been so much more if not for certain rounds. But similarly so for NKT.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds came down to the wire.
Yeah. And look, at this point, going into the second half, it's all about that pistol. As NKT try to push it strong, make it work. They're trying to hit this B site, and they've got the first pick in Senzu, but Aravat trying to hold down, sandbags, they instead just get shut down. NKT pushing in with all their might. They take over this B site and will likely pick up the pistol.
Cool as what can he possibly do in this situation? I would have said exit frags, but even that won't make much of a difference in the pistol round. NKT off to a flying start. That's exactly what they needed. If they can finish it off in a flawless fashion, save all the players who have armor, they won't even need to reinvest in the next round. Bented goes down, but then again, he was not the most important player in this round, and NKT already got it in the bag. But yeah, I see deja vu happening once again, man. It's always NKT to win the pistol. It's always Aravat to win the second round. Will the curse continue? Blitzkrieg attack from NKT though, that was quite impressive. They hold nothing back. Dump in the bunch of flashes, dump in like a couple of mollies, and there you have it, an easy B take. Fast approach definitely seems to pay off dividends for NKT every now and then, but even in Nuke we pointed out it's the mid game that is problematic for NKT. Let's see if they can get away from this curse. Aravat this time. Scouts, MP9s, FAMASes. Everything that money can afford, they've purchased it, and NKT will be well versed with this buy. That's why they're taking their sweet time. They know they have the AKs, they know they have the superior range, and between a battle of a FAMAS versus a AK, the AK will always win, so they try to make the best of it. They don't want to take any close range fights. That's why you can see how far they are away from the corners.
Yeah, and spreading
And every
themselves out.
Yeah, and even when they have to clear the closer angles, they make sure they do it on the back of a flash. Not a self-flash, like it's thrown from a teammate far away.
Well, the stakes are high, Crips. It's the final map. Playing for a spot in the LAN. And right here, NKT, they're gonna want to not just mount a comeback, but do it in a similar fashion to Aravat in the first half, where they can really build their economy and put themselves into an extremely comfortable spot now. Heading their way towards this B site, and they will be glad to hear that Aravat gambled onto A. A stack on that A site will not work out. Instead, NKT get free access, and now Aravat, they have to retake to play, and that's not ideal whatsoever, especially with those from RCC.
Well, here you have it. Once again, it's NKT in cruise control. Aravat can definitely attempt a retake, but they don't have a defuse kit, so if they're gonna go for it, they have to go for it right now. And it seems like they won't opt into it at all. They spent quite a lot of money purchasing these weapons, and they want to hold on to them. Same goes with NKT. They would want to save every single AK and not give it up to any of the Aravat members. I mean, some of the NKT players are straight out of the side, all the way into T-spawn. The one place where Aravat won't save. And in case something does go wrong, they have 9, who's got the SMG. He's just hunting down the remaining players. I mean, even if he dies over here, it's not a problem because they can afford an SMG loss.
Yeah, and 8 to 9 now. 4 weapons saved up is pretty decent for Aravat though. They will be able to hold it down and focus through on the next round.
Once again, NKT find themselves in a similar situation. Plenty of weapons saved off Team Aravat in previous rounds. Meanwhile, NKT, with so many of their players surviving and their guns alive, they start to build up the economic momentum. Let's just hope they can snowball out of control if they want to win this game. Fury, unfortunately, doesn't have any armor, so even though the Scout is a dangerous weapon, if he gets even a single bullet, he's gonna get aim punched and then he can't do anything. Triple stack from Aravat towards the B side, and the moment I say that, they start to fall back away from it. NKT still being very cautious. They're okay with spending time to make sure they clear every single place and play it in a very default-ish kind of fashion.
Now look, it's that round where they really need to somehow find some damage, not for the sake of the economy, not for the sake of the weaponry, but more for the sake of morale. Because after that dominating start to the first half, NKT's resilience to hold on strong, secure a 9-6, and now to push back, it's surely to hurt Team Aravat in more ways than one. Because again, just like Senzu had his op delayed, Aravat are gonna have theirs too. Aravat though, they tried to gamble the same run twice in a row, and if you know any blackjack player or any roulette player, they'll tell you that's a bad move. Don't want to do.
These guys are comfortable with gambling now, aren't they?
Yeah. They are able to come through on time though and should be ready for the fast retake, but they fight before they even get a chance to accumulate. Trades going in favor of NKT, while Clouden is able to pull one back. Damage won't matter as much because NKT, so far, they've had a flawless run in the first few rounds of this half. Now just looking to hold on. Like you said, they just want to make sure they don't give away AKs, but 9? He doesn't have that trouble. He might just go in for the hunt and look to shut yet another one down. There's just one AK recovered for Clouden, so Aravat, they'll still have to back off with just a Scout and Famous.
Scout, Famous, at least they have an AK to save, so there's some silver lining in this one.
And yeah, Clouden seems to have enough money to maybe pick up an op. Yeah, there we go. The op does come through. Expect it'll go into the hands of either Control Mad or Coolest. Yeah, there we go. Coolest picks it up, so at least now Aravat can leverage that op to try and fight back, but again and again the tendency for NKT is pretty clear. They put heavy presence towards that area, able to take away Con especially, and then come back on towards this B side. The early rotation so far not working out. Aravat though, we know them to excel when they get proactive, so Looking to do exactly the same. They try to shut down Connector presence, but Senzu, he sprays one down. What? Now, 9-9 on board. This round's so crucial, not just for the lead, but in terms of the economy. And Coolest comes up huge. That op bought exclusively for him. Finds that first pick. 4v3 on board. And now, Aravat can just afford to back off, but still playing a little too forward. Worried about the presence all over the map, so are gonna look to just play deep inside while NKT waiting for an unforced error. They have about 20 seconds or more to do that, but soon the clock will turn against them and they'll have to make their move. Going towards this A site, where throughout this map we've seen rarely a hit work out. This A site, perfect for defend the CT really, for that defense, and to be able to play on site, that much more special. So out in now, hoping to set up Fury for success, while 9 just waiting to set up the utility. The bomb's already made its way onto Cypher. They don't realize that Fury is just on the other side of this. Gust going in for the plant, but Fury comes in swinging and he shuts them down, but they immediate trade in for Zayn, and that's huge because now NKT, they get to back off. 3v2 on the retake, though still very much in control of Aravat if they choose to take it by the reins, and they do exactly that. Cloudin, he'll find one, and with the flick pick up yet another, and that's an easy round picked up for Aravat.
Well played. Their patience finally pays off. First round they pick up in this half, and they had been saving for ages and ages and ages, and now finally that Lady Luck has smiled upon them. Let's just hope they can continue this momentum, because if they lose this next round, all this momentum will go down the drain. They will be relegated to a 2-pointer loss bonus, and that's not happening.
And look, at the end of the day, that simple factor where Coolest getting that one kill on the op is going to give him so much more confidence to keep going for different peaks, repositioning himself and trying to catch NKT off guard. So all eyes on 9 and Coolest right now, because an op on either side, this is basically an anime battle. That first pick could result in just one round, and given how close it is, that one round can make all the difference. But NKT slowly inching their way forward. They've got water control up to sandbags now, but Cloudin is just waiting for someone to peek out.
Aravat are prepared for this one. They're holding B very passively. One from Graffiti, one from the water. At this point, even if anyone over here dies, at least Control Mat can fall back and regroup with his teammates and start the retake again. Then again, they would not want to fall into a retake situation in the first place, so they will try to defend it with all their lives. Surprisingly, Aravat not playing aggressively towards A. Nobody plays towards Fountain. The op just staring down towards the A short region. A long marked by Shinobi. Usually it would have been the other way around, but Aravat seem to have the idea that NKT are creeping in. They're right, they are creeping in, except not towards A. It's happening towards B. And I don't think Aravat are prepared for this one. They extinguish the mollies, play some smoke so that they can peek towards the pillar region rather than getting shot by a long. But Senzu is unfortunately already inside, and there's not much now that anyone can do about this. Like I said, Control Man can regroup with his teammates and fall back to safety, but in a 4v5 retake like this, it can be so chaotic. NKT have to play some time. Senju playing first contact. 9 reveals himself and then instantly goes back. Urkas playing in tandem with Senju, and this crossfire between the two of them is disastrous. Aravat fall, and they have to concede this round. NKT tie up. Both the teams are double digits. You were right, CA. Anime battles have nothing on this one. This is so much better.
And every single weapon save for NKT absolutely humongous, while Coolest will be happy he's able to walk away with his op, and the AK for Control Mad, it's not a lot. Because the momentum, it rains now for NKT, and they try to hunt them down. In the nick of time, though, Coolest able to shut down Urkas, so he holds on to his op. 10-10 on board, and NKT, they fought back in this half. 4 rounds to 1 right here, and now, with the money looking dire for Team Aravat, they're able to afford one more buy. But it's now right here. Not just do they fight for the lead, but also their economy. They need to hold it down. And NKT, they're gonna switch up the pace. Much faster towards this water, and they flash them out. They pick up the first pick. 9 with the op to get another, but the trade comes out for Cloudin though. And Aravat able to hold on strong. Still 3v3 on the map, and no area gained for NKT, so Aravat happy with those trades.
Well, what do we do here? 3v3 NKT. While the trades don't have them at a disadvantage, they can always regroup and hit the B side. Aravat, on the other hand, have to spread their defenses thin. They put all their eggs in one basket, and that basket is labeled A. Unfortunately, Aravat, they're stacked the wrong side. NKT don't know about this, so they're still gonna take their time and, you know, carefully enter the B side. If they go for it right now, then they would have had it for free. But now that Aravat have realized from their aggressive A positioning that, in fact, NKT are not coming towards the A side, they stack B just in the nick of time. 2 members, both falling down from heaven, positioned inside water. NKT can't even hear them drop down, so they don't know that the rotations have already been made, but they do not care, for Zayn is precise. Once again, he's able to get the cloud and will be caught unaware as Urkast is way too close to him. He didn't expect Urkast to be that close. The molly gave away his position, and Kulas can actually make this work, and he's got the bomb carrier. Oh, now this is problematic. Op versus Op. Kulas versus 9. 9 has no way to recover the bomb without revealing himself way too quickly. He's still going for it. This is a very risky move. He tries to challenge the fight. He can't plant now. He has to go ahead and win this battle. 9 still tries to challenge him, and the timer runs out. Yeah, sure, 9, you can land the shots. Sure, it's a stylish one, but at what cost? The round is gone, and with it, most of your money as well.
But you talk about money, actually, NKT had built up a decent economy. The same can't be said for Aravat. I think Kula should be able to still afford an op. I'm not sure if the rest of his team can comfortably buy rifles with decent utility and shields. So, despite that round win, Aravat not in the greatest of spots, but I think for now they'll just breathe and believe that they're able to push back. But as you can see, 3 farmers, a rifle and an op present for Kulas, and not the greatest amount of utility. So NKT, they're trying to force it down. They know there's not much utility to stop them, and they're absolutely correct about that read. No. The plant though gets spammed down. Fury holding on to sandbags and staying strong. He should be able to smoke himself out. Buy some time for that lurk coming through monster. And suddenly there's a monster under the bed. Kulas though, he's been shut down, and now it's a 2v3 retake, and the monster taken away. Shinobi, he's been shut down. All eyes on Fury. I think it's going down to 11-11, and I think we're getting set up for that overtime we also wanted.
The man who started it all now has to make it all his own. 9 misses the first shot, down to 26 HP. Fury does get flashed. 9 misses another opportunity, but the time is too far gone, and Fury doesn't have a defuse kit. He has to save a gun. Drops the FAMAS, picks up an M4 instead. But then again, what is the point of all of this? These rounds going back and forth will mean terrible for both the economies of both these teams. And with the game coming to such a close standoff, nobody can afford an economic meltdown, because now when you go broke, you will basically be relinquishing 2 rounds in a row. A 2-pointer loss bonus means Aravat can at least buy in the next round. This definitely won't be a double eco at the very least. A rifle saved. Fury has to be the hero. He made it look possible at the start of the previous round, couldn't finish it off, and now he must deliver. For if he doesn't, NKT will have surely secured the advantage. NKT also not the healthiest of economies right now. Kind of fragile.
Exactly.
If they lose this one, then NKT are also broke. This game hangs in the balance of the money situation, and Fury, the one rifle saved, finally sings the song of death. He even repositions towards a shot. Zayn finally sprays him down, and that is it. The weapon now out of reach from the rest of the members of Team Aravat.
In a slippery slope leading straight to the land. The championship right here, the qualifier win to be picked up for either of these teams. And boy, oh boy, is it a matter of moments really that will decide it all. A marginal difference between these amazing players, but slowly Aravat, they push back down short and they're able to recover Fury's rifle. And with the hands on Shinobi, it's all about timing. Is he going to be able to move down con and come through into water? NKT trying to be silent though and move into B site.
Wasn't there a rifle towards the bottom of connector over there? They can probably recover it.
they've got
There
it.
you go. They got it. Coolest has the AK. Shinobi with the M4. And Shinobi strikes once again. Could have been a triple, but he boils down to 30 HP, and that's more than enough. 25 seconds left. They have to go for the plant right now. But even if they do so, there won't be any post-plant positions available. 9 has to clear out the entire site. Be absolutely thorough with every single approach. The AK carrier in the form of Kulas goes down. Both the remaining members, Clouden and Control Man, don't have any weapons. And the moment Control Man recovers the gun, he's shot down. Clouden down to 4 HP. Bleeding internally. Hemorrhaging. And NKT secure the advantage finally.
And Shinobi will be livid. That 2K was crucial, and surely in that moment that was the perfect situation for this team to pull through. You see right here, 2v4 then on the map. Despite his heroics, they get more down one by one, and it's quite weird. I think once you've got that 2K and you know it's a 4v2 advantage, I think just group up and try to brute force them on a fast retake. But instead, they keep trying to maintain their lurks, keep trying to maintain that surprise factor. At that point, NKT expecting them, they gun them down with the help of a tad of utility, and just like that they take the lead. Still, Aravat, they're able to afford to buy a lackluster one, no lie, but at least they have the weapons, if not the utility.
Lack of utility from the side of Aravat, but then again, it's not as disastrous for them, right? All that utility would have done is bought them time, and they are more than capable of doing it themselves with their bodies. A default is spread out for NKT. They also don't want to walk into any traps. Still holding bottom of fountain, still holding connector and the water entrance. NKT not willing to make any moves yet. They're waiting for Aravat to get greedy, to get curious. And it will be curiosity that kills the cat.
Oh, and towards long toilets might just be exactly that. There towards long instead goes out towards toilet and vent, and he shuts Fury down. Wow, NKT double down with another, and NKT are looking like trouble. This buy for Aravat might just be in tatters, but NKT still taking it slow, and they're quite spread out, which opens up the floor to isolated 1v1. So there is a path of return here for Aravat. They've just got to grab it by its reins and come out strong. But it's easier said than done, because Shinobi is holding down solo. And while Clouden finds one, he immediately gets traded out again. It's that sandbag hold for Clouden though.
Yeah, but last time he made this play, he was able to deny the plant. This time he is in no position to do so. The best that he can do is wrap around from connector quickly enough before NKT are aware about this one, and he might just be able to nail the timing. But 9 nails that shot. Lovely flick from across the whole map. My goodness, he must have broken a wrist or two in order to hit that one, and Shinobi has no choice to consider this defeat. Oh, has to accept it. It's a hard pill to swallow, but he will have to get it down his throat nonetheless. Maybe he can save this gun. Maybe Urkas will have some fun and try to hunt him down.
They're certainly gonna try, but I think Shinobi should be able to get away with it. And he will. 13 to 11. Appall's coming out, and Aravat really need this, because
Yeah.
NKT, they're walking away with not just a huge swing of momentum in their favor. The rounds have become scarily slow, and NKT thriving in this silence. They're almost sort of in a sauna with Aravat, and every second the temperature increasing, and NKT just thriving. They're like, hey, we like it hot. Don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even though they like it hot, Aravat has got to be sweating bullets here.
Yeah.
Sweating bullets, bleeding money, losing momentum, losing their steam. And Aravat on the verge of defeat as NKT inch their way towards victory. Still, 3 M4s in the mix. Let's see what this can do. MP9 on the hands of Clouden, and Clouden has been a menace with this SMG before, but I don't know if he can get into position this time around. Early connected control denied by Team NKT. Aravat decide to reinforce the P side rather. There is one guy who's gone unchecked. Hold on. Coolest?
Whoa.
They didn't check birthday. If he can strike now, he's gonna be finding everyone. It could be a potential triple kill for him. He waits to pull the trigger and he gets them both. He goes bigger. Finally, it's Urkas who shuts him down, but Zayn responds in kind. Fury comes alive. And all of a sudden, this round looks possible.
With Bentet shut down as well, the bomb taken away. This round more than possible. Surely it's in the bag. Because Urkas, he's got nothing to play with. He's got to move down the open area all day long to recover the bomb and just get tapped instantly. 13-12 now. Aravat, that pause was key. They bounce back and they bounce back strong. But I think one thing glaringly obvious is that A-long hit has been quite poor for both of these teams. Just never worked out. Always in favor of CT.
Yeah, but then again, you gotta consider the fact that Aravat also never played towards birthday before. They've held it from bathrooms, they've held it from connector, but that was a position where none of the members of Aravat have taken before. So NKT didn't even bother to hard clear it because they were like, why would we? You never play over there. And the one round they don't check it, they pay the price for it heavily.
13-12 now. We're inching ever so closer to our match series championship point. Aravat, they're the ones closer, but their economy are lacking. Bentet's stuck on a deagle. The rest of them have the weapons, but barely any utility. And on the attack especially, that's quite concerning. So, again, just playing purely contact, hoping Aravat just pushing a little too much. They're like, hey, where are you now, Coolest? Why aren't you pushing in? And Coolest, just backing up. Knows that he can't get too eager, especially when he's able to pull off that big flank. Senzu, though, he managed to shot one down, spraying through the smoke, and that's huge. Because now Aravat can just afford to regroup. They know that this heavy stack towards B site, and they can just go head on towards it.
Yeah, but enough damage has been dealt to both Senzu and 9. Fury has more combined HP than the two of them. Still, it's a 4v5, and it's the bodies that matter. They can use Senzu and 9 as bait. And 9, it's appropriate that he has the op on such low HP. One bullet to kill, one bullet will kill him too. Smoke's being lined up. And they go sailing and the Molotov won't really hold anyone back. And now NKT come knocking on the doors of the A site. Who's here to answer? Nobody yet. Aravat give up the site, hoping that they will be able to play for a retake instead. The nade goes sailing towards Struck but doesn't find anyone. A boost attempted. Will this actually pay off dividends? It might just get them the elevation temporarily, but they give it up because they can get always spammed back. Time is ticking away. Diffuse kit available on both Fury and Coolers, but they need to strike and they need to do it now. Slowly and steadily they creep across. The first frag goes through, but Zayn, he sprays both of them down as he swings through his duck. Oh my lord, that's it. It's over. Aravat have been forced to save this one, and NKT walk away with a decisive lead. They don't even let Fury save. Oh.
And they're still on the hunt for control, man. They're not just gonna let him walk away. Barely able to escape though. Should be able to get away. He's got himself into a nice nifty corner. But 14-12, NKT just 2 rounds away. And Aravat's economy, again, it's in a very weird spot where they can afford the op, but it's gonna be a glass cannon op. They can afford weapons, but it's gonna be weapons without utility. So, do you go for the force? Do you go for the save and play for overtime? Only hard decisions available for Aravat.
Exactly. Doomed if they do, doomed if they don't. They decide to try it nonetheless. All that money can buy has been invested in this round. And if the weapons aren't enough, they're gonna have to pour their souls into this one. Let's see if they have enough willpower left to keep standing against the mighty team NKT, who have now taken a step back, very passively heading towards the bottom of Monster, and they've also got some semblance of control towards Connector. Only one person marking Playground, and he won't be getting in any action anytime soon. The op in the hands of 9, what can that do? Maybe hold Fountain, maybe stop any backstab from coming in from Aravat, because there's no way he's going to be able to get any value while trying to entry frag over here. And if NKT do attempt the B side, it will be a trap they're heading into.
This trap nicely set up by NKT. They're known to be patient with their moves. They're known to be able to push forward and persevere, but keep patient while doing so. So be able to spot out their opposition. Almost. Senzu able to take Kulas down. Down to 4 HP though, so that's a significant chunk of damage taken on NKT acknowledging the same, knowing that they've caused presence towards that B side, going in for the rotate and doubling down to hit here, but they've left one man on the lurk. It is Zayn. Be devastating as soon as this team gets ready for the hit, and they've got to do it now. Only 20 seconds remaining, Crips.
Yeah, this is too risky. If they don't go for this hit right away, then this will be a disaster. Fury, he now strikes. The SMG paying off dividends. There's still considerable amount of resistance towards this B side, and NKT are gonna have to kill every single one if they want to go for the plants. Urkast punching in the digits. Clouden punching everybody down with his mighty hand cannon, and he's delivered all the kills that they need. Urkast misses. Oh, he finally delivers on the next shot. Kulas and Shinobi down to less HP. Bendit can easily spray them down, but it's Fury that they need to worry about. Slowly and steadily, they go for this approach. No defuse kits available on either of them, but there should be one dropped in the site somewhere. If it's not, then they are doomed. NKT have a nade. Urkas can send it flying across in order to stop the diffuser, but Bendit peeks himself, and he confirms all those kills. NKT reach tournament point.
Series point right here. NKT 15 to 12, and I see yet another pause as Aravat just tried to calm themselves down. But man, it's easier said than done. They don't have money for an op anymore. Aravat, their economy in tatters. They can't afford buy. They can't afford proper utility, and they can't afford to lose anymore either. Their backs are against the wall, and if they are tigers, they'll bounce back. But it's easier said than done because NKT are apex predators. They're hunters willing to play in the night, in the silence, to unleash their might. And man, have they been surgical with the way they've been hitting again and again. 9-6 down in the first half, and they've bounced back strong in the T side where they can dictate the peaks, they can dictate the tempo, and they don't have to be left awaiting. Instead, playing with misinformation and playing with Aravat's mind. NKT now in prime position to secure their spot all the way to land. Going to look to switch it up maybe. Going for an aggressive B stack.
With everything at stake, NKT can taste their victory. It's right within reach. All they need to do is reach out and grab it. Will Aravat cut off their hands before they can do so? Clouden, you can see his temptation. He wants to peek this one. He wants to challenge the fight, but Senzu's already reached the right-hand side cubby corner. Shinobi's aware about this one, but Senzu still gets the frag. Clouden is able to get a kill onto him and refrag, but then again, it's just Shinobi left. All to do in a 1v4. No armor, no guns, but he still got his aim. And after taking off Bentet's head, he can finally rest easy. At least a weapon to work with, but still the world to acquire. A steep mountain lies in ahead of this guy. Still wins the duel against 9. Hope is still alive. Urkas now repositions himself, runs away from the B side. He does not want to face Shinobi. At the same time, Zayn has already reached the A site.
In timing, Shinobi exits just as Zayn comes back, and Shinobi gonna look to make his way back now, but surely the audio cue's heard. Zayn knows exactly where they're expecting from, and keeping in from the smoke, it's Zayn to shut him down. That's NKT to pick up the qualifier victory and take themselves to land. Looking damn strong in that comeback.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. Team NKT shining like a diamond in the sky as they now laugh their way to the airport, ready to head to land. Team NKT win the Southeast Asia qualifier for Skyesports Championship 4.0. Powered by AMD, gaming partner Logitech, and official fantasy partner Fanclash. These guys, Team NKT, will now be representing their region in the LAN Championship. And they do it in such a stylish fashion. 2 very closed games after they won their own map picks, but in the end, when the game comes down to brass tacks and all the games come down to the wire, Team NKT deliver. They do not crumble under pressure. They keep their head held high, and they are now champions.
Exactly, absolute fire from NKT. And while we expected this from the start in the sense that they were meant to be the favorites, nobody expected it to go this down the wire. And I think Aravat really making a point that they're here to play. I'm sure they look to bounce back in future opportunities. But for now, NKT continue to reign king, and like you said, we'll look forward to the LAN to pick everything up, and at least look forward to the next stage altogether. But I think for now, just celebrate the win, right? Because that was a hard-fought, exhausting BO5 series.
Definitely exhausting. Bentet and his friends are gonna need a little bit of a breather after this game. They need to de-stress because this game was definitely stressful. It was down to the wire. Most of these teams just struggling to keep their economy alive so that they don't have a meltdown at the worst possible moment. But Team NKT, they were able to get the reads right, and even if they walk into a trap sometimes, the heroics from members of Team NKT were able to save them, whether it is the lurking coming in from Zayn, whether it's the heroic entry frags from Bentet, or whether it's the stellar holds from Nine. All of them just stepped up and won this tournament. But it was a hard-fought victory. It was labored, it was difficult, but they are finally able to claim this trophy.
And definitely, and I think in that regard, props to be given to every single player of NKT, because like you said, it was labored. They had to really stand their ground and fight back strong, because man, Aravat, I think the one thing they proved is that if you train in particular for your identity, for your style of play, then you're bound to become a really, really good team. And that's exactly what they showed today, especially on the maps of their own choice, in Ancient and Nuke. Aravat were almost nigh unstoppable. So giving NKT the run for their money, Aravat almost made it through. But at that finish line, that experience truly reigns supreme. Bentet especially able to help his team rally back strong. And I think at the end of the day, that's what is the deciding factor, right? How much experience you have to be able to tolerate high stakes, high pressure moments like this. It really helps you thrive at your very best.
Definitely, the experience is what helped them win this tournament in the end, because when it came down to mid-round calling, NKT was struggling in the previous few maps, but when it came down to Overpass, they were able to overcome all their difficulties. They were able to overcome all the hurdles, and at the end of the day, it's experience that counts, because no matter how much pressure you're under, the ability to keep cool and calm and make sure that the decisions you take are calculated, that's what mattered the most. NKT, they avoided all the risks. Every time they felt like Aravat have set up a trap for them, they are very thorough and very cautious. Of course, every now and then there were some slip-ups as well. Like, for example, that round where Kulas went undetected towards Birthday. That was a round which NKT overlooked. And that also shows you how well Aravat have changed up their playstyle, because nobody played from that position before. And in the one round they do play Birthday, they are awarded so handsomely.
And they get a nice hamper, a pinata really, for their party, and Kulis able to really take over. But it's just one round at the end of it all, and I think that's the biggest difference, right? Where we saw great phases from Aravat. It was the resilience of NKT that reigned strong, and for NKT, that's a big mark, because that's something you definitely want, because when you face off against teams of similar might, you're going to need exactly that. But hey, let's have a look at the scorecard and see which players really went above and beyond to help NKT secure this victory. As expected, it's really Bentet and Zayn at the top of the table. Senzu, not too far behind.
Yeah. Urcast finally stepping up this time around. After having a few silent maps at the start of the series, Urcast really stepped up this time around. He was delivering such good trades, making sure that Zayn and Nine's efforts don't go to waste. Senzu just so precise with the op. That man was an absolute terror to play against. The team Aravat was literally terrified to face him. And that being said, yeah, Coolest too. Coolest. My goodness, he's been phenomenal throughout this entire tournament. He's probably been the most impactful player for the side of Team Aravat, but unfortunately he falls short in the final map where Team NKT are victorious.
Yeah, and I think they should look for sure to bounce back. I hope amongst all these players, you had the pick of the litter when you were trying your best in the Fanclash app, which you can check out in the description. But for now, that's the end of the day. It was a phenomenal BO5. I think I'm going to have to stock up on like a double dinner just to catch up on my energy from it. But it was an absolute amazing time getting to witness it with you, Crips. So for now, we'll be signing off. See you in the next stage.